During last year's Ars Electronica Festival, a real-time transmission of 8K content in the immersive environment of Deep Space 8K succeeded for the first time. The encoder and decoder functionalities required for such a sophisticated streaming demonstration were developed as part of the European research project Immersify. We will now join the Ars Electronica Future Lab for a direct connection with the partner institution, Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center, live from the Deep Space 8K.
Hello and welcome to the presentation from Deep Space. Today in the morning, the first presentation is going to look at 8K streaming and live streaming as well. This presentation is connected to the Immersify research project, which we had been working on for the last 3 years. And it was about extending immersive environments with additional technological features to allow new forms of content that can be shown there. And for a space like Deep Space, it is also very important to consider how to get content here. And one thing which we are doing for several years for sure is to install content here on the system, but additionally it's also very important to stream content live from other venues to the Deep Space. And having this large resolution here in this space, for sure this also requires high resolution video streaming. And this is something that we looked at in the Immersify project, and there we focused on 8K streaming, and with different partners we worked on several solutions, also for low latency live streaming. And PSNC is our Polish project partner and supercomputing center, which also has a media lab, and they are doing a lot in this field. And together with them, we set up here a 8K streaming environment. And what we are going to see today is a live stream directly from PSNC. It's a pre-recorded production, but it's going to be streamed here to Linz in 8K to give you an introduction to PSNC and also to Poznan, the city where they come from. Please enjoy. Thank you very much to PSNC for the presentation of the content, which was done also in the Immersify project. Some of these short clips that you have seen there had been shown in Deep Space already, like this live streaming performance. But I also want to remind you that some of the content will be shown in full length in our next presentation at 11 o'clock. So please stay tuned for that as well. And thank you for attending this stream so far, and we are looking forward to show you more interesting content from this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miwa Matreyek, and I'm honored to be awarded the Golden Nika for computer animation for Ars Electronica this year. I am a Los Angeles-based animator, designer, and performer, making work that combines projected animation and live performance. My work often tries to imagine invisible systems of micro and macro scales, as well as express concepts and visualize metaphors. My new piece, Infinitely Yours, is a dreamlike, or maybe more nightmarish, interpretation of the climate crisis, born out of processing my own climate anxiety over the last few years. As part of the process, I collected news items to note-take some of the imagery I wanted to integrate into the world of the piece. Deforestation, forest fires, ocean plastics, overfishing, pollution, peak oil, manufacturing of an unimaginable amount of unsustainable and quickly disposed products. These images consider what it means for the Earth to support a human population of 7.8 billion people. I've been working in the medium of combined performance and animation since my time as a grad student in the experimental animation program at California Institute of the Arts. I began collaborating with people from theater, music, and puppetry to make interdisciplinary projects, which expanded my mind about where and how animation can be seen and experienced. Influenced by these collaborations, my MFA thesis project in 2007 was my first solo shadow and animation project. Since then, I have been fascinated by continuing to add complexity to my work, to play with illusion and transformation, and the compositions I can create with my shadow and animation. The shadow is a specific two-dimensional version of my female body, but also makes me somewhat like a symbol of a person, one that the audience might see as both real and ephemeral. The shadow is cinematic in that it could be one-to-one scale to my body or become larger than life, like a close-up. Combined with the animation, I can create POV shifts, pans, zooms, and other compositions in mise-en-scène, familiar from the language of cinema, while the audience constantly is aware that I am creating these effects in real time with my body. By being present and having the risk of mistake and failure, the shadow is a vessel to make an empathetic connection with the audience, to bring them along on the journey of the surreal narratives of the animation. Unfortunately, I can only show documentation videos for the Ars Electronica events this year rather than doing a live performance because of the global pandemic. I'm excited to show my work live again in front of a physical audience when the world is safer. I love the magic connection I feel to be co-present and sharing a space of imagination and co-creation with the audience. In my work, the shadow silhouette is not one character, but can represent a multitude of perspectives. In moments, the shadow represents the experience of an individual person, like being stuck in a car in traffic, but also in moments represent the experience of society or humanity, such as reaching into the ground and pulling out oil to eat up hungrily. Sometimes the shadow represents Earth or Gaia, watching as the surface of the planet is transformed rapidly through human history. The shadow switches at a turn from being the creator to the created, the destroyer to the destroyed. Throughout the process of making this piece and later showing it, it's been interesting that certain ruled events make the images feel resonant again and again. I first imagined the wildfire scenes from the fires in California, but the scene felt timely again with the fires in Brazil and later the fires in Australia. And of course, California is on fire again now. Infinitely Yours is made using After Effects, Photoshop, and Premiere. I tend to make work like a collage artist, deconstructing and layering images and video footage, and manipulating and rebuilding them in layers upon layers into new moving images and meanings. Even though my work is made digitally, there's a lot that relies on the handmade and everyday, from the presence of my body live behind the screen, and the paper forest object that I start and end the piece with, as well as other tangible objects in shadow, like the plastic bottle. Much of the imagery and the video footage come from my daily life. The trash in the ocean scene are my own trash that I shot footage of and animated. The oil field is built out of videos and photos I took while on a road trip in Central California. The living room is my own apartment, shot and rebuilt into the piece. All of the music in Infinitely Yours is by my friend Morgan Sorn. He was generous to let me look through his vast discography of music and find songs that felt right per scene. The music acted as a backbone for me to structure the flow of images from one to the next and gives the emotional arc to the performance. For some versions of the touring shows, Morgan is able to come with me and perform live, which is exciting. What is animation? For me, animation is giving life by visual manipulation of time, space, and ideas, a manifested illusion. By the animator's hands, image and meaning are bent to create a new reality. A dream logic of one image following the other, time and physics bending to create a visual world that only the animator can bring into being, channeled through the personality of their unique mind and hands. How do I make animation? I had always thought about animation through my body. When I was making short films, my hands, eyes, and body were often integrated into the collaged images as rotoscoped elements. Often even the original conception of my projects come from an embodied imagination, channeled through my body and through gestures. I am often asking myself questions like, what would the Earth feel like to desire connection with the universe, to reach out and touch the moon? And through performing this feeling for the camera, attempt to create an emotional connection to the idea. I have rarely been interested in telling the story of a person or a character, but rather of perspectives that are often conceptual and larger than life, such as the perspectives of the Earth, of a disaster, or the weather system. What does it mean to make animation with performance? I have been investigating my unique form of combining live performance and animation for over a decade. I consider my main practice to be the solo shadow silhouette work, but I also sometimes make short films, as well as work in a more theater-based way with my collaborative multimedia theater company, Cloud Eye Control, and as a designer for other theater and dance companies. For me, as a performer inside of my animations, I am very much interested in the audience's perception, what they see, interpret, and experience while watching my work. For me, telling my stories to a female body is very important. One, there are already a lot of stories about men out there. Two, this is the body I have and experience the world through. I am also interested in working in this digital medium, but infusing my work with tenderness, care, and strength, as well as panic, fear, and despair, and a wide range of other emotions. After spending almost 2 years to make Infinitely Yours, I am now in the process of a new creation, a child. I redocumented the performance for the Ars Electronica event as I felt my current body adds a layer of meaning to the themes of this piece. And it was definitely something I had been thinking about and struggling with in the process of making this work. What it means to be cared for by the Earth, what it means to care for the Earth, where we are now, and the future that we want to provide for the next generation. Thank you.
In the future, the most powerful source of power will be owned by plants. When the price of the energy sources will rise and the natural renewable will not renew itself, there will be a shortage of energy sources. Today plants help for human health, psychological perception. The botanical power is strong with energy. There will be a day when electrical energy from plants will be the most expensive one, the most divine. Transform yourself, absorb divine energy, become divine. In the future, the most powerful source of power will be owned by plants. When the price of the energy sources will rise and the natural renewable will not renew itself, there will be a shortage of energy sources. Today, plants help for human health, psychological perception. The botanical power is strong with energy. There will be a day when electrical energy from plants will be the most expensive one, the most divine. Transform yourself, absorb divine energy, become divine. In the future, the most powerful source of power will be owned by plants. When the price of the energy sources will rise and the natural renewable will not renew itself, there will be a shortage of energy sources. Today, plants help for human health, psychological perception. The botanical power is strong with energy. There will be a day when electrical energy from plants will be the most expensive one, the most divine. Transform yourself, absorb divine energy, become divine.
We'll now float over to our Amsterdam garden, hosted by Vrije Universiteit, and the Studiotopia program. Studiotopia is a European initiative seeking to address the ecological implications of the Anthropocene by getting artists and scientists to work together. The participating institutions are Beaux-Arts and Gluon in Brussels, Ars Electronica, Cluj Cultural Centre in Cluj, Latnia Centre for Contemporary Art in Gdansk, Onassis Cultural Centre in Athens, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, and Laboral in Gijón. The aim of the residency program is to create an experimental space where scientists and artists can exchange ideas, learn from each other, develop methods for transdisciplinary collaboration, and create speculative solutions to sustainable development. The purpose of the program is also to formulate a clearer understanding of how artists and scientists can work together and how such interactions can contribute to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Dmitry Gelfand and Evelina Domnitch are artists that we'll be crossing to now. They create sensory immersion environments that merge physics, chemistry, and computer science with uncanny philosophical practices. Current findings, particularly regarding wave phenomena, are employed by the artists to investigate questions of perception and perpetuity.
Slide coming up on their end that will show.
They will be joined now
names
by collaborating scientists that have been selected in the Studiotopia program and taking part in our Creative Question Challenge.
So we're live.
Hello. We are Evelina Domnitch and Dmitry Gelfand, an artist duo participating in the Studiotopia Scientist in Residency program. Our artworks explore gases, liquids, and exotic forms of light, while simultaneously retuning our sensorial and perceptual capacities.
So hello from The Hague, and today with us are Florian Schreck, joining from the University of Amsterdam, where he is a professor of experimental quantum physics, investigating ultra-cold gases and their potential as hypersensitive measuring devices. And from Brussels, we are joined by Guillaume Schweicher, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the Université Libre, and he creates organic and hybrid electronics.
Among the peacekeeping efforts after the First World War was the coordination of a global clock. Finally, by January the 1st, 1960, a worldwide time signal standard was launched, corresponding to the radiation frequency of a cesium-133 atom at a temperature of 0 Kelvin. The era of atomic clocks was born. Despite the apparent centrality of time signatures for biological and perceptual processes, as well as for innumerable scientific, logistic, and communicational ends, according to various theoretical physicists and philosophers, the time dimension might not even exist. How is time present in your research?
Well, thank you very much for the introduction and good morning to everyone. So, as they said, my name is Guillaume and I'm working in the field of organic electronics, meaning that I'm using carbon-based materials to produce electronic devices. Where it's interesting, it's because we are using chemical synthesis to produce these materials are way cheaper costs, and we also reduce the amount of energy that we consume for them. So it's really a greener alternative to conventional silicon electronics. So more specifically, how time is important in my research. I mean, time is a very interesting concept. And when you're interested into the aspects of charge transport, you can really see two different time scales. So the first important thing about time is the scale that you consider. On the very large scale, like meaning a time of 1 second, like in the transistor, the electronic devices that I'm using, the charge is traveling on longer distance. But if you really want to understand how to modify these materials to improve the charge transport properties and to make them more efficient for next electronics, you need to understand what's going on at very small time scale and length scale, meaning that now we are working on the time of picosecond, 10⁻12 seconds. And for that, we really need to use spectroscopic methodology to probe what's going on. Because my materials are based on big molecules, organic molecules. They are vibrating at room temperature. And so we really want to track down which vibration are impacting to what extent the charge transport mechanism to improve them. So really time is an interesting concept because you can have large time scale, small time scale, but also there is another very interesting point is that nothing is really constant as well. I mean, this value of the speed of charge in my material can be changed by temperature, pressure, and it's really the moment, the instant I'm tracking down these values that I can get an information.
Okay, so you're also interested to know how time intervenes in my research, yes?
Most certainly.
And so, of course, in many different ways. The most obvious one is that we are trying to construct a completely new type of optical atomic clock. So in these clocks, we use ultra-cold atoms that nearly are at standstill, like the one you see behind me on this image. These are atoms that are millikelvin cold, and we use them to precisely read out an atomic transition, a certain color of light, and this makes our clock tick. So this is the first thing, we try to build a clock. The second thing is that to produce these ultra-cold atoms, our experiments usually go through a time sequence of steps. We produce a gas of atoms in an oven and then we cool them down over time in various laser cooling and other cooling stages. And that takes a minute or so, step after step. And we have a research line in which we try to convert this from executing these stages one after the other in time into executing these stages one after the other in space. So we convert time into a spatial dimension, so to say. And this reminded me to what you said in your question, where you said some people, some philosophers think that time is just an illusion. I mean, that reminded me of the picture of the block universe, that there are just 4 dimensions and time is just any other one, and it's just a illusion that we perceive it differently from the spatial dimension. So we are trying to do this. We put the usual time dimension of our experiments into a spatial dimension. And then there are many other things. For example, each PhD thesis is limited in time to 4 years, each day to 24 hours. That heavily influences our research.
No, it's quite amazing that today we have some time to talk about time. But answering to Dmitry's question, I can also add that at the moment we are finishing an artwork that is called Time Synthesizer. And indeed, it's a kind of time tracking, time keeping device, and Andrew is now graciously showing a little video of it. So as you can see, the flow of water, the type of the flow really determines how precise time signatures are. So by changing the properties of the flow, you can measure the time more or less precisely, or let's say the different time signatures will differ quite drastically if, for example, the flow becomes turbulent.
Yeah, here the flow is being traced by microscopic hydrogen bubbles that are emitted by an electrode at even intervals that become quite uneven as the flow changes our perception of time.
That's beautiful. How do you create the turbulence here?
The turbulence actually is created quite simply by changing the speed of the flow.
And in fact, we don't need to create turbulence. It's a little bit.
It's quite the opposite. We try to make the flow quite laminar, so as to look at this ghostly transition from laminar to turbulent flow and back.
Mm. But you can easily control that.
And why do you call it a synthesizer?
Well, I would say that easy is definitely an overstatement. There's a vast threshold in terms of being able to look at this very incremental seeding of turbulence. It's a subject that is very dear to our hearts, and at the end of his life, Werner Heisenberg asked 2 questions: why relativity, and why turbulence? And he had a feeling that God would have an answer to the first question, but not to the second. But yeah, perhaps we can expand upon the first question. I know that you, Guillaume, had an inquiry.
Oh yeah, for the next question. Sorry. So yeah, following on what we did, and basically what you showed as well, that's showing a lot of color, so that it's related as well to light. We all know that light is fundamental to many processes on Earth. So the question, to follow directly what we discussed so far, is how is light and its interaction with matter connected to your work?
Yeah, it's...
Yes, it's anyway, if you start talking about light, it's like you're sitting on a gold mine. It's the amount of discoveries you can come upon just thinking about the nature of light, the way it affects all things, the way it interacts with matter is, yes, among some of the most magical processes. For us, what is very specific for our work with light is we always, it's always an interaction between our senses of perception and light. So it is not so much about another fascinating topic, let's say that light moves
at a constant speed,
at a finite speed, that nothing can move faster, and then even the size and the shape of our universe is determined by how far the light can move from the point of Big Bang. So there are indeed these very interesting spatial and time dependencies, as if you cannot even imagine, yes, without light, the size and the vastness of space. But in our work, light is really how do we perceive it, and how human perception can, just with our eyes, how we can tap into these very non-obvious questions, from looking directly at the sun. So we had a work where we look at the sun and the sunspots, which is impossible with our eyes, you just burn them. And then looking at the light of sonoluminescence, which is so faint that it is almost on another threshold of your visual capacities.
So for us, this is the same. I mean, we detect everything in our experiment also by interacting atoms with light. And it's even more. I mean, our atoms, as I mentioned, they have to nearly stand still, be decoupled from the thermal motion of, I mean, molecules in air fly around with hundreds of meters per second. This would destroy our atoms. So we keep our atoms levitated inside a vacuum chamber, and they may not touch anything. So the only thing with which we can influence our atoms are electromagnetic fields. And laser light is very important. We use it to slow down our atoms from hundreds of meters per second velocity to standstill. We use it to trap the atoms, to manipulate their internal state, and then to detect the result of our experiment. And it very much connects to the first question, because at the end, our readout for the clock experiment we have will be an electromagnetic wave, a laser beam. And we just count the number of wiggles of this laser beam. And after a certain number of these wiggles has passed, we say 1 second has elapsed. That's how the clock works.
And how you connect light to time.
But we, since you talked about lasers, we are also fascinated by this very special properties, this very amazing tuning that you can achieve with laser light in phase and coherence, and the whole concept of coherence is very fascinating. So we do use laser light in almost all of our artworks, and the video that you've seen, it is indeed illuminated by laser light, but we use laser beams as a kind of visual aid, as an optical microscope that crawls so deeply into the micro landscape of matter that you can see much more without using a lens. So it's amazing how light, just by its particular nature being coherent and in phase, can magnify certain things and act sort of as a magnifying glass. So usually we use laser sheets or kind of diffusing this very coherent light in order to be able to see microscopic bubbles, or, for example, microscopic cavities of air in water that will catch light as a lens, and then the laser will go and do not illuminate water. So you can create all these amazing optical resonances that our eyes are extremely sensitive to.
We use it pretty much for the same reasons to detect single atoms, pretty much in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, in my field, it's the same. I would use light as a laser to really probe, and I've been using terahertz spectroscopy to probe the vibration in my material. So again, I mean, I'm using light as a probe to get information. But I mean, other people on the same topic are also using light in two different ways. Like you can produce light with light emitting diodes. That's very important as well, a cheaper cost for, I mean, all the global issue we are facing so far. And also convert the light from the sun by photovoltaics to produce electricity. That's also very important. I mean, light has a lot of applications and utilities.
Indeed, speaking of photovoltaics, the way in which light interacts with matter is one of the keys to perhaps among the most open questions to this day, and that is how living matter originated by this subtle interaction with sunlight. Of course, it is something that cannot be quite tackled by the biological sciences, nor even by more comprehensive domains such as biogeochemistry. But the advantage of engaging in this kind of pursuit via art is that you don't necessarily have to find an answer to the question. You can rather spark potential other pursuits that may evoke a horizon of answers.
I think you showed us an artwork last Friday where you tried to influence dust, was it, with light, which is shown on the light, no?
Yes.
Because it is more than just detecting what happens, and there you do something with your light.
Yes, optical pressure, you know, solar sails. So we probe light in many different ways, trying to indeed move in semi-vacuum, hyper small diamond particles. And another very fascinating aspect of light that I always try to imagine, it's like a mental exercise, is to see how light propagates through space, and because in our art we always fight against the idea of an object, that things are localized and kind of inert. So when you think about light, you kind of imagine this field that not only envelops all of us in this kind of very fine vibrations, but also determines the size, the shape of our universe. So from this point of view, this kind of vibratory, vertical nature of light is extremely fascinating. And I remember this Russian proverb that probably originated in the 19th century, way before relativity. And I tried to translate into English. It goes like, from window to window goes solar spindle. And this kind of vortex. So at the moment we are fantasizing about future artwork, and maybe you can help us developing it, where we, with some kind of special lens
by means of optical vortices, we would like to navigate matter,
to see the polarization of light, because we know that many creatures, biological creatures that live on our planet, are able to see polarization.
But
and
not only the polarization of light, but also the helical mode of light, because there is both spin angular momentum, as well as orbital angular momentum, where the actual wavefronts, the phases of light, are spinning.
Staircase,
But I think we maybe got a question.
No. Unfortunately, no questions yet from our audience, but perhaps they will emerge.
It's still early. Huh?
People
yes.
Are waking up.
People are still getting caffeinated.
Mm-hmm. So coming back to our first question about time, can we connect time and light and our work and, to round up our discussion a bit?
Absolutely, yeah. It's hard not to make a reference to Albert Einstein's light clock or Blitz box, one of his original Gedanken experiments, where the very idea of relativity comes about, that in a moving train we have light emissions bouncing against a mirror, what he called a Blitz box, and in order to understand how time dilation occurs, we simply have different. We have we have the observer in a different position than the moving train, and of course the reason for using light as the frequency of oscillation is because of its constant speed in spite of the movement from which it originates. Something that was and perhaps for many still is a perplexing concept, because usually speed is dependent on the object from which it originates.
Yeah, so in Einstein's time, these were Gedanken experiments, and now they are realized. We have GPS satellites with clocks on board, and we see time dilation. And we have built gravitational wave detectors, which work essentially by bouncing light forwards and backwards between mirrors and see gravitational waves.
Yeah, we had the extraordinary opportunity to collaborate with LIGO, with this laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory, and this the fact that this warping of space and time on the order of the 10,000th of the width of a proton is just, it's extraordinary that kind of precision for testing relativity, among other things, exists.
Yes, amazing.
And Guillaume, do you have a kind of conclusion for the
conclusion for the light-matter interaction?
For the timekeeping with light?
Well, I mean, from everything we've said, I mean, light-matter is extremely important and valuable for every single aspect of life. I mean, in the research, in your art, and everything. And we can do a lot with light. We need light, which especially for life on Earth. And also, very importantly, considering the time scale, we have one lifetime as well. And I know that we haven't reached yet really the important questions about related to the Studiotopia topic as well. And I think if we want to mix light and time in a very single sentence, that's like you said as well during discussion recently, that we have one lifetime and this is the time now to act and try to show what's important and what we need to change in our society actually. I know I'm making a big jump from all the discussion we've done so far, but that's linking everything as well, the importance of what we have to do right now.
And here we have an overview of our discussion.
And I would like to be a devil's advocate at the end and comment that, okay, we have our sun as a kind of reference time frame and the movements of the planets, and that's how all life and organic matter is keeping this kind of
keeping track of time.
Keeping rhythms is, yes, with the help of the sun. And although it is very difficult to synchronize it with the precision of, I don't know, 15 zeros after the zero of a second, but somehow this system works quite well on a scale of the entire solar system. And if you try to coordinate this very precise timekeeping in the technosphere, it becomes so and so complex with each step that at some point the complexity might become impossible to resolve.
There's a very quick question that we might try to answer in 20 seconds. Can you stop time in specific conditions?
Yes, it's xenon effect, quantum xenon effect.
Xeno.
Yes. Look at the quantum xeno effect. So when you observe a quantum system, at this moment, time stops.
Yeah.
So if you will continually observe a quantum system, time will freeze. And it does now. We are out of time.
It's a good ending word, freeze and over.
That was great.
From Brisbane, Australia. We are twin brothers, both working creatively as an artistic duo. Through our work, we try to continually create experiences or spaces where people can question, connect, and re-remember our place within this cosmos.
We see what we do as a collaboration with nature, Earth, and the cosmos.
Virtual reality applications promise experiences that are not only more intense, but above all, interactive and individual too. To launch virtual reality on its way to the huge consumer market share, a considerable amount of research and development work needs to be done. That was precisely the mission of the European project immersive, a consortium in which, among others, the Ars Electronica Future Lab in Austria and the SPIN Digital Video Technology in Germany have been part of. Even though the project already came to an end, the project partners are continuing their research and further developments in the field of immersive media. For the first time in the Ars Electronica Deep Space 8K, and 16K video with a 3D audio playback will be presented in the interactive.
Well, welcome to the second presentation here today in the Deep Space. And my name is Roland Haring. And we have a bit of a special situation here because some people are here in the Deep Space on site and can join us here for the presentation, but also you are on YouTube and watching us there. And additionally, Mauricio Alvarez from Spin Digital, one of our project partners in the Immersify project, is here remotely, so you can see him here on the screen. And all together, we will do a presentation of some of the content that had been developed in the Immersify research project. And later, Maurizio will give us a brief introduction to the objectives of this project. And then we will also see some content which has never been shown here before in Deep Space, which is mostly 360 very high resolution videos with ambisonic sound, which will be, I think, very interesting for the people here on site, because depending on the perspective, you have the audio is then recreated from the speakers and things like that. So, I think Maurizio will give us now an introduction, and please.
Yeah, thank you, Roland, and thank you everyone for joining today in this session. So I'm very happy to be again at the Ars Electronica Festival this year, given the conditions, then remotely. So we're going to talk today about this 16K video and 3D audio playback for immersive content and immersive spaces. But first of all, I would like to introduce the Immersify project. And Roland, if you can move to the next. So then in the Immersify project is a research and innovation project supported by the European Commission, and it's already finished. So we completed the project last June. So we are presenting today as the last developments and the main results of the project. And this project has been about audio and video technologies for next generation immersive media. And so I will tell you today briefly what we mean by that. So first of all, just tell you about the project partners. So in Immersify, we have been working together for around 3 years with 5 project partners, including the Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center, PSNC, from the city of Poznan in Poland. And the 3 pieces that we will see today have been produced by them. Then we have Spin Digital, which is a software company based in Berlin. So this is where I work for. Then we have the Ars Electronica Future Lab in Linz, where some of you are now. And then we have the Festival de Cannes Mercedes Film, which based in France, and they have this special session of the Cannes Film Festival about immersive technologies. And finally, we have the Visualization Center C in the city of Norrköping in Sweden, where they have a special dome for 8K visualization. So what we were doing in the Immersify project, so we were putting together several immersive media technologies. From the point of view of video, we tried to get the best and highest quality video possible so that the user, the audience, when you're watching the content, you can feel completely involved. And to do that, we need, very importantly, very high resolution video, so that we can also have this wide field of view, so you can, or most of your field of view as an audience will be covered by the content. And also very important in these immersive spaces is to have a 3D stereoscopic content and other image and video enhancements like wide colors, high dynamic range, high frame rate, and important for what we are going to show today, also low latency for interaction. And in addition to video, we have been working on immersive audio, including 3D formats, and I will briefly mention a little bit more about that later. But not only we have been working on a kind of a static video, but also how we can combine this traditional video with more interactive elements so that we can create non-linear narrative experiences. And so one of the most important parts of these immersive experiences is the resolution. It's not the only one, but it's very important. And so that's why we wanted to clarify why we are talking about 8K, 16K, and why even those super high resolutions are needed. So the main idea when we are in an immersive environment, such as the Deep Space 8K in Ars Electronica, is that we can use these super high resolutions in 2 ways. The first one is to increase the field of view so that you can see more content, so that our eyes are completely surrounded by the images, so that we have a stronger sensation of presence. But compared to cinema, in these immersive environments, the audience, we tend to sit closer to the screens. So then we also need to increase the pixel density so that we don't see, let's say, pixel artifacts or resolution issues. So that's why we need to have very high resolutions. So basically right now, 8K is the minimum for this immersive environment. And we want to have a 360-degree video, so video that has surround us completely. This needs 3 to 4 times the part that we see. And this can go up to something like 32K by 32K, K meaning 1000 pixels. So then, but this is really beyond what's possible now. But in the Immersify project, with the software developments that we did, optimizing media players, video decoders, video rendering, we have been able to create a media player that can process video in the astounding resolution of 16K by 8K. But video is not the only part, so we also need to have a strong and immersive audio component. And in the project, we have been working on 3D audio, that is also interactive, based on the so-called high-order ambisonics format, which is a full sphere surround sound, so that we can center or be center at the center of a sphere and can experience audio in all 3D directions. But at the same time, this is agnostic of the loudspeaker layout, so that we can map it to different environments. And in the Immersify project, we develop a media player that can process this high-order ambisonics format up to the 7th order, and we can do real-time decoding and rendering. So when we put all these things together, and this is what we are going to present to you today. So we have on the software side, on the tools part, we have a media player that can decode and render video in 360-degree format up to 16K resolution, as mentioned before. But the visual part is only 8K. But the total video has this 16K resolution. Then we have ambisonics audio for immersive audio experience. And both of them, we can interact by rotating, doing zoom and zoom out, and we have a very low latency interaction design. So the content, then there is an important question, how we can produce content in such large resolutions and immersive audio. And there are different techniques. And in the Immersify project, we experienced with 2 of them. One is with camera capture by using different spatial camera rigs with multiple cameras, so that at the end we can have this very high resolution video. But also we have been working with laser scanning. So we scan a building or a complete object, and those scannings can be represented as point clouds. And those 3D models on point clouds can be rendered as a video in very large resolution. And then we can take this content with this new media player and present it on immersive space. So we have done a couple of demonstrations, but today we will present it at the Deep Space 8K. So the people on site will have the very nice opportunity of watching this super high resolution content. The total 360 is 16K, and the visible part will be the 8K. So overall for today, we'll move to the next. We'll have 3 pieces of content, and all of them were produced by PSNC, but the main technology component is that all of them have this around 16K times 8K resolution. And they have been, on the audio side, they have this ambisonics format up to the up to 5th order. So yeah, this then completes the 3 main elements that we have been working on Immersify, which is the tools, this media player, encoders, audio processing, this content, and how to present this content in these immersive environments. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say about the Immersify project, and I hope that you enjoy the content, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Maurizio, for this introduction, and we will now jump right into the content presentation and demonstration, and this will be done by our colleague Melinda, and she will actually control the camera with a gamepad and also give us some background information when needed to the pieces.
For inviting me to present the videos, and also thank you very much, Maurizio, for the interesting presentation. Hello, everybody. This is Melinda. I am actually controlling the video, and the most relevant thing about this video is actually the sound, or one of the most relevant aspects of the video is the sound. So I will turn up the volume in just a moment, okay? Ich werde gleich den Ton ein bisschen hochregeln, damit ihr das besser hören könnt, ja? And a little bit later, I will actually give the controller to one of you guys, so you can actually play around with the videos yourselves. But let me just quickly demonstrate this really cool effect. I will now, as mentioned before, turn up the volume so you can hear this really cool, this very, very neat effect. If I move closer to one of the instruments or to one of the musicians, then you should be able to hear the instrument more prominently. I will just quickly explain in German as well, because we have some German speaking. We will have some German speakers in the room, right? I suppose. So that's also necessary. Okay then, so let's crank up the volume. Also wir werden jetzt hier einfach einmal die Lautstärke erhöhen. Und dann könnt ihr diesen Effekt alle wirklich wunderbar hören. Und zwar, dass die Musiker, die ich jetzt hier anziele, wirklich schön laut zu hören sind.
Probably also how this is done, because what you probably know is like 5.1 or these Dolby sound systems, but for them you always have a fixed mapping. So like this is like you have a front speaker, a rear speaker, and they always send the same signal when you watch a movie. But with these ambisonic audio formats, this actual how the sound is distributed on the content is being calculated during presentation in real time. And what you do actually in the beginning is that you configure the system, that you precisely say where are my speakers in the room. And once this configuration is known, then you can take the camera movement into account and really calculate for each speaker the corresponding audio signal that comes from the perspective that you have in this moment. And this is the special thing which is done with this ambisonic audio format, and which was very interesting for us also to experiment with here in Deep Space and to integrate it here in this space.
By the way, this video was filmed on the rooftop of the PSNC building. So what you see around us is the surroundings of Poznan. And just for the sake of clarity, this is from Jan Skorpura. It's a contemporary music piece with the title "The Noise and the Structure." Yeah, so we have another video of this type, and I will not actually comment too much on the next video, simply because I think it's much more interesting for you guys to control it yourselves. So I will disinfect my controller, my gamepad, and I will hand it to one of you guys, okay? But just so you know, the band that will play now is called Krambabula. It's a Polish band, a folk rock band, okay? And I will now disinfect my gamepad, and then you can try it out yourselves. second. Who would like to give it a go?
Wspomnieniu, gdzie kochanie mam. Kochanie, kochanie, podaj cię nie znaczy. Lepsza moja cnota niż cię poważa. Kto kochania nie zna, ten bywa szczęśliwy. Ma ludzkie spokojno, dzionek nietętny. Kto kochania nie zna, ten bywa szczęśliwy. Ma ludzkie spokojno, dzionek nietętny.
This was Kambabula, really cool concert, and I don't know if this came across for those of you guys who were watching on the YouTube stream, but each time that we moved closer to one of the musicians, as I explained before, sorry, have to turn down the volume for this one. So each time we turned down the volume. Could we please pause just for a second? Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Each time we moved closer to a musician, you could hear them play much louder in the deep space. Again, not sure if this came across through the live stream, but it's a really cool effect. Okay, so this is something quite special. It's an atomic shelter, basically, a fallout shelter from the communist era in Poznan. And now I think we can start with the video. And this will give us a little round trip of this special shelter. It was built in the late 50s and the early 60s, by the way, but it was kept a secret for a very, very long time indeed. It was only declassified in the year 2000. And the first members of the public could visit the shelter in 2012. There was a really cool event in 2012, by the way. It was on a very special day. Does anybody know what should have happened on the 21st of December 2012? 21st of December 2012. Do you have an idea? Let's please pause here again, just for a second. Nobody knows this. Guys, can't believe it. The world was supposed to end. according to the Mayas, right? There was this conspiracy theory, and the world was supposed to end, and they did a really cool event in the shelter, which was called "Experience the End of the World in a bomb shelter or in a bunker." So I wasn't there, of course, but I think it was a really cool experience. But again, it was only declassified relatively recently, and the first members of the public only saw it 8 years ago. And this, by the way, is the telephone room. The really cool thing about this shelter is that everything is original. So everything is from back then, from the 50s, 60s, and they may kept it secret for such a long time because other shelters that are similar were actually robbed of their furniture. Okay, can anybody recognize what this is? I know it's not so easy to see. It's high resolution, but not high enough resolution so we can see perfectly. Does anybody know? It is the White Eagle of Poland, exactly. Does anybody know what's the story behind it? Where does the White Eagle of Poland come from? It has something to do with the legendary founder of Poland. His name was Lech, and he went hunting one day. And he came across a beautiful white eagle that was guarding its nest. And the sun was illuminating the wings of the white eagle, turned it into a beautiful, glowing golden color, and this impressed him so much that he actually made it his heraldic animal, which is an excellent choice, right? So we could say it's lucky that he didn't come across a white chicken or maybe a tit or something, right? Anyway, but let's continue the video. So now you know where the White Eagle of Poland comes from. But we want to check out the rest of the bomb shelter. So let's continue. This was some kind of control room, by the way. And what you cannot see all too well, because it's a point cloud, it's a laser scan, basically. It's a laser scan, and you can tell by this semi-transparent effects, and also by the fact that there are many, many small dots scattered around. But yeah, these are actually maps. The room is full of maps. And also communist propaganda, as I read in an article. So everything is original. That's one of the most special things about this place. Here we see some more privately furnished areas, or at least we saw them just a moment ago. But all in all, it was quite frugal. It also didn't have a kitchen, by the way. It didn't have a kitchen or a storage room for food. So if they wanted to eat in the bomb shelter after an atomic fallout, I suppose they had to, order some home delivery, maybe some Chinese food or a pizza, or go home for dinner. But yeah, here you can see the complete model. It's about 500 square meters total usable space, and the cool thing about these laser scans is that you can create a really, really good overview of things.
Yes, and I would also like to take this opportunity to come back to a question from the YouTube live stream. Because the question was that the ambisonic audio format itself was invented sometime in the 1970s. So basically, what is then the innovation to show it today? So the innovation here is that the format itself, the theoretical foundation is well known, but what was always the challenge is to integrate it into VR environments and to make it available basically for real media production pipelines. And this is what we had been working here on in this project. You know, for example, this headset like Oculus Vive and things like that, they also work with ambisonic audio, but they use it just for the speakers that you have on your ears, and it's basically made for a single person. And what we did also in this project here is to take these technologies and integrate it in these large-scale environments like we have here with the deep space, but also with a 360 video wall in PSNC or with the dome projection and things like that. So really to make these technologies available, integrate them, but also consider then the content production pipelines and how to basically merge this also then with this high resolution video playback capabilities. And this was also then the goal with this content productions here, to test basically the approaches and bring this together in.
In the format Creative Question Challenge that was developed by Ars Electronica's Future Lab, creative ideas and questions are developed through live interactive discussions. It is an online streaming platform and hub to continuously build creative ecosystems worldwide and to create a future vision together as a global society. Today we will be able to follow such a CQC session moderated by Krzysztof Miński. Krzysztof Miński is an artist, producer, researcher, entrepreneur and educator who specializes in transdisciplinary collaboration. His primary passion is the way in which art thinking combined with technological application can critique, impact and positively influence our future societies. His passion for producing experimental art continued with a portfolio covering a broad range of artistic mediums, including film, theater, dance, music, interactive installations, and hybrid forms involving complex and new technologies, all of which culminated in his 10-year experience with the Ars Electronica Future Lab, working at the nexus of art, technology, and society. Krzysztof was also responsible for Ars Electronica's emerging activities in Australia between 2012 and 2019, including the establishment and management of bilateral partnerships with government and universities.
Welcome to CQC Newcastle, the Creative Question Challenge. I'm Matthew McFarlane and I'll be catalyst for this session. Ruli Zakaria is our visualizer. He's a Newcastle-based creative and he'll be visualizer for today's discussion. Our participants are Darren McKenny and Rewa Wright. Darren McKenny is the founding director of the Miramar Aboriginal Language and Technology Centre here in Newcastle. He was born and raised on Awabakal country and acknowledges his traditional ties to the Gamilaroi and Wiradjuri nations. Thanks for being with us today, Darren.
Thank you.
And Rewa Wright is a New Zealand Māori from the Ngāpui e Te Uri o Ho Iwi. She has recently moved to Newcastle and is a lecturer in creative technology in the School of Creative Industries and a member of Fast Lab. Thanks, Rewa, for being with us today.
Kia ora, Matt.
So, ecology, the study of relationships between living organisms and their physical environment. And today we're talking about re-indigenising ecology. So, Rewa, if I can start by addressing this question to you, what role can art and technology play on this topic of re-indigenising ecology?
Well, firstly, mihi atu kia korua. Thank you to you both for being here with me today to share in this conversation. You know, I think you did really well with the introductions there, Matt, because Te Reo Māori is complicated.
It's tricky.
Yeah, so I'm from Ngāpui and the Te Uri o Hau Hapu of the northern part of Aotearoa, New Zealand. You know, I've grown up around the land. I actually grew up on sort of near a Wāhi Tapu site, which is a sacred ancient pa site. So I've had a lot to do with the land over the years. I've always grown plants, sown plants, and that's informed my art practice, and that's informed my approach to technology as well. So I work actually with plants in my technology art. So I take the bioelectrical signals from plants and I actually choreograph dance and music with them. So I have, I guess you'd call it an interspecies approach, but it's actually fundamentally an indigenous approach that comes out of my Māori heritage, because we consider that the land, the plants, the animals, all of the creatures in the earth are all connected to us as humans. Humans aren't at the center of this ecosystem, right? It's a network, it's a web, and we're just one small part. So that's how I consider myself in relation to nature and ecology, but that is also how I think of myself with technology, right? Because now we're able to digitize our bodies, we're able to put our bodies in all these virtual spaces, we're beaming live to the world with this, this conversation, right? And that's only possible with technology as sophisticated as it is today. So how art comes into that, it's a fundamental urge that we still have as humans and as Indigenous people. We've never lost that desire to make art, we've never lost that connection with art. So that's how I draw my art making practice into technology, is actually via nature. Yeah.
Lovely. Can you expand on that, Darren, from your perspective?
Like when you say the word ecology as an example in my world, I've only been saying it for the last year or two. It's yeah, like these sciences which do exist are outside what we're learning. Yeah, like my work's about language, you know, bringing back languages, wanting to speak languages once again, and then, you know, like the journey which I've been on has been realizing that language is all around us. Everything makes a noise, and somehow, and it's how we interpret that, and then how we learn from that and share for that. Our animals speak to us. Our plants speak to us. Our plants speak to the animals. Yes, the animals are listening. Yeah. Everyone's listening in that there, but you know, all of these things is that, you know, like, we're only just using these new terms today. You know, like when you say the word art, that's a new term which is actually really only being used for that for a certain amount of time. Yes. And we will still then have our interpretations of those words, of what they mean to us, but we will still use, you know, like you say the word art, yes. But a non-Indigenous person, if they say the word art, it's two different things.
Yes, yes. And yeah, they mean gallery-based fine
yeah, it's art. Yeah. Oh, it's an art show, and it's like, yeah. So it's sometimes we've got to use these terms to help loosely try and transmit the message which we're trying to portray, so it can be quickly get to the point, because our connections with stuff, and seriously, I'm not even at the tip of starting to learn it still is just so far deeper than what we could ever really understand, and with so much happening around us. So it's, did that add to that, I think?
Yes, it did.
Really did, yeah.
It did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it sure did.
So Darren, what do you think about this idea of using technology to sense the world? Okay, so one, we've got to define technology. Like for me in the language world, technology is pen and paper. Technology is, the finger moving around in the sand. That is a form of transmission. It's how we're using that and how we take that, and it's all the different things around it. Today, if you're saying digital technology, that's another thing again. It's a totally different thing again there. And one thing for me personally, Bud, is that technology is a leveler. That when we can, if we get empowered with the use of technology, we don't necessarily need to have the academic qualifications and training and his experiences on that, okay? But if we have the tools provided to us, and when it comes to our Indigenous landscaping, whatever that may be, technology is a real big leveler with that, and I've been for it, and I've been using it for 20 years to empower our people, Indigenous people, Native people, everywhere in regards to our languages. And our languages, it's not that they're using it for our languages, it's actually they're using it for our knowledge systems. It's just that we use languages that is that front bit to understand. So all for technology, as long as we're using it, not someone, I don't know, using it on us, because that's a lot of time that's happened.
And that's a real problem, the idea that technology is being used on us, and we don't even know about it, we don't have a choice. For example, with AI, right now is actually becoming this space, and I'm thinking in terms of racial profiling, right? And that's affecting Indigenous people, people of colour all around the world right now. So it's about we can use technology to empower ourselves, but it shouldn't be used on us as something to oppress.
And it's something that I've found, like I've been trying to talk to the likes of Microsoft and Apple and Google, for over a decade now, and saying that we don't want to be the last to access the new technology, because by the time we get it at our end in our world, there's already 2 or 3 other generations of technology sitting above that's already come out since, and we always find in our world we're the last ones to get access to, if you could say, the latest digital stuff. And that is one thing which doesn't help us, is that we should be being prioritised, because when you're talking about ecology, it's like, for me, that's just everything as soon as I walk outside. And we should be at the forefront of having the access to this and being the creators of this, and then let us empower others with how it should be. As our people, not me personally, but our people have been the world experts of understanding and caring for this world which we all live in, way before anyone else. It's like I was saying that I was saying to someone the other day, what year is it, Matt?
They're calling it 2020.
They're calling it 2020. Well, us mob here on this big island, I don't know what you call it over on your island, but us mob, we could be, the year 75,020. When you think of it like that, okay, so give it to the people who should be getting it first, because the biggest issue which is in front of us right at this moment is out there in that world, and that's that. Not the concrete and whether we can put 2 steel beams together and they don't fall over and no one falls. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, Ray, well, with with your work, and you've got the connection of music and art and dance. How does that work with the greater ecology? I'm a little curious about that.
Oh yeah, well I suppose I came into music really early in life. One of my grandmothers was actually Welsh. So one grandmother's Māori, one grandmother's Welsh. And the Welsh have beautiful voices, and she was extremely good at music. So I learned probably actually to play music before I could write.
Okay.
Yeah, so I couldn't write properly probably till I was about 6, but I could write music at 5 and play music at 5. So it came very early for me. Then the dance, of course, with that. I got involved with kapahaka, which is the Māori type of dance. You've probably seen it on all the concert parties, and you know, through that. So I suppose that's really the way that it all connects together. But I also, because I'm from a background where I lived on the land really early, you know, we were always propagating plants, you know, taking seeds, keeping them season after season, propagating those seeds, taking cuttings, propagating the cuttings, that kind of thing. So I suppose it's like a lot of things, you know, it comes back to what you had early in your life, and then as you become an adult, it just sort of unfolds, doesn't it? So yeah, so I suppose my first experience is, even though now I do use technology to sense what plants are doing with their signals, it's actually also comes from that early tuning in to the plants and the environment, right?
Yeah.
Because long before, without the technology, and I take your point, Darren, on how technology can kind of mediate and create like a layer between the person and the world, right? Like, it's important to have that direct connection, and I think that's something all of our Indigenous ancestors had, the direct connection with nature, you know, and they were sensing nature using their minds, their intellect, their physical senses, you know, touching the ground with their feet as they walked, right? And you know, and that's a really powerful force, and that's something which I think I still feel that a little bit today, you know, in my own way.
So how do we go about fostering that connection in our current society? What do we do to re-indigenize as such, like to bring about that sense of connectedness?
Tune into the nature around us.
Yeah, and it's but you know, like for us, like for me personally, it's hard for so much of our people here living on the east coast of Australia, because our access and ability to be still caring for country is not there in the manner that we would all want it to be, or what it actually should be. And because that connection has been removed and is not constant how it should be, we can also but be losing that connection which we should be having. And yeah, it's if we can reverse that, yeah, things just come naturally.
Yes. So you just talked about care for country, and so yeah, it's a bit tricky, I guess, when we're all in houses or the bitumen roads. But care for country, just that. Can you let us know a little bit more about what that means?
It's an easy 3 words, hey, and it's been used for quite a while, and but it's pretty. I love the term, because it's, you know, like caring is in itself is so deep in many ways. You know, looking after, helping something thrive, but you're also protecting. Yeah. And I think what's important about it is that it's not like it really does separate the difference between which some people can think that we own country. It's no, it's that we need to be. We don't own country. We need to be, but in that position to continue to care for that country. That's what we're constantly seeking. And big difference there between that. And that's why caring for country for me, you know, just quickly for our conversation is so important. And yeah.
It really is. And Darren, you were talking to me the other day about, we were talking about the fires. Right? And the different processes of burning between the cool burn and the hot burn.
Yeah, I was sad to see on our local news the other night, on Saturday night, that everyone was excited that hazard reduction burns were happening here, but the flames were just travelling way up into the canopy, and that was wrong. That was just, you know, with a big gas torch and light it all up, and it's not the way. It's fire and water both do the same things. Yeah, they're just, it's not that water is used to put fire out at all. It's, you know, like water helps things thrive, and it's beautiful when it hits the ground after the first fires have come through, those dry, cool burns, and they both equal in looking after, and it's a Western mindset of the fear of the word for fire, and our people never feared fire. That's something which never existed in our world. It's not that fear never existed there. It was our friend. Our birds would fly, pick it up, fire, and they would be putting fire in places there and helping it because they know it's what allows everything to thrive.
And this rewa is in Māori culture, the concept of care for country is pretty strong there as well?
Yeah, it is. We call it kaitiakitanga, which is actually a very similar concept, right? It's the idea that we don't own the land, it's not ours to own, because actually it's our whanaunga, it's our relative, right? We're genetically linked to the land, so how can you own your relative, right? Think of it that way.
Owning your mum.
It's like owning your mum, right? You don't own your mum. Good analogy. Yeah, well, the earth is actually called Papatuanuku, which is mother. Right. And this is the thing, is that you care for your mother, you love your mother, you don't own her. So this is the idea is nurturing, loving, you know, sharing, and not using it as a thing that you just extract resources from, that you take from, you have to give back. Give back and care.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our it's our secret of survival.
Yes, that is so true.
And it's a pretty easy thing to do when you think,
Yes, but people have become disconnected, right? And Matt, you just mentioned with all this bitumen and these roads and, you know, the cities that we have. I think that people have really become disconnected from the countries that they're in all around the world, okay? It's not just a problem in Aotearoa or in Australia, but it's all around the world. People have become disconnected from nature, and it is really difficult to think about how you might try and help people tune back in and listen back in. I don't know the answer to that question.
It's a big one. It's big, but
big.
I guess the art practices and showing that the connections exist would be an important step in the educating of our society. Do you see yourselves as educators in our society?
It's the thing which Indigenous people can do to at least put a carrot in front of someone to get them to maybe go that little bit further and seek it out, or that understanding and that there. And when you get someone to buy, and then you can. That's what I love about it. Again, because it is a teacher. It's our form of teaching, if you could say, in this modern world. In that respect, they are.
Yes.
And if that teaching is educating people that our environment matters, and if we've got to use whatever form to do that.
Yes. It's interesting, this issue of educating, right? So I don't consider myself to be an Indigenous educator because I don't have that knowledge background, right? I'm not an expert in te reo Māori. I know a lot of people who are. They're generally older than me. They tend to be 60s, 70s, 80s, right? So they have the knowledge to pass on. I have some really good friends. My friend Tiopura is a language expert. I call on him a lot, you know. But for myself, I don't consider myself an educator in the Indigenous sense. But yes, I am in the art technology technology sense. So at the University of Newcastle, I'm a lecturer in creative technology. So yeah, so I'm an educator in the Western sense, if that makes sense, but not in the Indigenous sense. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, just while you were talking and I was just like thinking, it's just like, you know, we've got this place nearby called Glenrock Lagoon, and you'll get, on the weekend, you'll get hundreds of people walking through their parents and children, and it's like, and I go through there myself and that there, and like, I was out in bush a couple of days ago and I heard about your work with plants and listening to them because they're speaking, and I'm like, oh, when I'm walking through, I don't want to break a branch because I don't want to get yelled at by the tree or whatever there. And but it's also like for us, everything's living. Everything's animate, if that's the word. Like the stones, the rocks. You don't pick them up and throw them. It was there. That's where it should be. But you're hurting something and everything around, and it's. And I think there's all sorts of different messages that through the art, because it's got the ability to attract attention at the moment, and that's we've got to use everything to get messages across.
Wow. Yeah. Exactly. Good point.
Okay, so this care for country it's an old idea, and it's everywhere, but it's sort of seems to be lost with our colonial ownership way of that we're trapped in here in this society. So, what would our local mission here in Newcastle, as Novocastrians, what could we do to instigate this change back towards a care for country philosophy here in the town?
I feel like that's one for you.
I'll upset a lot of people, right? No, but look, here we are in Newcastle, the second oldest town in Australia. You've got the place where things were starting to be built. Back at the beginning, there's development here like nothing else. It's, it is a city as far as Australia goes, not in world terms, but it is a city here. It is big. We're surrounded by one of the most beautiful lakes, saltwater gatherings in the world. They are the mountain range which is around us, and the thing is we're just going to let it all go. If we don't stop and think, because other people's priorities for industry and housing and the ownership of property, we're on the cusp of losing a lot on our doorstep, and I don't know what their answer is at the moment. It's sad.
It is potentially very frightening, particularly with the large scale of the mining industry in the valley, and the possibilities of the gas extraction out to sea. Sort of gearing up at a time when it seems there's a groundswell of people wanting to get back to these ideas that we're talking about today.
Yeah, like our mindset's wrong. And I'll say that can be even Indigenous mindset too. Our voice is not as big as what it can be. Like I'll watch the humpback whales on the northern migration come up here, 200, 100 metres, 50 metres off our coast, and as soon as they hit our port, they are jumping in the air, breaching, letting everyone know, hey, we're coming through. We're coming through. The ships are coming in and out of the port. They think they're the ones who got right away. Wrong. We should be slowing our ships down. There should be something in place there to be able to say, hey, there's like just that, like the environment clashing with industry. It's the environment which is wrong. It's the industry which is supposedly right, and that is why it's not working. It's I don't know if that was explainable in that, but yeah, it's
So I'm with you 100% on this.
Yeah, me too.
So we've got a mindset that needs changing, shall we say? Ray, how are we going to do that with art practice? Yes.
Get out there, plant a tree. start a garden, start a community group to plant trees, make gardens, care for animals, you know, connect with the environment, connect with nature. And that's when you'll start to prioritize nature over the industry, right? Because people will have that feeling within them that nature is more important, you know, and that's the thing to foster, because some people don't have that right now, right? So yeah, that's all I can.
It's like if you're in a balcony in an apartment, create a habitat there for the birds which can come to you, for the insects which can come into those plants. Yes. If you're you know 2 suburbs away and you've got possums around, you're in their place. Give them a place to hang. Don't think that they're the pest. They're not the pest.
They're not.
No,
They're actually not.
we're the pests.
Only in New Zealand.
I apologise for the New Zealand Department of Conservation. Yeah, I don't agree with their culling policies, but, you know, here you're much nicer to your possums, thank goodness.
But if all these little habitats were everywhere, all of a sudden we end up with one big habitat again. And people can have one in their own yard. It's everywhere that we can all be doing it,
Well, I want to say thank you so much for coming in today and with our subject of re-indigenising ecology. And Darren McKenney, thank you so much for your words of wisdom. And Rewa Wright, thank you so much. And Ruli, the visuals have been fantastic. Thank you so much.
Very good, great work, Ruli.
Yeah, from all of us here at Newcastle University, I just want to say thanks very much for being part of the CQC for the very first time.
Did you ever want to hear a tree talk? Did you ever want to feel how water goes up the tree crones? How does the wind feel for the tree? Within the Garden of St. Petersburg, the artist and curator Natalia Fedorova takes us on a journey through the Internet of Trees that verbalizes the tree's sensualities. How does the digitization of forest not only change understandings of these environments, but also generate different practices and ontologies for addressing environmental change? Natalia will now tell us more about it.
To be the wind for the tree. To be the sun for the leaves. To be a mineral for the roots. To be something meaningful rather than harmful. To be a bird or a pollinator, insect. This year I felt closer to the trees than ever because of the induced immobility or because I had time and space to spend with them. The work translates the trees readable for the viewer, creating the vocabulary for the physiological processes that happen inside them. The sap going up the crones, the humidity of the trunk, connected with the humidity of the air and soil, their vertical position in the three axes, and how the tree feels gravity and wind. The 12 spectra of light that allow to analyze the conditions of the leaves.
Did you ever want to hear a tree talk? Did you ever want to feel how the water goes up the trunk to the very crones of the tree? Did you ever want to know how the wind feels for the tree? This project is based on the idea of Internet of Trees, verbalizing the tree sensuality. To be the wind for the tree is a poetry generator that takes the data from the Tree Talker Plus sensor to analyze 7 parameters of the tree vivacity and well-being in order to create variables within the sentence. The concept of Internet of Trees aligns with the Nature 4.0. Nature 4.0 corresponds to the idea of the fourth industrial revolution, and again we are thinking of the green infrastructures as the systems that are able of self-management. And in order for this to happen, what we need is the real-time, precise data on the parameters of the trees based on their vigor, well-being, and the risk of failure. And all of this can be done with the help of sensors that are connected to the internet, and the Tree Talker sensor can be one of these devices.
It was back in 2013 when the European Commission published the European Green Infrastructure Strategy, enhancing Europe's natural capital, with the aim of encouraging the development of green infrastructures at all territorial levels, national, regional, and local, and also to guarantee their consideration in territorial planning. So the European strategy defines the green infrastructure as a strategically planned network of natural and semi-natural areas with other environmental features designed and managed to deliver a wide range of ecosystem services. It incorporates green spaces or blue if aquatic ecosystems are considered, and other physical features in terrestrial, including coastal and marine areas. On land, green infrastructure is present in rural and urban settings. And the social functions of green spaces relate to general habitability level of the cities. We would probably stick to this definition. So the green infrastructure can be described as a network of natural and semi-natural features within and between villages, towns, and cities, reaching out into the wider countryside. These features range in scale from individual street trees, green roofs, and private gardens, through to parks, rivers, and woodlands, transport corridors, verges, and the large-scale wetlands, forests, and agricultural land. Beyond constructing a network of interconnected green spaces, which is a fundamental requirement for conserving biodiversity, the green infrastructure provides a large number of environmental, social, and economic benefits deriving from multiple ecosystem functions and services provided by nature, such as water regulation, erosion control, water purification, or the prevention of climate change. In the urban context, the benefits provided by green infrastructures are especially important due to their contribution to the health and well-being of the public. Their numerous benefits include improvements to air quality, tempering of the urban climate, consequent reduction of the urban heat island effect, and the reduction of atmospheric contamination. The multifunctional nature of green infrastructure is underpinned by the concept of ecosystem services. The research found that economic productivity, health, and well-being depend on a range of services provided by ecosystems and their constituent parts, such as water, soil, nutrients, and organisms. So generally speaking, these services include supporting services, those necessary for all ecosystem services, such as soil formation and photosynthesis, the provisioning services, such as food, fiber, and fuel, the regulating services, including air quality and climate, the cultural services, such as recreational activities and well-being, aesthetic values, and sense of place. Russian scientists have analyzed the current general construction plans of Moscow, St. Petersburg, Novosibirsk, Yekaterinburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Kazan, Chelyabinsk, Omsk, Samara, Rostov-na-Donu, Ufa, Krasnoyarsk, Perm, Voronezh, and Volgograd. As a result of this analysis, there has been concluded that the whole range of ecoservice functions of the green infrastructures is neither included nor valued in any of the cities named. The most widely mentioned is the recreational function of the ecological carcass. The second thing to be mentioned is the aeration and the air cleansing. Less considerable function is the sound pollution filter and the buffer zone creation. The anti-erosion ecosystem services are only mentioned in 2 general construction plans in Ufa and Kazan, despite the fact that this function should be acquired and acknowledged by all the cities that are situated on the riverbanks and in the steppe zone.
Now, why is it important to analyze the data from the trees and how it can help creating the smart urban infrastructure, and especially the green infrastructure, and why is the green infrastructure useful for the city, for the cities and the people who live in them? So let's understand this concept of green infrastructure. So the green infrastructure is kind of a green belt or the green ecosystem within the city. It doesn't only contain the trees, but the trees and shrubs and the grasses, they certainly all are part of the green infrastructure. It also contains the rivers and the air and the light. So all these parameters are included in the notion of green infrastructure. There is this funny test on how to measure the greenness of infrastructure within a certain city. So you can imagine a little rabbit or a hedgehog traveling from, say, north of the city to the south of the city. So if this little rabbit or hedgehog can do this, then the condition of the green infrastructure is right. If it cannot, well, I guess then it is not. So the total area of St. Petersburg is 144 hectares, and the percentage of the green infrastructure is 24, which equals to 35,000 hectares. That wouldn't be too bad in case all these trees were proportionally spread in the city. However, the 60% of all of this 35, are concentrated in 5 districts of St. Petersburg. Certainly, Kurortny and Petrodvorets would be the most considerable parts, but the other ones would be Vyborgsky, Primorsky, and Krasnosersky.
In summer 2019, the Department of Landscape Architecture of St. Petersburg State Forest Technical University became a co-implementer of the project Smart Technologies for Monitoring, Modeling and Assessment of Ecosystem Services of Green Infrastructure and Soils to support decision-making in the field of sustainable development of cities against the backdrop of global changes. This project is being developed at the People's Friendship University of Russia in Moscow by the scientific team managed by Professor Riccardo Valentini. The head organization of the project is the Laboratory of Smart Technologies for Sustainable Urban Development in the context of global change, and it's also situated in People's Friendship University. In 2019, the monitoring was carried out in Moscow and St. Petersburg. However, the project imagines the creation of an operational environmental monitoring system called Smart Urban Nature for cities in European Russia. And the priority cities will be Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don, and Apatity, and the system is planned to be implemented in this year and the following year. By early 2020s, more than 200 devices had been installed in Moscow, and 10 devices had been installed at test sites in St. Petersburg, at Forest Technical University, the Botanical Garden, and in the Summer Garden. So according to the data of monitoring of wood species conditions, 30% of the trees have approached the natural limit of life expectancy. Therefore, an important problem is preservation of old age trees and the increase of plantings to replenish the lost plantations. The idea of Internet of Trees is connected with the smart infrastructures, and these smart infrastructures work on several levels. So they are embedded in the soil and in the tree trunks. They are flying in the air. The flying in the air are the drones that can on one hand monitor the wildfires. On the other hand, they can be used for seeding the trees actually at quite industrial level. Once we talk about sensors on the tree trunks or in the soil, they actually comprise this idea of Internet of Trees. They are made up of, the Internet of Trees is made up of these sensors. Another way of tracing deforestation is the light radar, and this analysis of light and other changes in the tree infrastructure can also be analyzed through the machine learning and the neural networks. Once the changes are observed and the possible next stage can be predicted. The change in social terms that can be brought by means of Nature 4.0, smart forests and the Internet of Trees can be seen in 5 stages, or with the use of 5 strategies that Jennifer Gabriz, the leader of the Citizen Science Lab, has formulated. So the first step being the observation through the remote sensors, the observation of trees and forests, wider the forests, I mean. The next stage would be automation and optimization, and here the work can be the work of attacking, of alleviating the anthropogenic state, the anthropogenic trace, can be done at a certain industrial scale. The next stage would be datification, and we can see the green infrastructure, the parts of the green infrastructure, the parks, the city forests, as the places where the data is being produced, as the agents communicating with other societies. So this would make this objects of as parts of green infrastructure the active social agents. And the next stage would be participation and inclusion of wider social groups in
observing and ameliorating the green infrastructure. And there are apps and like i3 or the Open Street, where citizens of a certain town can add information on the conditions of green infrastructure, and hopefully all this will add to transformations and smart urban nature in particular. And the Tree Talker device can be seen as one of the stages, one of the steps within this 5 stages. This year has brought relatively considerable change into the management of green infrastructures in Moscow. There has been decided that the Tree Talker sensor, and to be more precise, 217 Tree Talker sensors will be used officially at the level of state management of Moscow city green infrastructure, and the Smart Urban Lab will participate actively in this process. This has become possible as a result of the a 2-year experiment at Aptekarski Огород, Bolotnaya Square, and the Botanic Garden of Lomonosov University, where the sensors had been installed, and the data obtained from them proved to be useful for the green infrastructure management. So at this point, the sensors are not only in Тимирязевский парк, Aptekarski Огород, and the Botanic Garden of the Lomonosov University, but they have also been installed in 2 venues in St. Petersburg, in the Summer Garden and in the Forest Academy.
The main character of the work, the main mediator, the main translator of the desires and sensualities and the needs of the tree is the Tree Talker sensor, the know-how of the Nature Smart Lab, and the production of the Nature 4.0 company. So this character exists in 4 modifications: TT+, TT1, TT Carbon, and TT Fire. TT+ works with the defining the speed of the sap flow. The TT1 works with the speed of the worm's impulse. The TT Carbon is focused on the carbon dioxide reworking into the sugars, and it will only be produced in January 2021. And TT Fire is aimed at prevention and finding the forest fires. So the most important with this technology for comprehensive monitoring of the state of green spaces is the solution of 2 problems: assessment of vertical stability and the physiological state of green spaces. Within the framework of the project, Smart Technologies for Monitoring, Modeling and Evaluating Ecosystem Services of Green Infrastructure and Soil to support decision-making in the field of sustainable urban development against the backdrop of global change. The technology of continuous monitoring and data transmission using the know-how of measuring equipment Tree Talker is being tested in 2 modifications: TTG, which determines the vertical resistance, and TT+, which assesses the physiological state of woody plants. The multifunctional tree talker device at the individual tree level provides continuous measurement, storage, and remote transmission of data on its vertical stability, angular deviation of the trunk from the normal along the 3 coordinate axes, water transport intensity, radial growth, photosynthetic activity, and the microclimatic indicators, temperature, relative humidity. The measurement of the above parameters is carried out on the basis of highly accurate methodological approaches. So the vertical stability of the tree is estimated using an automatic accelerometer, gyroscopic sensor. The intensity of water transport, a thermal dispersion sensor, temperature dissipation probe. Radial growth is an infrared distance sensor. Photosynthetic activity analysis of multispectral data, 12 spectra, visible and near-infrared wavelengths, about the sunlight passing through the tree crown. Measurements are taken every hour and a half, but this can be adjusted. The received data from the tree talker measuring device is regularly transmitted to the TT Cloud microcontroller, which in turn sends them to the web server using GSM network via GPRS modem. The tree talker device allows you to monitor in real time the dynamics of the physiological state of the tree, its vertical stability, as well as the microclimatic indicators of the environment. The tree talker consists of the microcontroller with the ATM Mega 328 processor chip enclosed in the case, acquiring signals from number of sensors designed for measurement of variables including water transport in xylem of the trunk, the sap flow, wood temperature and humidity, multispectral signature of light transmitted through the canopy, tree trunk radial growth, accelerations along 3D coordinate system used to detect tree movements, air temperature and relative humidity, which can be additionally completed by soil temperature and volumetric water content. A TT is typically mounted on the trees by means of a belt tightened around the tree trunk and powered by a combination of high-efficiency lithium-ion batteries and a small solar panel attached on the battery case. Depending on enabled measurement types, acquisition frequency, and installation locations, the battery's autonomy is expected to span from 3 weeks to a year. The sap flow density is retrieved according to the heat balance method developed by Granier in 1985 by monitoring the temperature of 2 20-millimeter long probes inserted into the stem wood at 10 centimeter distance along the trunk vertical axis. The probe in higher position is heated, while the lower one provides the stem wood reference temperature and is additionally equipped with a capacitive sensor for wood moisture measurement. This needle is very thin, so it prevents the creation of the wound and thus the infection of the tree. Similar technology is used in a dedicated probe for the volumetric water content. and temperature measurements. Multispectral measurements of sunlight are performed across 12 bands, covering the visible and near visible infrared spectrum, and centered at wavelengths of 450, 500, 550, 570, 600, 610, 650, 680, 730, 760, and 810 and 860 nm by means of spectrometer with a field of view of 40 degrees mounted on top of the TT case. The stem radial growth is measured by an infrared pulsed distance sensor positioned at a few centimeters from the tree trunk surface and kept in place by a carbon fiber stick anchored in the xylem. Any stem radial increment therefore translates into a reduction of the distance between the sensor and the targeted tree trunk surface, which according to laboratory tests can be determined with a resolution of not less than 100 for a sensor target distance up to 5 centimeters. The TT incorporates an accelerometer, providing data on changes of the device position over time and instant accelerations of tree trunk where it is installed. This technology can be conveniently applied to monitor the root plate tilt, as well as the flexion and the accelerations that tree trunks receive under the force of wind for the evaluation of tree failure risk. The thermohydrometer embedded on the microcontroller completes the set of sensors. Exchange through the device case is allowed by 0.6 millimeter wide circular hole covered with water vapor permeable membrane. The tree talker features a wireless connection using powerful lower power chipset LoRa for data transmission to a node managed by another microcontroller TT Cloud, serving up to 48 devices in one cluster. We suggest 20 to avoid data collision and data transmission. St. Petersburg Forest Technical University has been founded on the 22nd of April 1827 by Nicholas I. To be more precise, the first Forest Institute was founded in 1811 at Tsarskoye Selo, and the territory of the contemporary park of the Forest Academy was the territory of the farm by an Englishman, Davidson, but it was confiscated by the state because he wasn't paying his debts, his credit debts. So after the territory was acquired, the institute was transported from the Tsarskoye Selo, and around the building of the institute, there has been a park. The park was comprising, by the moment of its formation, it was comprising 277 dctins of soil, and there were trees there of different genera. However, there was also marshes and sands. So once the sands have been dried, the park was aimed to be certainly a recreational area of the vicinity, but was also aimed at giving the students an opportunity to have some practical classes in growing and breeding plants. So at this point, the territory of the Forest Academy is bordered by the Karbasheva Street, Novorossiyskaya Street, Novosilievsky Lane, Большой Samsonevsky Avenue, and the two parts of the park are divided by the Institute Lane. The Botanic Garden of the Forest Academy is a specially protected area of the federal meaning, and the park, despite the botanical garden, or rather inside the botanical garden, there is this interesting space of the nursery planting garden, where the species of exotic and less exotic plants are being experimented on, and their decorational and economical properties are being studied. So it seems the botanical garden of the Forest Academy seems to be the most appropriate place for the tree talker sensors, and hence first in St. Petersburg they were installed here. The data that you see on this Excel table, very legible. I can imagine that you immediately understand how the tree feels. So hence, this is basically why we're doing this text generator, to slightly humanize this scientific data from the tree talker. But let me give you a little bit of guidance on what you see here. So here you see the two types of data. The data designated by number 45 and the data designated by number 49. Data designated by number 45 would be the data from the main tree talker sensors, including the accelerometer, the thermal probe that allows us to learn about the sap flow, the infrared annual circle measurement device, and the thermohydrometer that gives information about the temperature and humidity outside, as well as the humidity of xylem. Number 49 data is the data from the spectrometer that analyzes the tree canopy in 12 visual spectra. However, there are, I'd say, 2 points where you can see any information about the condition of the leaves. The green leaf would be the one visible in the spectrum from 700 to approximately 900 nanomicrons. The leaf, which is slightly yellow, slightly damaged, would be visible in between 400 and 600, and 700 and 800. There would be 2 peaks. And the leaf, which is completely yellow, would be visible in the gap between 400 and approximately 600 nanomicrons. So let's look at each line of the text. So the first line makes a general statement on the tree physiology. The second translates the data from the accelerometer and the position of the tree in X, Y, and Z axis. The third interprets the thermal probe and the speed of the sap inside the tree trunk. The force is derived from the spectral analysis data, and since the light is the only thing that actually changes very quickly during the day, this is probably the most dynamic type of data. And the fifth line comments on the tree radial growth, so that is the information that definitely doesn't change very often, since we talk about the annual growth rings.
Quem contará a nossa história?
A imagem tem frequentemente mais memória e mais futuro que o ser que a olha.
20 de março de 2020, sexta, 21h52. Perdi completamente a distinção de dia e o significado social dos mesmos. Hoje, por exemplo, ser sexta não faz a menor diferença. Descobri meio que por acaso olhando para meu celular.
Se a pandemia é alguma coisa tão grave que atinge a todos nós...
É um momento traumático em escala global.
Uma tragédia tão grande que abrange todo o planeta.
Estamos todos vivendo um momento inédito para essa geração e para gerações futuras.
Por outro lado, nós podemos aproveitar este momento para revigorar a capacidade humana de narrar.
O que é um arquivo?
Quando a gente trabalha com historiografia, quando a gente trabalha com memória, a gente parte do pressuposto que nós trabalhamos com fragmentos e subjetividades.
E esse projeto Memórias Covid-19 do Unicamp é um projeto muito importante para o futuro.
O objetivo primordial da plataforma é reunir depoimentos e testemunhos sobre as vivências, as experiências de todos nós ao longo da pandemia.
Acho um projeto muito interessante, pois vai resguardar essa memória coletiva que um dia mais tarde poderemos ter os testemunhos que passaram por estes tempos.
Para que possam compreender a nossa dor, as nossas angústias e até as nossas pequenas alegrias cotidianas, mesmo num tempo tão dramático.
Um grande acervo de memória, né, de história, para a gente poder construir, né, um mundo diferente depois disso tudo.
É uma arte, como tudo, cuide-se bem. Tem mil surpresas à espreita, em cada esquina mal iluminada, em cada rua estreita. Em cada rua estreita do mundo.
Nasci e cresci pra ninguém botar defeito. O plano é perfeito.
Nós temos uma comissão curatorial. Ela é composta por especialistas de diversas áreas, tanto no Brasil quanto fora do Brasil. E nós recebemos as submissões que são enviadas para essa comissão curatorial, que faz a seleção dos relatos que vão efetivamente integrar a plataforma. Inclusive os relatos, aqueles que não são selecionados e os que são selecionados pela plataforma, isso tudo vai ficar disponível nesse arquivo.
People engaged in this project, they didn't need to have any previous background as artists or as historians or as researchers to upload or to submit any audio, any image, any video, any written piece to participate in the project.
Esses documentos exaltam a existência humana no mundo.
Nós aceitamos vários suportes de memórias.
Pode ser uma música, pode ser um relato escrito. Pode ser um audiovisual, pode ser uma fotografia.
Até reflexões bem mais elaboradas, poesias.
This is very interesting from the point of view of what we are living nowadays. As video, photo, audio become, something that's not in our everyday life, that we can do this with very, very simple objects such as our cell phones. É tudo muito mais fácil com esta revolução tecnológica.
A nossa proposta é bem plural, bem diversificada nesse sentido.
I think this is a very interesting project for us to understand how this contemporary society deals with that kind of media.
É um pouco do que ficou. São rastros.
Olhares sobre esse momento, o momento do isolamento.
O cotidiano, sobre o trabalho doméstico diário do isolamento, os pães, as leituras.
Como expressar esse momento.
Hoje eu preferia me esconder, abrir se a saudade bater. Tristeza vai me ver assim. Eu faço ela morrer antes de mim.
Vem meu irmão, meu camarada, a minha mão larga da tua mão, por nada da tua mão, por nada.
A gente olha pela janela, mas olha também para dentro.
Investigações profundas a respeito do significado da pandemia para todos nós.
A memória, ela também nos dá força para resistir. O projeto, ele é muito rico por conta disso.
Vai preservar uma memória coletiva do Brasil e de outros países.
A história e a memória se entrecruzam para nos mostrar que a gente não vai se esquecer.
Nós sabemos que aumentou muito a questão da violência doméstica, tem várias vivências que talvez as pessoas prefiram não atrelar o seu nome ao seu relato, e nós temos inclusive essa alternativa.
25 de março, sexto dia consecutivo de confinamento, dia bem mais tenso, abaixo com um discurso completamente translocado de Jair Bolsonaro, pregando o retorno à normalidade das atividades como se a Covid não existisse.
Para que possam denunciar para o futuro os desmandos dos nossos governantes e da nossa classe dominante, que empreendem uma política verdadeiramente genocida em relação aos grupos populares e aos grupos menos favorecidos em geral.
Tem outros vírus por aqui.
Nós sabemos que há uma poética, que há uma subjetividade nesse momento. Nós sabemos também que existe um lado bastante sombrio. Então, nós temos essa alternativa do anonimato.
Para mim, tem sido bem estressante tudo isso, toda essa quarentena, todo esse vírus aqui. Eu, meu pai e minha mãe, a gente pegou o vírus, a gente não sabe como também. Eu achava que tinha sido um dia que eu tive que levar uma tia minha no UPA. Depois de 3 dias que eu levei ela no UPA, comecei a apresentar uns sintomas que pareciam de gripe, mas aí eu tomei remédio de gripe, tomei várias coisas e não adiantou, não ia embora, a dor de cabeça não sumia. Aí a minha mãe começou a apresentar os sintomas e eles fizeram um teste nela, porque ela já tem 60 anos. E deu positivo. E aí tem os trabalhos da faculdade, tem que se preocupar com as notas, tem que se preocupar com a prova, preocupar com a saúde da minha mãe e essa pressão dela que fica alta todos os dias, e tem que controlar e tá fazendo vários tratamentos também. É assim, tem sido tudo bem estressante, porque realmente eu tô bem desanimada, assim. E é isso, né? Tem que Tenho que buscar força onde eu não tenho agora para mim conseguir, porque o segundo semestre daqui a pouco tá aí.
Como eu vou respirar, como eu vou beber, beijar, o meu destino é caminhar assim de máscara na rua, pra evitar que no meu corpo o vírus se inclua. Deixe eu me proteger até do presidente da República, de quem me chama terrorista, quem pede a ditadura. Máscara, desmascarar, nunca é tarde pra retirar.
A maioria das pessoas já estão há 120, 130 dias de isolamento. Nós temos um longo percurso ainda. Nós não temos uma data limite para encerrar as inscrições.
Supere distâncias, supere isolamentos.
Eu convido todos a acessar o nosso site, onde você pode colocar, então, o seu olhar sobre a pandemia.
Decidi ir até a beira-mar, conversar com Iemanjá. Na praia, me ocorreu que eu poderia escrever para ela, pedindo a Iemanjá que levasse todos os males, físicos e espirituais da terra, lavando com suas águas salgadas.
A nossa plataforma Memórias Covid-19 vai servir, digamos, para uma arqueologia digital.
Então é um projeto que pretende ser uma cápsula do tempo, onde essas memórias vão ser legadas para o futuro.
Para as pessoas que queiram entender como que as pessoas lidaram, como que as pessoas se expressaram nesse momento.
Pessoas que, isoladas, conseguem ver de suas janelas a possibilidade de futuro ainda, a esperança.
Now to East Asia, the Ars Electronica Garden Seoul. Human Nature is a conference to share the meaning of the upcoming era of the third life through social, cultural, and artistic approaches. French gardener Gilles Clement defines third landscape as undetermined fragment of the planetary garden. It is an area of the future where diversity simply exists. The conference is to share the main discourse on the garden, the central theme of Ars Electronica, and the third life of the Korean National University of Arts.
Hello everyone, I'm Bum-Soon Park, historian of science at KAIST. Thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful conference or a journey through online connectivity. I'm especially excited because Johannes Kepler is one of my favorite figures during the scientific revolution, and the conference title is Kepler's Garden. In that sense, I'm already connected to the people in Linz and other conference participants around the world. Delighted to meet you all in this way. In today's talk, I will juxtapose Kepler with James Lovelock, who shocked the world with his Gaia hypothesis about the Earth in the late 20th century. With these two scientists, I'm going to emphasize the connectivity between nature and culture, or simply nature-culture for that matter, in the new geological time called Anthropocene. Let us pause a little bit to think about what we know about modern science. We are subscribed to a set of binaries dividing human and non-human, living and non-living, and so on. We tend to think that the scientists should walk on the right side, even for human subjects. When did this notion start? Of course, during the 16th and 17th centuries, the time of scientific revolution. But some people, including a philosopher and STS scholar Bruno Latour, asked, have you ever been modern? Or is it really possible to separate nature and culture, science and politics and so on? So he said that we have never been modern. I will take this notion to understand Kepler's time and our time of the Anthropocene. Perhaps I don't need to talk too much about Kepler. Very briefly, his father died when he was very young, so Kepler was raised by his mother, Katharina, an innkeeper's daughter. She was known to be a healer using medicinal plants that she grew in her garden and some ingredients from animals, such as bats' wings. A dangerous business indeed, even at the time. In fact, later on, she was indicted as a witch, but Kepler came to successfully defend her. This is a drawing of 1577 Great Comet, and Kepler was only 6 years old at that time, and he was taken by his mother to see the spectacle. As you know, the comet was regarded as a destroyer of an orderly universe with the Earth at its center. So it's a disorderly agent. An intellectual battle, as well as a religious one, was being waged over this geocentric worldview and Copernicus's heliocentric one. The best known astronomer at the time was Tycho Brahe, a Danish nobleman who later became the imperial astronomer in the Holy Roman Empire. Kepler was hired as his assistant and then succeeded him in 1601, hence this monument in Prague. What's important is the fact that Tycho Brahe was the champion of connecting celestial events with terrestrial affairs. So when he built an observatory castle called Uraniborg on the island of Hven, he placed it in the middle of the garden where all sorts of plants were growing. We can have a good sense of his pursuit of his connectivity between heavenly and earthly things by looking at the design of the castle. This looks like an ordinary castle, but it's an observatory. The second floor is devoted to observing and recording the daily movement of heavenly bodies. And on the first floor, the people are gathered to analyze the data. It's interesting to note that there is a furnace in the basement. And what is it for? It's for the alchemical studies. Why alchemy? The drawing on the right side has more details on the activities going on each floor. Alchemy at the time was pursued as a terrestrial astronomy to complement a better celestial astronomy. This complementary study of astronomical observation and alchemical operation was the key to deciphering the mystery of nature and human all together. Quite independently, Kepler went on to study the mystery of cosmos by finding the geometrical relations of 5 planets within the solar system. He still held on to the view that all the motions of the heavenly bodies should be circular, the image of perfect and then recurring. This he changed when he began to use Tycho Brahe's most accurate data in the early 17th century. Then he published his masterpiece, New Astronomy, in 1609, where he proposed the elliptical motion of the planets with the belief that the sun is emanating the mysterious force, holding up the planets and moving them. Some historians even argue that giving up the uniform circular motion was more difficult than shifting to the heliocentric view. So someone called it Keplerian revolution. Galileo was a good example who held the Copernican worldview but believed in the circular motion of the heavenly bodies. He became famous for improving a toy spyglass into a telescope. He was able to raise his salary 3 times at the University of Padua by demonstrating the power of telescope to the leaders of the Venetian Republic. Why Venetian Republic leaders, politicians are interesting? Because with the telescope, you can spot the enemies coming from the horizon faster than anybody else. Unlike Kepler, Galileo was more interested in proving that the so-called heavenly bodies are neither perfect nor mysterious. They are nothing more than rocks or de-animated billiard boards in today's term, which just follow the laws of motion. This particular perception of de-animation, de-animated objects, became the foundation of modern science, which is called the mechanical worldview. Now, fast forwarding to the 20th century. This photo may be very familiar to all of you, and this is the bombing of Hiroshima in 1945. And this is the city scene after the bombing. And since that time, we are also familiar with socio-economic changes that took place around the world. And for example, GDP per capita in UK is rising very fastly. The Korea is no exception, and although the Korea took off since 1970s instead of 1950s, so it is an upward graph. And also take a look at changes in the natural phenomena and the temperature rise. Temperature rise also took place around that time in the middle of 20th century, and it's a very steep curve. This is also the famous Killing curve, the concentration of CO2 curve, which was done by Charles David Killing in Honolulu. What's interesting is we can also see the CO2 concentration has been raising in the ocean as well, and the pH of acidity of the ocean is going down, which means the acidification of the ocean is being progressed. So we are in the era of great acceleration, and socioeconomic indicators show the upward swing in many aspects, like population and GDP, and even the number of McDonald's restaurants. Also, some natural indicators also show some upward trends: CO2 concentration, nitrogen oxide concentration, methane, and so on. So we are in the era of great accelerations. In 2000, the Nobel Prize winner Paul Crutzen proposed to use the new term, Anthropocene, meaning human epoch, to indicate the changes caused by the human activities. And it was taken up by scientists and humanities scholars, social scientists, artists, literary people all around the world like a fire. And this is the Economist magazine has a special edition on the Anthropocene, and then it says that humans have changed the way the world works. Now they have to change the way they think about it too. And this is the poster of Anthropocene documentary and made by Edward Bortinsky, the Canadian photographer and the filmmaker, and he go around the world and then see the massive changes on the surface of the earth made by the human beings. And this on the left is the mountain, the Marble Mountain in Italy, and then you can see how much it was taken by the human beings, and then also the plastics and the chickens. And so when we are talking about the Anthropocene as a geological time, we need evidence. And then some people say that, well, chicken bone can be a fossil for the future, or plastics, or radioactive materials after Hiroshima. And in the 1950s and early 60s, there are a number of nuclear bomb tests. And so it's evident that it's around the world. And it's the most compelling evidence is radioactive materials. So this is the photo that I showed at the beginning of the presentation. And this is called the Earth Rise. It's taken in 1968 by Apollo number 8. And the astronaut there, William Anders, said, we came out all the way to explore the moon. And the most important thing is that we discovered the Earth. This is a particular time when the environmental movements were rising, and there was a Vietnam War. There was the assassinations of important people in the United States, and so it's a very depressing time. And this picture gave people a new opportunity to look back on the Earth. As many of you know, the Apollo program was the product of the Cold War, the time when the United States and the Soviet Union were fiercely competing for the supremacy in technology and ideology. During that time, the NASA, the agency for the space program, not only had the Apollo program, but also wanted to explore further out, and for example, whether there is a life in Mars or Jupiter and so on. So they grouped together the people who were very ingenious in finding, in creating detectors to see whether there is a life or not. And then one of them, one of those who were invited to the group was James Lovelock. And then it's interesting that the NASA calling him a maverick. He is an PhD in medicine, but he is an engineer, inventor, problem solver, and he's doing everything. And then he was invited, and even he didn't have any academic positions. And so he was invited to the group in California, and then to see how we can find the life, the evidence of life in Mars. And his answer was that, well, we don't really have to send a person there to check it. We just need to see whether the atmosphere there is chemically equilibrium or not. And he was able to reach the conclusion by comparing the conditions on the Earth and on the Mars. In other words, on the Earth, we don't have a chemical equilibrium. It's always changing, in flux. Why? Because of the living entities, the life on Earth. In other words, biosphere. Biosphere is a sphere where the biological entities, the life things are living, and the biological spheres are affecting atmosphere. And atmosphere is also affecting the biosphere. In other words, they are connected. That's James Lovelock's discovery, and then this became the basis for his famous Gaia hypothesis. Bruno Latour, the philosopher, found it very interesting and important. And he tried to give some philosophical meanings on the Gaia hypothesis. Latour summarized Lovelock's problem in this way. Lovelock wanted to understand how the Earth is different from the Mars, of course, and in what respect the Earth is active. What's the meaning of being active? And without endowing it with a soul, some kind of a mysterious middle-aged kind of soul. And what is the immediate consequence of the Earth's activities? And how the Earth retroacts to the collective actions of the human beings. In other words, the Earth is reacting to human activities. And then we can see that in the climate crisis. And also characteristics of Lovelock's Gaia, and the Latour thought that it is composed of agents that are neither de-animated, like a Galileo's billiard ball, nor over-animated, like a Renaissance naturalism. It is not a system, so not a mechanical system. It's rather an anti-system. There is no one thing that governs everything, okay? And not a living organism. A lot of people got confused about Gaia is an organism and the mythical figure. No, rather it's a superorganism, it's a Latour's term, a collection of parts that fulfill a function. So it's not pre-planned, it's going and reacting collectively. So the climate is the historical result of reciprocal connections which interfere with one another. So this picture this is a cover page of the Nature published in 2015, and this really captures the meaning of the Anthropocene. And in the Anthropocene, there is no division between nature and culture, humans and non-humans, etc. The social is never separate from the natural. And then you can see that in human bodies there were all sorts of human activities, and also the natural phenomena as well. Bruno Latour this year in March sent a Twitter saying that, remember when it was hard to accept that non-humans like microbes could be a full-fledged actors, able to build up associations in addition to those more classically social. Now it's a common sense. Here is the Chinese pollution, with or without virus. In other words, non-humans can change human behaviors and the nature. This is a perfect example that he tries to show. So a lot of people are working on the Anthropocene, trying to find the evidence, and also the natural scientists are trying to find the evidence how human activities, like destroying the habitats or climate change and so on, create the rise of a coronavirus, or called the zoonotic disease, the disease coming from animals. So it's a quite recent, the paper published in Nature, it's published in August. It says that, and then this is the interview with the scholar, the scientist who made a comment on this paper. This research offers an important correction. The greatest zoonotic threats, like a coronavirus, arise where natural areas have been converted to croplands, pastures, and urban areas. The patterns the researchers detected were striking, and then the researchers examined the 600 plus places to show how the habitat destructions caused the rise of bats and the rats and other animals. So coronavirus affected human activities. We all know that. But in fact, it is human activities that caused the virus outbreak. We are getting what we created. So coming back to the first slide that I showed. And now it's quite clear there is a high connectivity between the two sets of ideas: humans, non-human, living, non-living, mind, body, subjectivity, objectivity, culture, nature, politics, and science. It's all connected. Or it's called affect. And so nature culture in today's garden is a symbol of connectivity. So I think it is fair to say that we are living in the world with high connectivity. This is a very important epistemological stance. We cannot separate between the two, and rather with a combined perception, then we will be able to handle a number of important and threatening phenomena like a pandemic. And this, I think, is related to one of the main themes of the conference, which is third life. Third life means nature, culture, not separate as a one entity. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Haeyeon. I train in contemporary and technology art, and most recently, I have focused my attention on the study of bioart, which directly deals with nature and life as art objects. Considering that bioart mainly utilizes converging technologies to deal with the properties of living life, there are complex interests in various fields of science and technology. Therefore, the issue of what, how, and why on convergence is inevitably important. And in the sense, through bioart, we have a view of the current world trends and the backsides of society, the so-called era of the fourth industrial revolution, or Hammer 100. The more I dive into bioart, the more questions I continue to contemplate. What is life really? What is nature? What is it to be human? These questions are becoming more pressing with the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Similar to people all around the world, Korean citizens wear masks to defend against COVID-19, refraining from contact with others as much as possible in accordance with social distancing and other quarantine guidelines. In these circumstances, people take refuge in the natural environment, which provides relief and comfort, while at the same time, protection against the risk of infection. In nature, one can feel a sense of free life with the whole body and become aware of one's identity as a human. To illustrate, according to Google's COVID-19 community mobility reports, which currently tracks location data of Android mobile device users around the world, people visit parks more often than other spaces if the spread of COVID-19 is perceived to be low and under control. For example, visit to parks by Koreans on August 11th and August 14th, 2020 was about 25% and 42% higher compared to the average visits from January 3rd to February 6, 2020, as a reference value when the spread of COVID-19 was in its very early stages. This increase is highly significant considering that the fluctuations in visit rates of other species for the same periods were not as significant. With Korea's high population density, mainly in large cities, being a factor, the results of Google's report have far implications. It is evident that with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, society has become keenly aware of nature and life itself. Virtual and augmented reality technologies can reproduce nature with vivid colors, but this is not real, natural nature. People recognize the need to connect to nature, which is why they may seek to live near parks that are within walking distance rather than, say, a 10-minute car ride. And in the same light, the quantitative and qualitative gaps for access to nature has emerged to become similar to the gaps between the rich and the poor. COVID-19 has certainly highlighted the issues of social, economic, and political inequality, and that access to nature has emerged as a requisite for a higher quality of life. Just as the scarcity in works of art leads to higher monetary values, access to nature becomes increasingly coveted, and to have the right to possess real nature is in itself the right to exercise power. It is a paradox of the developed civilization, and that there is a dilemma between developing nature and life in order to obtain nature and life. To this, we must ask the question, on what basis can humans exercise these rights? BioArt, which deals with life by way of converging technologies, cannot elude the same question. Technology is oriented towards a specific goal, which shows that its technology is not value neutral. In BioArt, where science, art, and life converge, there may be a conflict of values pursued by each domain. Conflicts of values can lead to ethical problems. While ethics is a principle of rational judgment for moral dilemmas, helping to ponder, choose, and justify right and wrong, in this present age, when the boundaries between right and wrong are intricately entangled, it's not easy for ethics to function as a clear judgment principle. For example, many BioArt projects are conducted in scientific laboratories rather than in art studios. Therefore, various inputs, such as experimental equipment, materials, and finances depend on institutional arrangements, policies, and economic support of the science industry. And in some cases, the scientific and ethical validity of the project is deliberated by the ethics committee. In evaluating ethics, purpose and method must be considered, but it's not easy to discern whether a proper method is ethical in other contexts in terms of art, science, and life. Also, because of interest in various fields conflict, it's difficult to judge ethics simply by separating its aspects. In general, BioArt is subject to conflict, especially in the understanding of bioethics among other ethical aspects. This is because the standards and existing ideas that define life may differ slightly in each field. Even within science, there are differences in the concept and category of life for each field, so it's not simple to distinguish the boundary between life and non-life and to define it universally. In such a situation, as it relates to BioArt projects that are collaborations between fine artists and engineers, the bioethical perspective among team members may be more different. Moreover, not all artists have the same sense of ethical responsibility, and that some may criticize the deliberation of the ethics committee for the project as inappropriate, while others agree with the committee's deliberation for raising awareness about the risks that the project may pose. And in the process of ethical conflict, the artistic and aesthetic intentions and plans of the project are sometimes modified or changed by teams that may consist entirely of engineers and only one or few artists. Even if bioart takes a critical position and raises objections to the contradictions and problems of existing ethical standards or concepts, one thing is clear here, and that such attempts are already implemented within the system of science. A bioart project is not free from the frame of scientific research method, since proceeds according to laboratory guidelines and requires deliberation by the ethics committee within the guidelines of bioethics, consistent with biotechnology. Therefore, we may face issues such as whether it is appropriate for an art project to depend on biotechnology to criticize the bioethical contradiction of the biotechnology, and whether the method of criticism is ultimately in line with the purpose and value of science and technology. Bioart dealing with life is bound to conflict between the right to create art and its ethical obligations. Does bioart have the right to process life? If only the ethics of the laboratory is followed, is the indulgence of ethics followed? Isn't this immoral? So, should bioart be moral? If art must be moral, how is art's creativity and autonomy guaranteed? Is art autonomy essential? What should art endure for its autonomy? Bioart is definitely scientific, but bioart is not science. Therefore, it is somewhat contradictory to evaluate and judge whether an art project is appropriate according to the principles and norms of science. Because of this, a specific understanding and judgment on the ethical legitimacy of bioart is also necessary. Since the 20th century, everything that exists in the world has been used as an art object, but life cannot be treated so carelessly. To get the right to it, we need justification for the legitimacy of the process beyond purpose and outcome. Sometimes advanced engineering introduced in bioart is highlighted. So even though the work was carried out to criticize the power of science and technology that exerts on life, the outstanding technology attracts attention regardless of intention. It's like the tail wagging the dog. In this situation, knowledge and understanding of technology with the optimistic or blind curiosity must precede art, thereby unintentionally leading to scientific elitism in art. This is one of the trends that appear in current technology arts, including bioart. Ironically, as new creations are carried out with cutting-edge technology, thoughts and concerns about art and discussions or understanding of art become increasingly rare. Shouldn't there be a basis and meaning for how this creation is art? For this, it's necessary to reflect on art, a fundamental reflection on whether art can manipulate life artificially and on what grounds art can deal with life is necessary. It is not a biotech reflection on bioethics, but a reflection of bioart on it. This contemplation of art will eventually lead to reflection on the essence of art. Where should art now go? What is the essence of art? It is a task for technology arts as well as bioart in the era of the new normal. It's time to rethink art again. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Soyo Lee. I'm a visual artist living and working in Seoul and also a lecturer at the Korea National University of Arts. For the past couple of years, I've been paying attention to several local plants for their ethnobotanical significance. Among them, I will focus on my encounter with Paulownia tomentosa for this talk. P. tomentosa is a common native plant species found throughout our city. Later in this talk, I'd like to take my observation into the context of third nature as described by anthropologist Anna Tsing. I'm sure all of you would be able to find comparable examples in your neighborhood around the world. First, I will show you some taxonomic as well as cultural features of P. tomentosa. Then I will show diverse fragments of its life as an agent of today's urban environment in Seoul. Temporarily, there is an empty lot adjacent to the Korea National University of Arts campus. It is about 115 square meters, and it used to look somewhat like this before it was cleared out for urban renewal last year. The area was mostly packed with houses built in the 1980s as private housing for the employees at the Agency for the National Security Planning, or ANSP. In fact, a part of the Korea National University of Arts campus is currently using the former ANSP buildings after it relocated to a different part of Seoul in 1995. Before a luxurious townhouse complex comes in the next year or so, the lot would be free of everyday human activities. This is a news clip from June 2020 showing the Reconstruction Association meeting which took place at this site. Map of the lot and the townhouse floor plans. I sneaked into this lot a few weeks ago to take a peek at a P. tomentosa specimen I had been watching from the other side of the brick wall. As you can see, this individual has a main trunk which seems about 20 years old with newer coppice shoots. I will get back to this tree in a little bit. Paulownia tomentosa is a deciduous tree in the genus Paulownia, first identified in 1841 by German botanist E.G. von Streude. It is native to parts of China as well as the entire Korean peninsula. During the Japanese occupation in 1925, Ueki Homiki, professor at the Agricultural and Forestry College Suwon, identified Paulownia koreana based on the dotted patterns in the petal. However, this nomenclature remains unresolved as of now. As the physical habitat as well as social-cultural relations of human and non-human organisms do not always coincide with national boundaries, there is still much to be researched about the phylogenetic and ethnographic aspects of this plant. Here, you see mature trees in bloom in May 2020, some anatomical features, and different types of leaves. This large one is an example of young leaf from a coppice stem. Coppice stems produce such larger leaves to maximize photosynthesis and growth. These are some more details showing flower buds, seeds, and seed pods. And finally, a colored scanning electron microscope image of a single P. tomentosa seed. Each seed is about 3 millimeters in diameter, but have wing-like structures to be carried to remote locations by wind. From the 19th to early 20th century, you can find evidence from Feng Shui and folklore that P. tomentosa were intentionally planted in the yard. As seen in these folk paintings, the plant was valued as the only tree on which the phoenix would rest on when a good ruler was in power. In olden days, aristocratic and elite families would plant P. tomentosa at the birth of a girl. This fast-growing tree matures within 10 to 15 years, so it can be cut down and carved into wooden furniture as her dowry. The wood was also excellent for making musical instruments. However, P. tomentosa eventually became inadequate for urban households after the 1970s. Most people no longer harvested wood to make their own furniture, and this fast-growing tree, as well as fast-spreading plant, requires more pruning and maintenance than most landscaping trees. Coming back to the tree in the empty lot, Judging from the way in which the main trunk has squeezed through the brick wall, it was probably not planted as part of someone's garden. Seen from the other side of the wall, the main trunk has been pruned several times before the tree was left to mature into shape. I was able to assume that this individual have been flown into the spot as a seed and then has started off as a weed rather than a garden plant, who eventually found a place in this neighborhood after 1 or 2 decades of tug-of-war with human residents. It was probably difficult to decide whether to take down the tree at the time of demolition, because the root would have stretched out through and under the brick wall, independent of administrative districts set by humans. I'm looking forward to seeing how this tree is dealt with as the construction progresses this fall. Although this lot looks empty from afar, it contained a variety of plant specimens, and interestingly, many of them were reflecting traces of vegetable and flower gardens that no longer exist. Most of these herbaceous plants will be uprooted or covered once the construction begins, but I look forward to seeing any that might spread and revive in the neighborhood. Before leaving this lot, I gathered a whole lot of berries from black nightshades and cherry tomatoes that are not owned by anyone at this time. This experience reminded me of the book The Mushroom at the End of the World by anthropologist Anna Tsing, which came out in 2018. Since its publication, the book has been actively referenced in the humanities and arts communities in Korea as well. In this book, the author carefully maps out the complexity of fragmented relationships among the human gatherers and consumers of matsutake mushrooms, the fungi, and the former industrial pine forests of North America. These forests, as described by Tsing, are disturbed nature and natural habitat for matsutake at the same time. Matsutake cannot be cultured by humans, but flourishes in forests that have been heavily disturbed by humans. After the decline of industrial forestry in North America, the forest workers have transformed to mushroom gatherers, finding new ecology and economy outside of global capitalism. Tsing defined first nature as ecological relationships, second nature as capitalist transformations to these relationships, and finally third nature as what manages to live on despite capitalism. Her idea of third nature allows us to appreciate and pay attention to the autonomy of all agents in a given ecological relationship, and to be careful not to overestimate the human effects in this biosphere across deep time. Paulownia tomentosa in Seoul is an offspring of traditional home gardens. However, the species has lost commercial value and practical use, and is no longer compatible with contemporary urban architecture. People have mixed feelings about the plant. It still lives in our memories, folklores, myths, and cultural traditions of the bygone times. It also pleases our eyes with lush flowers for a couple of months in the spring. However, from June to October, people struggle to protect various architectural structures from its fast-growing branches and roots, large leaves, and the abundance of seeds and seedlings uncontrollably spreading everywhere by wind. I must also point out, most people living in Seoul are probably oblivious to the existence of this organism. P. tomentosa in Seoul has a different biological life cycle and economical value than edible white mushrooms in Tsing's story. However, once I started noticing it, I could not stop. It seemed to pop up like mushrooms in the woods after the rain, providing clues as an instance of third nature in relation to developmentalism and urban renewal. Thank you for watching, and I will end this talk with selected image of P. tomentosa in my neighborhood in Seoul.
artist M.Eiffler have been dealing with long-term memory loss for most of their life due to an accident in their childhood. Over the past years, they've developed an archive of handwritten notebooks and daily videos to supplement their memories, and linked it with a homemade DIY AI system designed solely for personal use. The system helps them in cross-referencing, linking, and filtering the memories collected in their written and filmic archive. Join M.Eiffler on this journey as they introduce us to their prosthetic memory.
Good morning, future self. This will be your video memory for today, August 8th, Saturday. But also, can you tell I just woke up? But also this video is for the Ars Electronica Starts 2020 prize. We couldn't have the exhibition in person because the Ronas. So we're having an online exhibition instead. Okay, let's start with that video from earlier this year. It's a trailer for the Prosthetic Memory Project. We used it in the application. One sec, I'm looking for it. Okay, ready to reminisce to February 2020. How do you remember? What does it feel like, or taste like, or smell like? What do you see inside your head? What do you hear? Because I can't do any of that. Hi. My name is M.Eiffler, and this video is documenting my piece Prosthetic Memory in its world debut. Prosthetic Memory has 3 components: handmade paper journals, including drawings and writings, video documentation edited into daily or weekly videos that capture the events and experiences and thoughts and feelings that are all churning up in my life. And lastly, a custom machine learning algorithm, which acts as a cohesive bridge between the physical and virtual objects that make up my prosthetic memory. Recall interrupted. Okay, bring up the components menu. Let's narrow in on journals and come back to the present.
You want to go in the freezer? It can be arranged. It can be arranged. I guess that's another way. That's like a poor man's way to do taxidermy. I'll just put you in there, and every time we get some ice cream, it's like, hi, cutie.
In the gallery, a copy of one of the paper notebooks is set up on a table where audience members can turn the pages. The AI uses a camera above the book to recognize which page has been turned to and plays the associated memories on the desk nearby. Because of my traumatic brain injury, I can remember very little. My long-term memory, which should hold the memories of my childhood, my wedding, my graduation from grad school, only manages to hold on to things like my phone number and how to ride a bicycle. It's an important part of the zombie murdering process. Come on, doggo.
Is having doggos?
No, it's yelling at zombies and saying, "Why did you change weapons? Why are you shooting me?" Yeah. Recognized exercise. Speed change to 553.43%. Change speed setting for exercise.
Doggy, 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 dog. Hey, sweetos. No. What are you doing? Oh.
Okay, recommend a new memory based on current activity. Recognized walking. Reminisce to December 2019. July 2019. August 2018. Commencing reminiscence to August 2018. So on very rocky territory, it definitely limits my mobility. It makes it hard to like put my toe on something and grip as I push up because it pulls on the brace. But it does mean that I don't like kick anything or like scuff my toe on the rock. I do actually get like my heel up, which is the most important part of walking for me, I guess, is heel strike. And it's a lot easier now with the brace. That's not smoke, that's chocolate powder. Let's come back to the present from this object. I don't know what to do here. Read me one of the journal entries. Something close by and about memory loss. Here's one from 2 days in the future, August 10th. The insatiable hunger of whiteness. Before my grandparents came to America, they weren't white. They were Irish and British and soaked to the bone in their own specific hatreds and prejudices. But today, in America, I am white. Or I am of European descent with white privilege, the descendant of island people colonized by their neighbors and their neighbors' neighbors before that. But that too is just a story. The one story I know from one grandparent of 4. I have no idea where the rest of my blood comes from, which itself is a kind of memory loss. Like holding on to the spinning world with one arm while the rest of my foundation is flung away. I don't know what else you're supposed to use when you ran out of exo.
Didn't I already kill this woman?
So much for usable audio.
What's that?
I said so much for using that audio.
Oh, sorry. sorry.
Didn't I already kill this woman?
So who really see character design?
Oh, it was like the same zombie again?
Yeah, there's like not a zombie, a person. A boss. Like it was a boss battle. And I killed her. And here she is again? What? Maybe she is a zombie. I don't know. I think they just reused the same character model for some reason.
What? Recall interrupted.
Welcome to the landscape of mutations. Welcome to the south of the world, to the city of Valdivia. Mutaciones project of Universidad Austral de Chile proposes a journey towards a landscape characterized by the uncertainties of mutations. We'll get to know telluric mutations related to the strongest earthquake in history, ecological mutations linked to wetlands, cultural mutations that respond to the Mapuche imaginary, and visual mutations that arise as outcomes of the political revolt that Chile is going through. We would also like to invite you to know the work of creators, researchers, and artists, and the ways in which they imagine a changing world in the midst of the pandemic. A landscape of artistic uncertainty, where mutation is an internal form of the artworks.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are confirmed to go for orbit. 8.5 down, 20 feet. 15 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely, 200 feet. 4.5 down, 5.5 down. Within 50 feet, 6.5 down, 5.5 down. 9 forward.
And now to Japan. The Ars Electronica Garden Tokyo, Dommune, Dommune was founded in 2010 by artist Naohiro Ukawa and was Japan's first live streaming studio and channel. Monday through Thursday, it has been streaming for 5 hours a day for 10 years, experimenting with live video delivery in an area where the traditional concepts of broadcasting, publishing, and advertising are going to bankrupt. In collaboration with Tokyo Garden, Dommune will showcase new possibilities for visual communication at the Ars Electronica Festival, with a great support by Japan Media Arts Festival.
14th of November last year, I remember the Black Opera organized by the Black Smokers was held. I took part of this, and on the 14th of November, and there was the prior event. So I had a session with Dairo Suga. So I'm not going to use heartbeat today, but I usually stop the heartbeat and change that beat to play music. But I did too much, and my lungs ruptured, and I had the piercing pain during the live show, but I managed to stay till the end of the show, and I performed maybe 3 times, and I started to feel worse and worse, and I visited the doctor, and I had X-ray taken, and the doctor told me, Yamakawa-san, that your lungs ruptured, and I got admitted to the hospital. And X-ray photo taken at the doctor I made it to a t-shirt. And if you'd like to have one, and I'm going to sell it online.
りがとうございました。 Also ungefähr.
Good evening and good afternoon. I'm Saito of Rhizomatics. So as you can see, my dream came true, and we are at Dommune Studio in Shibuya and broadcasting the Ars Special. And due to the COVID-19, this year's the Ars Electronica Festival cannot be held in Linz, but instead it is distributed and connected online. So I'd like to take this opportunity to broadcast Real Tokyo from Shibuya. And we are joined by Ukawa-san. Actually, that I'm the guest of him. And we are presenting from Dommune. And we are joined by award winners from Tokyo Garden Japan Media Art Festival. So this is for the award winners performance and also live talk show, and some are pre-recorded and some are on live. And so we implement this model and playing Tokyo, and this program is aired every Friday from 9 o'clock. So now we are in the very center of Tokyo, and it's been 1 year since you moved here? No, less than 1 year. And we started full-scale operation in February after moving into here in November, but we had to conduct floor construction because there was a cinema downstairs and our noise was growing too. And we started the full-scale operation in February with the configuration of all of the sound equipment, but it coincided with the pandemic of the Diamond Princess cruise ship. And it wasn't reported as pandemic widely because WHO was yet to declare the pandemic, but we started to hear the word cluster from the mid-February. And the word cluster brings to us the band, the German krautrock band Cluster. So I was surprised to hear the name of Cluster so many times on the commercial TV stations, and it happened that the increase in the data file sales of the Cluster, the music pieces, because many people started to play it, and also the affected the coronavirus, and it's selling well. At that time, and once no one wanted to buy Corona beer, so they had a lot of stocks and sold them at very lower prices. But then after that time that many people started live streaming while drinking Corona beer. It's like enjoy Corona beer and live stream your content to win over the COVID. So I feel that the concept of win or lose is already something very obsolete. And back then, the President Trump didn't take it so seriously, and he was saying that this virus will disappear in summer, and he refused to wear a face mask. So I think that audience in the United States is listening to us through streaming. I have many friends in the States and I get in touch with them, but the situation is very severe in New York, so I'm so worried about them. So first, the COVID was thought to be the virus spreading in Asian countries. In the mid-February, Japan was severely criticized by other countries. And it was also the timing when Dommune started to operate in full scale. But unfortunately that we had to stop our operation and shift to the streaming without physical attendance. So this is a Palco fashion building and newly constructed in last year. And this is very innovative city design. And if you go up the slope, and the slope naturally leads you into this building. This is how this area is designed. The Palco used to be major fashion building and constructed by Seiji Tsutsumi, the founder of the Season Group. And it was first and built in other area and followed by Shibuya.
文化の流れとしてやはり一番最初
As
は
we opened
東京オリンピックも
our
もちろん
studio
なんですけど、オリンピッ
in
ク今回中止に
Shibuya
なりましたから
area,
ね。
so I
で
wanted to
延期
look
になりましたけど、
back
で
the
オリンピック
history
と
of
万博
culture in
の時期
Japan,
高度経
and
済
it
成長の時
started
代あ
in
り
the
ましたよ
time
ね。
of the
日本で言
former
うと、
time
まあ
of the
60年
former
代、
Tokyo
はい
Olympics
そ
in
し
the
て70年代あたり
1964
までの話で
and
す
the
け
World
ど、でそ
Expo
の
in the
頃にやっぱり
1970s,
物
and
質
it
的
was
豊かさを
when
みんなが求め
Japan
ていた時代
enjoyed
で、産出
strong
時代とか、
economic
はい
growth,
そうそうそう、
and
ク
people
ーラーからって
pursued
いうのね、
material
はい、そうそう
plenty
監視の
affluence
陣
and
ね、
look
そうっていう時代を経
with
て、
three
その後日
status
本が
symbols,
高度
and
経
which
済
were
成長
car,
を遂げて
cooler,
豊かに
and
な
color
って、
TV.
でその後にどういう時代に移ったかって言ったら、
So
精神的豊かさを求め
after
始
the
め、
high
それ
economic
が
growth
文化と情
era,
報だっ
the
たわけで
people
すね。
started
でその
to
文化と情
pursue
報を育
spiritual
むために、
prosperity
西部
through culture.
の
So
堤
in
誠
order
司さん、
to
さっきお
foster
名前をおっしゃってい
culture,
た堤誠司さんが、例えば
Seiji
その
Tsutsumi,
現代アート、
the founder of Season or Save
デュシャン
Group,
の大規模な展覧会最初にやったところ
promoted
です。
contemporary
はい、
art
でそれと輸入レコード、ウェー
by
ブですよね。
establishing
もう散々
Season
回やったでし
Museum
ょ。
of Art,
ありま
and
したね。
where the
はい
large-scale Marcel
12日のカルチャー
Duchamp
なんて、
exhibition
そのウェー
was
ブが発祥ですから
held
ね。
for the
そこから
first
ミ
time
ニ
in
シアター、
Japan.
これアー
Then
トフィ
there
ルム
was
です
a
よね。
wave
だからそれ
imported
までの
record
日本っていう
shop
のは
and many
どちらかという
so-called
とハリウ
mini
ッド的な対
theaters
策
that
か、も
playing
しくは
artistic
その
films.
日本映
Back
画
then,
の
film theaters
そう
and
人気映画ももちろ
played
んそうだ
the
し、
only
あともう一つは
Hollywood
アイドルが登場
blockbusters
して、
or the
その人
Japanese
気
and
で
the
こう
Yakuza
物語を
films
作っていくっていう
or
文化があったん
popular
ですよ。
the
それから一斉の
Japanese films and
超えた
featuring the
完全
idol
にそ
star.
の商業主義ではない映画作品っていうものを堤
However,
誠司さんは広めましたよね。
the Seiji
そうそう
Tsutsumi
とか
that
演劇もそうだ
promoted
し、
the
で
films
その後クレジットカードだってそうです。
that are against commercialization.
DC ブランド部門
And then he established
ブランド部
the
門、
credit
あと J-Wave っ
card.
てまあ今東京を代表する
And
FM のラジ
also
オステーション。あと皆さん世界中でもご存知の
designers brands and J-Wave and main FM radio station and also globally known the Muji brand. So that's Season culture and also
でね、そこからバブル期にバブル期ですよね、それがね。そうそうだから80年代
of culture in Shibuya.
バブルが弾けた後
Then turned
で
to the
どうなったかって言ったら、
1980s
やっぱりイ
after
ン
the
ターネットカル
collapse
チャ
of the
ー、もう
bubble
今僕たち
economy
が
and there's
ね
the
主戦
advent
場にしてる
of online
世
internet
界だと思うんですけ
culture
ど、でそれ
which
の
is the
台頭に
main
よってオ
playing
タクカ
field
ルチャ
for
ーが出て
us.
きましたよね。リア充文化っていうもの
Then
から移行して、
there
その
was
引
a
きこもってる
culture
人た
of
ち
the
が
among
オルタ
the
ナティブを作っていくっていう
Riaju or the
流れに
normies
移
and
っていったわけ
Japanese,
で
but
すよ。
it's
でそこでまあ
was
どう
an
いう現象
opposite
が起こったか
trend
って言
to
った
the
ら、その
culture
情
of
報っていうのが
otakus
タダにな
or
ったわけですよ。
nurse.
インターネッ
But
トに移行して。
when
で情報が
we
タダになっ
entered
て
the era
何
of
に
the
向かったかって
internet,
言ったら、
the information
ハードなコンテンツ消費。
became free of
で
charge.
ハードなコンテン
And
ツ
then
消
what
費に
it
向かってオ
led
タクカルチャーが生ま
is
れてい
that
った。
the
でオタクカル
hardcore
チャーが
contents
世界に
products
浸透していっ
and
て、
that
特に村上隆さん
helped
の表現とか
to
も現代ア
develop
ートです
the
ご
otaku
く
cultures
そ
and
の評価を
represented
受けた
by
時代
the
を
Takashi
使いますよね。
Murakami's
でそこ
contemporary
からようや
artwork,
く
which is
2010
highly
年以降、2010年ドミューンをやり始めるんですよ。
evaluated globally. Then I started Dommune in 2010.
5ヶ月。本当は
That's March in
2009年の12月ぐらいから実験配信してるんですよ。
And actually that I started experimental streaming
いや僕なんか
in the previous year.
とドミューンがまあその頃にまだまあいろんな配信方法があったわけではなく、やっぱりユーストリーム
Back then there wasn't so many ways ways of the broadcasting. It was only Ustream, but you were airing very hardcore contents on the weekdays. Not actually the weekdays. The reason why I don't broadcast on
the weekdays is that you know that the Shuji Terayama, the master of experimental film, that he has a film titled "Throw Away Your Books and Rally in the Streets." So like this, so I wanted to tell that throw away your desktop PC and rally in the streets, so that I wanted to encourage the otakus to go out to the streets. So that's the reason I don't do streaming in the weekends. So this is what I started as a movement. And what is totally different is that live log taking is part of my contemporary art. It's more like taking the video diary and by streaming contents. So that what I'm doing is exactly same as the taking diaries and done by the Onkawara with his Today series.
So rather speaking, I'm always thought by a media artist, but then it's totally the other way around. I am near to the fine arts because I'm taking the life log. And there is an artist called Vivian Meyer, and after this, there were 100 millions of photographs found in her room. She was a babysitter and taking the children that she has been sitting. She has been taking daily photographs, and she reads the everyday newspaper, and she puts in her diary and films what she has heard and saw. So it's really like a blogger today. And although she has not been earning a long income, big income, she bought the 80mm camera. So it was like a camera person utilizing 80mm camera. She was just like a blogger, and all the expression that is found in the internet culture has been already practiced by her alone. So I am respectful for Vivian Meyer and Onkawara. Therefore, the reason why I say this is these two people are not putting the technology in the front, but they are utilizing technology for their sake and are taking some life log from the very first. So utilizing technology as tool and has been working on the same technology for 10 years to take a life log. And I'm doing the same thing in my organization too. So after COVID-19 came and everybody cannot open up events anymore, and people are thinking into online. But not only the talk event or other event, and what I am surprised about the capability of Dommune is that I think March 10 years ago, I've been a great listener of the Dommune broadcasting, and you have live talks, but at the same time, after the talks, you have DJ having encore music listening, and you have performance too. And the depth of your conversation is so deep. The conversation that comes in the first half of your program is very philosophical, and you sometimes discuss how to translate the pop culture in line with the literature. So the distribution format in Japan follows most of your model, Dommune model. So I call this Dommune model. Yes, I think many of the people started saying the Dommune model followed after our broadcasting, and how we are viable about this is topical around people. The reason is that I am working in such an underground area with a hardcore spirit, but then we still have a wheel to wield. And so we still have some impact people, and people are focusing how to work online because everybody is not able to hold events anymore and have inspiration on us. People are researching on us a lot these days, and I know the secret. And everybody is making speculation how we make it happen, so it's very interesting. There's one reason that is making us viable. The secret is that we are running on Red Ink. So nobody can follow us. When you started Dommune,
あれこれどうやって収益回すんだろうっていう、今ねこういう企業さんのロゴとか、当時もそれこそ探偵協議会とか
tuned by au5G 本当に au5G とともにこの現場っていうのはいろいろと実験をしていこうと今やってるんですけど、なかなかまあそれまでやっぱり日本の代表的なねターンテーブルブランドであるパイオニアさんとがスポンサーになってくださってたこともあるし、その後まあいろんなお酒のブランドとか今だったらコカネロさんとか入ってくださったりもしてるんですけど、まあ結局何が重要かって言ったらね、セルアウトしてないことだと思うんですよ。そうで
そこはね絶対に宇川さんのこの範疇から出てないんですよ。そこはそのブランディングをずっと守ってるからっていうのがあるんですけど、いやそれが多分やってみて分かった人たち、まあこれ多分世界の人たちもいろいろ配信始めてトークやったりとかライブやったりとかいろいろあるし、まあ今有料でいろいろやってることも多分あると思うんですけど、僕は原点はすごくこうなんていうか収益性を求めずにコマーシャライズあまりせず、今それやられてますよね。うちの会社ってもう英語でどう訳すのか分かんないですけど手弁当の会社なんで、僕らだから自分たちが言うとこれちょっともしかしたらさっきおっしゃってた宇川さんのドミューンのあり方とちょっと違うんですけど、僕なんかはそのパブリックに出て、まあどっちかというとライゾマティクスなんでリゾームじゃないですか。リゾームは地下系なんですよね。なのでオングラウンドに出てこうやって人と喋ると実は自分たちの考えがまとまるっていうので、オングラウンドに出てこうやって1週間に1回話すとすると、なるほど僕はこう考えてるんだっていうのは分かるようなきっかけとして使ってるんですけど、ただ僕なんかも収益性を求めず、それはもう完全にまあちょっともうまだ始めて数ヶ月なんでもうドミューンさんにはもう全然言えないですけど、文化を作るっていうところが僕はすごく大事だし、
大斗くんとか僕彼が VJ チームをやっていたボコイ君とかとやっていたそのトリポンっていうねチームを大斗君がやっていた頃からしてるんですよ。それ90年代の中盤ぐらいもう90年代末とかか、
そうですね、90年代末で真鍋がイヤマスにいた時なんですね。
そうですね、そうでその頃から知っていて、その頃からやっぱりその際立ってテクニカルなことをやられていたなっていう印象があるんですけど、そこからなんかその後のライゾマでの活躍見てたらやっぱり地続きなんですよ全部。やっぱり自分と同じようにそのコアを失ってないし、その芯をきちんと体現してる。でしかもそのアンダーグラウンドとメインストリームの中間を行き来できてる。
located right in the middle of underground and the top ground, and you can go back and forth between under and the top ground, and you are in a sense very rare to be able to go back and forth of both ground. So that is the greatness of rhizomatics. And I think you have been great for the past 10 years, and that was the same with Dommune as well. With Daito, I think I've been friends since I was a university student, so half of my life I was with Daito.
僕はそのもう2000年の頭からニューヨークに行ってたんで、
from early 2000, I have been residing at New York, and he frequently visited me. And when I come back to Japan sometime, I went to visit Il with Daito. You came here? Well, I have invited Daito because I was the director of Il
いろんなシーン見させてもらってて、
yes, so I enjoyed a lot of
僕なんかとしては比較的その頃に考えてたことと本当にさっきおっしゃった地続きで。
Everything that I was thinking is all within the trails that I have been thinking of.
道具として使うべきだっていうのはずっとあったので、
So I was always thinking that I should use technology as some tool
だんだんとこう大きくなってきて、それがスタジアムっていうものもあれば、だけどまだまだやっぱり小さいことってあれですけど別にスケールはなくやるべきことをうちもやってる。
So right now, everything that we have to do is performed by us, although maybe sometimes the scale could be small. So after going and performed Dommune, I have been quitting all the career that I had. I've been working as a VJ and I've been always creating the music clip as a film artist person. I have been creating much more creation in 2009, but then ever since 2009, I have quit all the careers at 2009 and then started Dommune at 2010. I think Rhizomatic started working with perfume in 2009. Yes, that's the part, and that's the year or the ages where I have opened up my broadcast station. And I've been listening that Rhizomatic has been very active, and I recognize Daito's performance is very good. So I was thinking, if everything that I thought I wanted to embody could be embodied by Rhizomatic, I can just draw out from the world that I have been in. That was what I felt at that time. Truly, yes. So on the contrary, you're making mockery by means of too much praising. So I was looking at Liquid and other films. Yes, you were working with Takyu Ishino, and you've been talking for 16 and 30 minutes. So that was a very long conversation. And so anyhow, after 2009, I have become suddenly a different person. And I've been changing my career totally for 2 times in my life. The other time was in 1995 in San Francisco. I have relocated myself, and 3.5 years I have been staying at San Francisco. All the jobs was quitted by myself. I only kept the magazine work by Studio Voice. So in lifetime, there are several times that you have different transition in your life, but why is it making your decision?
これね、結構大事なんですけど、2つの震災がくしくも関係していて、95年ご存知の通り阪神・淡路大震災、そして今日たくさん海外の人を見ていらっしゃると思うんですけど、大牟島の地下鉄サリン事件があった年なんですね。で世紀末だったってこともあって、日本ではバッドテイストブームっていうのが起きてたんですよ。これが日本ってノストラダムス信者というか、ノストラダムスの大予言信じてる人がたくさんいて、でカルト教団のカルマゲドン思想っていうのは全部やっぱり終末思想なので、まあノストラダムスですよね。ざっくり言えば、だから日本が滅びてその世紀をまたげないんだ、日本じゃない地球が滅びてっていうような思想に基づいて構築されてるじゃないですか。でそこから教義って生まれてると思うんですけど、それぞれの教団のでカルト教団のこともめちゃくちゃ調べてて、当時サラリノイさんが編集してた「ジオーム」って本に後半に世界のカルト教団がリリースした音源と映像の全部のアーカイブを僕が
I contributed by providing the critiques on all of the archives, the music, the sounds made by the cults. And I found the most powerful doctrine among the cults is that of the Church of the Subgenius. The guru of the cult is the Bob Dobbs. And that is just a created character with a typical the 50s American guy, the taste with a regent hairstyle and pipe in his mouth. And it is okay that you can assassinate him many times as you can. For example, the golfer Arnold Palmer, they put the Bob Dobbs, the doll, the golf hole, and drive the golf ball strongly to smash out the head.
新しい教祖として生まれ変わる。
So that just like that guru, the COVID-19 is killed, but it resurges and evolves as something new. And the person from the Church of Subgenius said that you'd better believe in the Shido Vicious for one day after believing Hello Kitty for 1 week. So which means that you need to believe in yourself and you shouldn't be a believer.
But you need to believe in yourself. So that what the church turned to be was actually the anti-cult religious cult.
それがその95年の行くきっかけになってた。
So that brought you to the States in 1995? No, not really. So that I shared it as just one extreme example. What kind of people are there in the US? And the reason why I selected San Francisco and there was the artist called Carolina Rainbow.
人間の言葉が喋れる牛が書いたソングブックっていうのがあって、それを元に音楽活動してるやつがいるんですよ。
The performance of the music and rhythm based on the songbook made by a speaking Harback in the 90s.
でプラスその頃ってバトル DJ 文化があったんで、
So it tempted me to move there, and there was a trend of battle DJ.
活動とかも最高で、あとは
The Invisible Scratch Pickles was very active back then.
でシンゴ2がまだ学生でね。 そうそうそう。俺のスタジオボーイズの
DJ
Qbert and
also Shingo too, hip hop artist, but still a student back then. And we actually know each other very well for long years. So we are good friends. And so
亡くなるタイミングに向こうにいたり、
and we were in the States, and when the Anton LaVey of the Church of Satan passed away, and also when the Timothy Lowry passed away.
でそのタイミングで震災があって偶然でそこで自分自身何かっていうとライターもやってたんで、で現地のことを肌で感じずにいろんな文献からテキストをしたためてる自分っていうのがいて、それは許せなかったんですね。だから現地で本当に体感したことっていうものを言葉にしないと嘘になるって思ってサンフランシスコに引っ越してスタジオボーイズの連載
ちなみにスタジオボーイスともしかして海外の方だと分かんないと思う。まあ日本の僕なんかの世代、今僕45ですけど、その世代に
For the information to the overseas audience, the Studio Voice is a cultural magazine that gave the largest influence to people in my generation. I'm 45 years old now, and we had very interesting articles and columns, and of course, and the one was written by Ukawa-san.
実はね、スタジオボイスの原点っていうのがアンディ・オーホルが作ったインタビューって出してる。
origin of the Studio Voice magazine was the magazine made by Andy Warhol.
編集者ですよね。どっちかというと、
the fashion editor
番組とかもインファス
purchased a license to publish interview of Andy Warhol
っていうアンディ・ウォーホルがリリースしたインタビュー誌を購入して、それに日本版として最初出たんです。
purchased the right to publish the Japanese version of Andy Warhol's interview magazine, and it started in the 1980s and then renewed in the 1960s and became the Studio Voice magazine, and you were reading. Just like season culture and Studio Voice, the nurtured alternative culture in Japan. And I was part of this as a writer. So that the Dommune talk program that originated the articles of Studio Voice.
どれだけ海外の人に伝わるかっていうのは分かんないんですけど、ちょっと記録としてちゃんと取っとこうと思いますけど、
I'm not sure that how much of our talk makes sense to the overseas audience, but I'd like to talk about this for recording purpose.
タイミングでもう一回キャリアを断ったんですよ。
So the next timing when I cut off my career was that when I was in the media business. Then 10 years passed.
で一番最初はこれが現代アートの表現だって言っても誰も分かってくれなかった。なぜならストリーミング自体が珍しかったんでイメージできなかった。
No one saw that it is a type of
個人がやってるテレビ局とかって言われてた時代で、まあ
streaming was not used at all. So the some said that the TV station that run by an individual, this is a Nico Nico Live, and before the emergency of Nico Nico Live, there was no streaming. Then the 1990s, streaming started, and Nico Nico started to get popularity. But it was thought to be the content for otakus. So it was led by the otaku tasted alternative culture. So I don't want to be offensive to Nico Nico, but some said that Nico Nico Live is already dead content.
だからスマホさっき僕言ったんですけどデスクトップをつけて街へ出ようじゃなくてスマホを持って街へ出ようになったつまりコンピューターを持って街に出る時代になったんですよ。それが2014年ぐらいですね。でインスタ映えって言葉がその流行語大賞を取ったのが2014年ですよね。
So it is around 2010 and then 2014 the word Instagrammable won the grand prize of the buzzword of the year. So that we watched the streaming even back then.
元祖リア充配信なんで急に自分たちの時代が2014年以降来ちゃったの。
We was the streaming.
唯一一人だけがリア充配信やってた。全部オタだったの。
So I was the only Riaju and who are doing streaming, but all others doing streaming were otakus.
インフルエンサーの方が元気が出始めて、もうその
influencers started to get more power than otaku, and they started to show how good their lifestyle is and how they live celebrity-like life.
次なるトレンドセッターになって、
Then these influencers became the next trendsetters, and the businesses found that it is the more cost efficient to use them for marketing. And it leads to what it is today. For example, that Watanabe Naomi's Instagram has and global the followers, and so that it is used for marketing and advertising.
宣伝に利用して動員を深めていくっていう手法が広告の
using the popularity
だったと思うんですけど、それが通じなくなってきたのが2014年。
a person to lure more people.
今ってもう全くそういうものって通じないんじゃないですか。
The method of advertising in the past, but it doesn't work
人の気なんて移ろいやすいからすぐ離れていくんですけど、
because as an individual and you can create and raise popularity and you can create your own contents. So far that the entertainment agency made a lot of the investments to lure the people and attract their attentions. But the conventional way no longer works.
リア充って言葉自体がこれちゃんと翻訳しないといけないんですけど、
So that I should explain what riaju means in Japanese, and riaju means the people who enjoy their real life. This is opposite of otaku or nurse.
俯瞰されていたってことですね。このことは伝えないといけない。でそれがね、まあコロナでまた次の節目が僕来たんです。
The next milestone for myself came. Let me pose you a question. So COVID-19 came, but then since you have been running Dommune, you were enjoying your life in daily life, you were a normal flag, and otaku culture came, and we, Rise Mama, has created a various number of websites in order to gain income. So, you have had a lot of websites at that time? Oh, I didn't know that. I should have asked you to create Dommune's website too. Yes, so we worked for web creation, and then that settled down. Because the iPhone came out, and there were no orders based on Flash. And media artists, I think everybody
everybody has been losing their jobs at that point because Flash doesn't work on iPhones. Then after that, we started Rhizomatics. So we have gone through much trends. And in 1995 and 2010, that was your milestone. And some people say that it was 10 years earlier, so it accords to people, but the world has been changing a lot. Yes, it has been changing drastically within the last 6 months. So within these changes, as Dommune or as yourself, in order not to change Dommune, are you going to be changing something, or else are you going to be changing something in order not to change Dommune? So in order to stay the same, to make changes around the surroundings, well, something unchanged with me was and is the life log for myself. The important thing is, it's not already a problem whether to change or not. So from the first, I was not bounded to changes or unchangement, but my position was with the life log. So from here on, I'm not going to know what is going to happen. But then, Kawahara, he has been working on life logs, making postcards. So what he was doing was actually focusing on his presence of today or that day, and he has been making a record on that. So he does not disclose himself.
I'm still alive っていう言い方っていうのはずっと言い続けられたっていうか死んでもつまりそうですねソーシャルメディア以降中の人って言葉がすごい日本では広まってますよね。中の人誰かって中の人問題ってすごいいろいろあるじゃないですか。例えば一つのアカウントを操ってる中の人編集してる中の人が誰なのかで変わらんってもうすでにメディアだったと思うんですよ。だから中の人が変われば変わらんは
So if the people moving his account is going to be changing, he will be able to live forever, maybe 300 years from today, 400 years from today. On Kawahara could be still having a life log to create his art piece. That could be possible, is what I was thinking. But despite of that, he has deceased physically.
新聞にも載ったし、各メディアにも載ったでしょ。
was featured by media. It was on the newspaper. So
これ俺僕思ったんですけど、それが作品の完成だったんですよね。
very strongly that he has deceased, passed away. So I think he has that in the schedule of him.
ずっと生き残っていってる間は未完成だったんですよ。ずっと。で、死をもって初めて完成したと捉えることができて、カーラ・オンさん完成を望んでたんだなってことが分かったんですね。
completed. So because of his death, the life log or the art piece of him has been completed. So it is often said that contemporary art is showing its real true value after it is completed. And thinking that art piece is starting to give out value after the death is probably thought by Onkara. Even utilizing the power of technology, I think he has always been questioning himself. And my expression, I'm always questioning whether the way I express is going to be lasting for another century or not. And if in case I am to pass away,
って思ってるんですよ。
I probably think that my art piece is going to be completed. That's the feature of the life log. So that's the great way of thinking. You're streaming your art piece on Dommune, and since you have started Dommune, it's already a life log art piece. Yes, I've been announcing that from the very first. So when we opened our broadcasting,
とんでもないですよ。百何十件取材が来た。そんな初めて。
featured by a lot of presses. I think 100 or more press has come to have an interview with me. So I was surprised. I was on the media myself, therefore I didn't think it cool to appear on media. So I turned on a lot of interviews. I went to have an interview with NHK because we were neighbors.
エッジが立ってるっていうか、牙磨いてる感じだったんで。
I thought that I was a very edgy person, so I had a very sharp fang.
So I was saying or thinking to myself, why should I appear in NHK, the national broadcaster? Because I'm creating a very new state-of-the-art media, and why should I appear in the very old media? Yes, 10 years ago you were very edgy. Oh, I'm still edgy. Yes, I was always edgy. And you had a lot of interviews from the press. And the only interview that I appeared was TV Bros. So this is the magazine called TV Bros. And this is a magazine or a paper that has the schedule of the TV program for the next 2 weeks. And I think it's a culture, or rather the subculture of Japan. Culture and subculture is totally different, and it's very difficult to interpret the culture versus subculture. So I would like to take the next opportunity to explain on that difference in another program. Anyhow, this magazine has been living until 10 years ago. So the main article was about the TV program, and on the side there were side articles, and they were the subcultural artists. So to that, I wanted to make an interview, but I had a condition. I wanted to appear on the very first page. So if I said, if you're going to be going down my condition that I appear on the very front page, then I will be appearing and answering to any questions throughout the magazine. The TV Bros feature is taking a photograph with Takyu Ishida, sorry. And that magazine, the TV Bros, has been making a feature of Dommune. So that's, I thought, was an excellent performing arts. So that is why I appeared on the magazine. And I have been already saying that this is one of my art expression for the day of the daily life log, so the current art, according to my word, versus the contemporary art. And there is no right translation for the current art. And even the Art Electronica, they are still trying to think about the right way of interpreting or translation. What is everyday art, the current art, not the contemporary art. So starting May. It's only May that I have set up Dommune. I have been already saying that, and I had no idea whether Dommune will last for the next 5 months or a year or more. But then with that, I was so bullish. 今のところでもまあそんなに、まあでもだいぶ僕の印象としては広くなって前のスタジオでご存知ですもんね。アルスエレクトロニカのねゲルフリーとも来てくれたし、 Mr. Gelfand from Ars Electronica is also appearing, and Mr. and Mrs. Ogawa came too. So I have a good relationship with Ars Electronica, and I have been streaming from Ars too. But every time we get together, we are very having a close contact, and right now in Japan, people are saying that avoid 3 C's. It is to have avoid crowded areas, avoid close contact, and don't be in a closed area with poor ventilation. So those are the 3 C's that the government even says for people to avoid. And in Japan, 80% of people are following the instructions, but then at Ars Electronica, it is very closed. So people are contacting each other shoulder to shoulder. So other than having close contact, we cannot make the program happen.
和田君そこで20回番組やってくれる。
And Water, the broadcasted 20 programs in that environment.
ポストシティも今年どっちにしろ使えなくて、
For this year's
ケプラーズガーデンっていう
the Ars Electronica, and we cannot use Post City, so instead the contents will be broadcasted from Kepler University's the Kepler Garden and connecting with the 20-some countries in the world.
それにその先駆じゃないかと思うぐらい、
Dommune is actually the pioneer of doing this, so that I think that Dommune should keep the broadcasting 27. So the Professor Ikegami, the researcher on artificial life, he appeared in the program, right? So I take part in artificial life, the conference, and it was going to be held in Scramble Square of Shibuya. And I was asked to talk about artificial life with Dr. Kenichiro Mogi, but it was all cancelled. But artificial life is not something about technology, but including that and academic conferences and large events were all cancelled due to COVID. And Rhizomatis organized a lot of events and usual days, but we had to call off all the Olympics, right? We wanted to take part in the Olympics, but not actually the Olympics games, but the exhibitions that provided by sponsor companies or any other Olympic-related events that conducted by broadcasters, but such events were all cancelled this year. And I was asked to take part in the event in collaboration with Rhizomatis, and I was asked to take part in as Dommune, but it was also cancelled. And also that other events were cancelled, and the Dubai World Expo has been postponed for 1 year. Now we are in Palco Shibuya, but under such circumstances, Shibuya keeps changing a lot. And to overseas audience, I need to tell you that when you come to Shibuya next time, and you will surely get lost. And there are new parks and new buildings, and of course, and some part of culture is inherited in good means, and some may go extinct. And Shibuya in a chaotic state like this. And so that some its part continue, but some doesn't continue. It's quite a weird situation. And of course, and we need to shift the online where we can. And this is what we are trying. So there are many cases and people just simply stop doing this, even though that you came up with other methods to hold it, such as artificial festival, and many festivals, art festivals have been cancelled. And from 3rd of October, art festival in Yoshino, Nara Prefecture, and will start. And I am organizer of this festival. And it will be held in Yoshino, Tenkawa, and Sone villages in Nara Prefecture in the mountains, so that you can keep a distance. And because it's more like walking around the mountains and woods, and while looking at artwork. Do you have the AR artwork? Yes, AR and other technologies. We have to come up with new ideas to make something happen. I believe the media art should have strong driving force, because there are things we can do. For example, that ICC, and we have been working with ICC for many years and conducted various experiments. So it doesn't have to be Dommune model. We need to
look for the methods that enable us to do what we want to do, because our predecessors already developed such methods a lot. And we may not have direct communication or physical communication, but there must be something we can do.
実はまあいろんな芸術祭に僕参加してるんですよ。
I take part in many
すごい仲いいんですけど、
mention
そのどっちかというと現代アートの方なんで、
Ars Electronica.
だから瀬戸内国
But
際
I
芸術
also
祭
take part in
去年は
contemporary
ちょ
art
うど1年前で本当良か
festival,
ったんですけ
like
ど、
the Setouchi Art
ビル1
Festival.
を使って風俗ビ
Last
ルを
year,
1棟
that I used and entire entertainment building
文化庁の人も来てくだ
and
さいました。
renovated
これ
the
文化庁からも多
building
分女性受けてると思うんですけ
to
ど、
make Dommune
佐
Studio.
渡島の銀河芸術
And
祭っていう
it
のがあ
was
りまして、
visited by
それ
the
が僕の
officers
後
of
輩
the
の吉田
Agency
森人
for
っていう
Cultural
ね
Affairs.
彼が
And
コミュニ
there
ケーションディ
is
レクタ
the
ーをや
Third
ってる
Island
こともあって、
Galaxy Art
僕と
Festival.
沢木ノイさん
And
のア
Morito
ドバイザー
Yoshida
なんです
is
よ。
the
で、それでいろん
director.
な
And
アイ
Noe
デアを出して
Sawaragi and
佐渡
I
島で
that
こう
gave
実現さ
advice
せようと
as
してるん
the
ですけど、
advisors.
まあこれ初めてここで言うんですけども、言っていい
So
ことに
in
な
relation
ったん
to
で、
this art
2日前に
festival, now
テリー・ラ
I
イリーさんなんと日本にいるん
can
ですよ。
officially disclose this. That the Terry Riley that stays in Japan,
テリー・ライ
he's
リーが
in
今日本にいるんです。で、
Japan
なんでかって言ったら
right
僕が
now.
呼んだんです。
Because I invited him back in February. So the Terry Riley has been in Japan
これ
since
も言えるん
February.
で、やっと。
Yes.
で、なんで今
Yes,
言えるか
now
って言
and
ったら、
I can
アーティス
officially
トビザ
say
を
this to others because and he got
今
artist
まで言えな
visa.
かったの俺ずっと。
Because he didn't have
で、2
visa
月
and
に
I
佐渡
wasn't
島
allowed
の
to
視察
say
で
it to
来て
others.
くださったんです。
And
はい。
February
で、そのタ
he
イミングで
visited the
テリー・ライ
Sado
リーさん
Island
めっ
to
ちゃ迷
look
った
for
ん
the
ですよ。
festival
なんで迷った
venue.
か、アジアに行くから。で、さっき
He
話し
was
たダイヤモンドプリンセス
wondering a
号
lot
の
back
話
then.
全部回収してます
The
ね。
because and he
ちょうど浮上した頃で
planned to travel
息
to
子の
Japan,
息子のミュージシ
Asia,
ャン
and
で一緒に
where
セッシ
there
ョン
was
した
a
りしたんですけど、
pandemic
ギャン
in
って息子がニュー
Diamond
ヨークにい
Princess
て、
cruise ship.
彼が
And his son, Gyan,
行かないでくれと。なぜなら
the
ご高齢です
who is also a
84
musician
歳だった
in
んです
New
その
York,
時。はい
that
で
begged him not to
なんで
go
その時
because
言ったかって言ったら
the
85歳になったからなんですけど、
84 was 84 years while he stayed in Japan.
で
So that
もしね
he was told not to
COVID-19
go
に感染したら
because
85歳だからリスクがすごい高いから行かないでくれって言ってたんです
his old age
でもテリー
and
さん
it,
は
it is
来てくださ
very
った
risky
その時に
once he got
もし感染して
infected
も
with
それは俺
COVID.
の僕のカルマだって言ってくださって
But Terry replied to his
すごい
son
でしょ
that
テリーさんの音
it's
楽
just my
ミニマル
karma
ミュージックの巨匠と
if
され
I
てますけど
got
ご本人
infected
は
with the
ミニマルミュ
virus.
ージックって言葉を嫌ってて
And
でやっぱりそ
he's
の後
said
イ
to
ン
be
ド
the
哲
master
学
of the
にテリー
minimal
さん
music,
ハマ
but
って
he
サイ
doesn't
ケデリックの時代
like
にラーガ
the
を習
minimal
得された
music.
方なんですけどね
And because and
で
he
その方
learned
を
the Indian
お呼
classical
びして
music raga
佐渡
at the
島
time
の
of the psychedelic
気に入
mainstream.
った地域に作曲をしてもらおうと
And I wanted
でその
him
地
to
域の曲を
compose
作
a
って
piece
く
of
れて
music
だからよく
for
ある
an
んですよ坂
area
とか
he
あ
found
商店街歌とかさあん
he
な感じ
really
で
liked
佐渡
it.
島の
Now,
気
for
に入った
example,
場所
that
に
song
曲を捧
for
げるっていうプロジェクトをやってるんです。やり
shopping
始めた
mall and for
でそれプラス
or
彫刻
company
を作っ
song,
た
and I
ことが
wanted
ない人
him
がその
to
彫刻を
make a
作る
song or
っていうプロジェク
music
トをセットで
for
やってい
location
こう
he
という
likes
コ
a
ンセプ
lot.
トでサドミューンっていう
So
のを
it
立
is
ち
a
上げて
was a
僕の
concept of
後輩
his
のその
work,
吉田
and
森と
to
そこ
realize
も
that I established an
置いて
Sadmium
でコミュニケーション取りながらやろうとして佐渡を案内したんですよテリーさんに。で
So as a part of this
そこから弟子
project,
のサ
and
ラさんっ
I
ていう
started
ボーカリ
to
ストの
guide
女性の
him
方がいらっしゃってその方が
around the Sado
小淵沢
Island.
にお住まいなんですけど
And
お家がスタジオなんですね。お父様
So
が
Sarah,
歯医者なんで
his
すけど
trainee,
スタジオを運営していて
has a studio
ジャズ好きで
at home.
テリーさん来るって言っ
And
たら娘の
her
サラが
father is
ど
a
ういう巨
dentist
匠を
but
連
a
れてきて
jazz
んだ
lover,
ってこと
and
になるじゃ
so
ないです
that
か
they built the studio. So he rented the studio for recording.
そうかそうか。
とんでもないことになっちゃって、これ帰らない方がいいよな。
Terry's hometown is San Francisco, but while he was in Japan, the situation in the U.S. and San Francisco, of course, deteriorated a lot, so that he found it would be better, safer to stay in Japan. So, and we also thought so. So that's why.
そうなんですか。
で
he stay in Japan. And so since then that he has been creating artwork, and I communicate with him through Skype to discuss and what to do with the festival and the event. And of course, and I take sole responsibility if something wrong happens to him. But now Terry has acquired the artist visa, and he is allowed to work on his art activity. Therefore, he is staying in Japan, and this is official. Okay. And so at Sado Art Festival, we're going to be having a live Dommune. So Sado Island is well known for gold mine, and there's a mill, and we're asking Mr. Terry to create a song of the mill, and the title of the song is Wakarimasen, meaning I don't know, literally, and he is minimally singing the song Wakarimasen, I don't know, and this is going to be a live streaming from 5 a.m. The people, audiences, the spectators have to go through the antibody testing or PCR test. Either of them should be taken in order to visit us. And then that's going to be tested at the mainland Japan, and they have to board on a small ship to come over to the island. And in the island at the gold mine, we'll have the big mill, and it's a very large plateau field, and it is now trying to register itself at the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So, at 5 a.m. from September, we would like to have an art streaming. Although the art festival itself is suspended, it is going to be the live music of Terry, but it is going to be a limited spectator of 30 people. Any people going through the testings and have found to be negative could be allowed to spectate with us. But if you want to have testings, you have to go to the mainland Japan, the Niigata prefecture. Therefore, islanders cannot see on hand. Therefore, we have to share the footage later on with streaming with them. Oh, that's surprising. And Terry is already 85 years old. And the other day, 2 days ago, he sent me an email saying that at the age of 85, I am entering my second chapter of my life. And this is a very rare thing. And it's better to stay at Japan currently rather than going back home to the US. And right now he is enjoying Japan furiously. And anything that he felt has been injected into his song's music piece. Currently, I think artists are starting to awake these days. I really feel that. Yes, I feel them awake, but then everybody who comes up here on my programs are artists.
Future from the Past is the promising title of our garden Lviv. Today we will see a tour to a so-called zombie village where a film is shown back to the nature. The short film with the title The Tree was made based on an original story from the 1970s by an out-of-nowhere amateur director. The 16mm film, damaged by a lime paint, was found in a village. In 2019, the tandem of directors produced a newly edited version for the film, while a composer made the music. This new edition was made through the program of the Urban Media Archive, Center for Urban History, as a response to the challenge of disappearing media. What can be done with a film abandoned long ago somewhere in a provincial village? A damaged tape discovered in an amateur club may become an important finding and an art object when it gets into the archive. The story of a media dialogue with a tree, which was saved from oblivion, from a natural disappearance, will be screened for the trees in the garden in the center of a village, which also naturally evaporates due to impacts of urban developments.
So you're about to see the story about the film and about nature. This whole story started in the early 70s in the small town, small village actually, in the central Ukraine, where the amateur studio, which functioned within the collective farm, so socialist collective farm, the studio made a short film. Mr. Kizima was the director of this film, and then from the 70s it was kind of lost. It was buried, and Lime and Earth became co-author of this film. So it was naturally decaying in somewhere in the storage, and only a few years ago we discovered this film and digitized it and made it a new production. So you see how the powerful nature was even to destroy the aluminium frames of this film. And together with the film we found an audio cassette which allowed us to make sound for the film. And for Ars Electronica we decided to show this restored film for the international global audience in a small village similar to the village where this film was made. This village is about to disappear. It's a dying village, or as I call it, zombie village. And we hope that this symbolic act of showing film about trees which are taking over the village will have some power to kind of a bit change this slow decaying. This is the village of Lopushna, first mentioned in the early 15th century. It's a typical small settlement near the Lviv city, but it's a dying village which doesn't have children anymore, and there are only maybe officially 50 families, but mainly people left for the big city to work there, and they received apartments during the Soviet period, and their children don't want to go back to this place, and only memories and land remains. And here we will show a film, The Tree, which will be
screened for trees, for the place where trees supposedly soon will overcome human landscape. There is a chance that it might change due to new gentrification, and maybe younger people from the city will return, but those young people, they don't want to make any agricultural businesses, so village as village may be sign from the past. This is main cultural house in a village, so it's a small shop where people usually have beer and some drinks and bread, and also you can have some announcements about the current events, but mainly this is empty house. So in the former times this was the people's house. It's kind of place where the performances and cultural events could take place, but not anymore. And in front of it you have a geese, a small lake with geese. These are the only animals that remain in the village. And this is school, which is surrounded by trees and it's empty. So there are no children in the village, so the school was closed down. But by its form and shape it might be either Polish period of the 30s or the Soviet period of the 60s. But the form of the school reminds some form of European modernism, but it's stay closed and doesn't function anymore. Yes, my colleague is talking about the famous Ars Electronica festival, and that she studied the cases of the festival, and she's very proud that this story will go for the international audience of the Ars Electronica festival. But of course we understand that this is something strange to share with you. The story of geese, and the dying, as I call it, zombie village, where there are almost no people, but we still have some animals. That's what I want to show you. This is the house, which is probably the structure which is from the Neolithic period and still remains. Look, this is one of the neighbors, and he says that he doesn't live here during winter, only in the summer. And this house is made out of clay and wood. Super ecological housing. Romantic decline. Yeah, it's a clay house also. Probably in the Soviet time it was a bit more painted and looked more lively. And this small structure nearby is for keeping vegetables over the winter, but it's obviously not a living house. An important element of any zombie village is a cemetery. And this is a new one, but there is an old one near the church. It's also the house which is left. So we are about to screen a film tree, the tree for the trees in the garden, and this would be the performance, which we don't really know why we do in this village, which is dying. but we hope that this mysterious act of screening a film about the tree for trees might have impact over the future of this place. The film tells the story of a carver, but it also shows the agency of nature. The film was co-edited by the nature, and this blurring image of the film is a kind of small horror. And as my friend says, also this carver destroys a piece of tree in order to reveal some form, and it might be a horror for trees, but who knows, we will see.
Тут якесь авто щось є. Думаю, що буде добре. Можеш так брати, нажимати.
Колектив Львівського центру історії приїхав подивитися фільм. За переглядом кінострічки.
Чекай, це історики за переглядом. Нам треба перевірити, яке це ОТГ. Всі зібралися?
Dear global audience, this is the historical moment that we will show the movie Tree for the Trees. And the peculiar aspect of this film is the horror aspect, because the main character of this film carving the tree, so basically killing the tree, but then the nature paid back, so the film was destroyed by nature itself. And we have this kind of strange situation that we have a human and natural interaction in this film and in this situation. So what we want to do, we want to pay back the tribute to trees and show them this film. Recently we learned that trees have the system of communication through the roots, and they might learn this horror story. But we hope that they consider this not a horror story, but a kind of human nature reconciliation. And in this historical moment when we all suffer from viruses, we want to say sorry and let's live in peace together. Right. Запускай.
Дерево. Ми часом до нього відносимось не так, як воно того заслуговує. Дерево. І що то воно в дереві за сила така? От приходжу з роботи, наморений, майже цілий день на ногах. А мене тягне в майстерню до верстата. Дерево. А знаєте ви, що дерево має свій характер? Задумаєш щось виточити, і точиться легко, і стружка рівненько йде. Але так, як хочеться, не виходить. Дерево саме підказує форму. Дерево. Попросила мене якось дружина виточити яйце з дерева. Виточив, взяв у руки, і здивувався. Стривай. Що ж воно таке вийшло? Так оце ж тулуб лелеки. Дерево. Візьмемо, приміром, ясень. Ми привикли, що з нього роблять ручки до молотка або топорища до сокири, бо воно міцне. Але коли я взяв ясенову чурочку і попробував виточити фужер, дерево враз заграло всіма барвами. Потім полакував його, і на світлі кольори заіскрилися. Я відчув, що дерево живе, що воно має душу. Виточив шийку, голову і склеїв. Склеїти то склеїв, але ж лелека, думаю собі, сам не може бути. Йому потрібна пара. І коли їх у мене було вже 5, я почав їх парувати. Майструвати з груші. Приваблює її неповторний запах. Вона для мене пахне дитинством, отою підсмаженою кашею, що колись варила мати. Дерево. Головне вхопити ту мить, коли воно починає проявлятися. Зуміти побачити майбутній виріб. Ох, і клопітка робота, скажу я вам, оце парування. Ще вони не розмальовані, а вже видно, одна лелека усміхається, інша загордилася, а та он засумувала чомусь, а цей кепкує і насміхається. Попробуй тут розберися з ними. Покликав меншу доньку на допомогу. Разом і поженихали її. Дерево. Дерево.
Але він казав мені чогось 37 хвилин, але без 10 це є 10, 20, 32.
32, так. Може нам ще 5 хвилин докидають? Нам ще треба буде 5 хвилин розважатись.
Це у них зараз...
Хвилина лишилася.
У них зараз...
Треба починати здалека.
16:50.
Маленько.
Добре, я, може, буду тоді повільно читати.
Ну, класно.
Тихо, Богдан.
Розраховував.
Богдана, запускаємося.
Вже?
Так, Вікторія нам вже махає. Вже кінець, все.
Hello. Welcome to the Center for Urban History and the Lviv Garden. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bogdan and I work at the center as a public history project manager. And then my colleagues are Natalia. She manages oral history projects, and Olis, who works mainly with archival footages, and he is the head of the project Urban Media Archive. And after this film, we would be happy to discuss several issues which are related to this film that you've just seen, and you can also put us questions since we are broadcasting from the YouTube channel, so you can also go on our Center for Urban History YouTube channel and you can ask us questions, and we have a person who will direct these questions to us. So let me start from the beginning. Oles, you mainly is responsible for the archive, and this piece, this film about tree is part of the archive of the Center for Urban History, but it's also kind of the archive of nature. Can you elaborate a bit on this?
Mm-hmm. Actually, we got this piece and this footage of this film like 3 years ago as a part of our urban media archive, because we are mostly working with the private archives and also, as we call it, marginalized archives, which are not I don't know, some other institution not interested to work with such things. So we got the few films from this Ulyanivka village that were produced at this studio within the collective farm, and one of these pieces, it was like damaged and destroyed by the paint and by the lime. So, and when we are thinking about this material as a part of archive, that's the case, and also this film that we commissioned, it tells the story of the nature agency in the process of creating the archive. Because when we are thinking about the archives on this very general level, we are thinking about like the very, I don't know, general and global source of information, which consists of everything and have, but then when we are thinking more about archives, we are thinking that it is selected by the human, or it is the archive is selected by some institution. But as we see from this piece, like the nature takes a very active role and in constructing the archives, and also it can determine what has to be saved within the archive and what should be destroyed. Yeah, so nature is also very important actor in this process, not only the human.
Since we are talking during this festival a lot about nature and the agency of nature, I've followed several presentations and lectures today, and there are a lot of people who recall Bruno Latour and all the other scholars who talk about the agency of non-humans. And since Natalia is a sociologist, so please tell us something about this Latourian perspective, or maybe not Latourian perspective, whatever you feel. Who is the creator of such a story?
Ja, thank you, Bogdan. Und liebe Gäste, noch einmal willkommen herzlich in unseren Lviv Garden. Dear guests, one more time, a warm welcome into our Lviv Garden. And I hope that while we are talking about the tree, we'll not foresee and overlook the forest behind the trees. And when I was preparing to this discussion, I once again was trapped in this false dichotomy between the nature and culture. And the protagonist of our story, who is a carver, and he performs an act of creation. Therefore, he changes the nature into the culture. But he seems to be the only actor and agent in the story because he acts with intention and with free will. However, later on, with this chemical damage to the tape, one more agent appeared there, which could be a nature, an actor. But what kind of act is there? We tend to see the action through motivation and causality. However, if we accept vector as a possible part of definition, therefore this definition becomes more inclusive. All fundamental forces, gravity, electromagnetic, weak and strong interactions, all of them become part of this new game. Then how can we assess creativity through this new frame? should we see the motion of a planet around the sun and the nuclear decline also as part of the creative acts as well? I think these questions are problematic in the terms that while we are talking about creativity, we look at the intention of the act of creation, which is very basic human stuff. And also it's part of this Christian tradition when we think about creation as intentional act of a God. But even looking back in time, when we think about nature, which is inhabited by gods and spirits, actually they possess the same emotions as people at that time. And now we still project our mental processes on the nature, trying to assess it, and saying that it's revenging on us, for instance, or it's creating sculptures out of the rocks because of the wind and water. And thus included into the ordered culture back there. But it is precisely our fears and our imaginations which did the job here. And I think that at some point of time we separated ourselves from the nature in order to get our own subjectivity and at the same time to get control over it, aiming to tame and transform. And now we are trying to link ourselves back into this big picture, but still we need a certain degree of familiarity in order to get this link to the nature back. And one more time we are animating the nature. We are projecting ourselves into this picture in order to find this link. And I think it was exactly Stanislav Lem, one more famous Lviv-born writer, who generously described our basic inability to interact with other conscious being, which is conscious in a very different non-human way. There is also an irony that Solaris and Bruno Latour's Gaia are operating on the planetary scale. And one of my favorite writers, Peter Watts, who also described this first contact with extraterrestrial consciousness in his novel Blind Side. And for Watts, our biology in general, and specifically our the way of perception limits our understanding. And at last, even our bodies, human bodies, are very scaling principle for the universe, from architecture to calculations. However, I do believe that after Galileo's famous "and yet it moves," the nature cannot be stripped out of its subjectivity, even when we try to shape it according to our desires and use as a descriptive language the same as describes ourselves. I still believe that it is about action, because there is a connection between the matter and energy, and there is a vector there.
Oh my God.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll add on this also, like when we go back to our film and to the main character. So we know, like in his process of creation, he had the very intimate relationship with this wood. So which he's working. He told like the wood, it has its own soul, and also this wood, it's depending of which type of wood it is. Like it dictates and determines the form. So he's thinking himself as as an instrument in the hands of wood. So and it's his relations that he has is kind of metaphysical, and it's very interesting, like because it's his original voice. And when this guy from the 70s is talking about his relations with the nature and how he's not the actor, he is just an instrument for the wood.
Yeah, that's it's very interesting perspective, since in the film you may assume that the actor, this guy who is carving something, kind of projects his human ideas, concepts, yes, on the tree or on nature, especially when he says something like, we underestimate
tree. It can be different. It has different characters. But then again, he would then describe it in a practical way. So you can carve this or do that. And of course, this is for the human being. But then I didn't think about this perspective, as you say, that then by itself, a tree defines what he can do. And then, interestingly, in this, this is amateur film, so please don't consider it's like Will Morrison drama. It's a simple story, but still, I mean, at the end he carves birds, and then he groups birds in family. And then you have kind of this story where there is a continuous kind of relation. So between what Natalia said, like between these agencies of human and then tree, and then it goes back in both directions, like yes, back and
all
forth.
All the time.
so yeah, you're carving from a tree something that then basically is human. I mean, these groups. Like he says that you need to make a pair for a bird since this should be a family.
Yeah, at this moment he's in the role of creator. Like when what creator do, he's like just like I don't know, pairing the birds or other creatures.
Tell us more, because this was your argument about the horror film. So you said that actually by carving wood we do some horrific things in the streets.
Actually, when the idea to make this, it was like my joke, because when this idea came to show the film in the village and show the film for the trees, because like village is disappearing as like this image is disappearing on the film. So it was my joke that for the trees, which we are showing like this film for the trees, and for them it is horror, because like some guy just taking the piece of wood and trying to carve some other pieces from the trees. So probably is terrible stories from this perspective. But also when we are thinking about this village that is disappearing, it's the process when the nature is I don't know, strikes back, and then the role of technology, like technology work as a magnet for the people. The people go into the cities, to the other technological hubs, and then the nature in this village became like the main I don't know, gardener.
Yeah, I'd like to emphasize that actually we didn't just watch the film in the village. So the idea was it's a metaphor, but also it was a live performance. So we do believe that these trees have certain emotions and agency, and here I'm not alone. I mean, there was this famous book in the 70s about the consciousness of trees, but then in New Yorker there was this famous publication from 2013. I think it was called the Intelligent Plant, which showed a lot of evidences by scholars that trees have this very developed and highly structured, complicated system of fungal networks. So the roots of trees are full of fungi, and these fungal networks help trees to communicate. And there are scholarly evidences that trees inform each other, they can help each other, and they even can fight each other through these complicated networks which are not visible. And this is a very interesting story in general, that what we see is not the whole thing. It's like in this oida, in the ancient Greek Oedipus story, that we believe that what we see is reality, but then in the stories of trees, the reality is also beneath our sight. And scholars already developed this definition as wood wide web. So it's also www, but wood wide web means that actually this network of trees is an informational system. And as Natalia said,
since we normally project our human understanding, we may not say that trees have consciousness. But the evidences from the research show that trees have memory and they react. So we can assume they have feelings. And there is this big question whether it is possible actually to think without a brain. Because one of the big horrors in human culture is this decapitated body.
Or zombie, actually. Yes.
Or zombie. And then we come back to the zombie village. So the idea was that, we filmed the tree, two trees in the village, which is about to disappear. 500 years of history, and probably in maybe one more 100 years there will be only trees in this village, and by this symbolic performance we tried maybe not to stop but at least to kind of communicate this complicated interaction. And which is interestingly, I mean, the archive, what is the village archive in general? Is it a cemetery or in general, Natalia, what do you think the tree, can we say that the tree has a memory?
Well, I could reflect a bit on the tree as a living being, because we think about life in terms of protein forms, and therefore it's not a problem at all to think about tree as a living being. As well as a plant or a virus as well, which become so important agent. And we are here talking now, and at the same time in so many different gardens all around the world, participating in one network of Ars Electronica because of one virus. Well, at the same time, as you said, it's a very big problem for us to project this ability of understanding and thinking to something which does not have a brain. Well, and once I read Challange's interview about his novel City and the City, and there he admitted that his first idea was to write a novel about different special experience of different species, human and rats. And this statement actually was a very interesting exercise to think about different life forms in the city. And after rats and pigeons and cats, I immediately started to think about trees as also participant of urban life in our cities. And actually, I started to think, what does it mean for them to live in the city, not only to grow in the city? And do they need certain quality of life there? For instance, like fresh air, enough space, enough sun. Basically the same thing that Le Corbusier proposed for people. Actually, trees need the same things, but also nutrition and probably some level of safety, I guess, not to not be killed by other trees or other humans. What about good music? Do trees need good music? And do they need to watch movies, as we showed them in Lopushna village? And, well, when Barcelona Opera reopened after the lockdown, and actually with a performance for more than 2,000 potted plants, I was a bit jealous. And I think actually trees need maybe some kind of entertainment as well. But also, there is one book I would like to mention here about Michael Marder, about plant thinking, and which is kind of a bit different thinking that we get used to think about thinking, non-cognitive and non-ideational. Actually, we do not reflect a lot on plants and trees and their ontology, except especially in humanities, because I can still remember my botany classes and composition on inflorescence, etc., etc. But when we think about ontology of the plant, it is mainly saying in itself. We can study it, we can reflect a bit on the reaction of the plant, we can intersect them, we can make so many different experiments with growing trees, but still we cannot understand the epistemology behind this. So it is basically impossible for us to understand what does it mean to be a tree. I think we have to live with this. But at the same time, thinking about trees and thinking about plants, it helps us a lot to overcome our anthropocentric biases. For instance, it also can give us a lot of good metaphors. I can recall Rhizome by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, or History by Thomas Covin. So we can learn a lot from the trees. We can learn a lot from the plants. They could be important art media and memory vessel, as you said. I don't know if trees have memory, but they still persist longer than human beings. And I think these notions of life, human, and tree could be summarized in the situation of the graveyard. Well, the dead body of a human is put into a coffin made out of a dead tree, both equal in their death. And at the same time, the tree could grow out of the land, and a human therefore continues somehow in this tree. Finally, both trees and humans are made of the stardust. So we are part of one big system, all interconnected.
Yeah, I do agree. And in this old Christian metaphor, you seed the body into the earth and expect that it will grow again. So it's kind of this famous Saint Peter. I think it was Saint Peter or Saint Paul. This statement about the seed, and which is connected with the soul. But this metaphor is nice when so the humans can rather meet on equal rights a tree when he or she dies. So yeah, so we have like two dead corpses put in the same soil together in one coffin. Interestingly, let's talk a bit about historians, since we are the Center for Urban History. So history is also, it's kind of about the graveyard. An archive is often kind of the cemetery.
Sorry for giving this metaphor.
Yeah, but when you also asked about the memory of the tree, so like thinking about memory, we think the memory is some kind of information, but information also it's like we have also the data, and which is like interpretation of data is the information. So, and you can extract the data probably from everything, and also from the piece of wood you can extract the data, or you can read it, or you can read some kind of science from the tree, and then make it the information and make it as memory, because when we are counting the age of tree or something, and here I like to say also about the different speeds that we are living with the trees. They have and the nature at all. They have the process are going on different speeds. So sometimes it's impossible to catch some cycles of life cycles by the human. Yeah, and when go back to the archive and as a cemetery, it's probably yes, it is, but it's also reinterpretation of this history and this memory
and resurrection somehow.
Yeah, we kind of with this digital turn, everything becomes data, and I feel this sort of regret that all the archives become digital, and these stories. Similar to what you've seen in this film, like the tape, which can interact with nature, and then nature can become a co-editor or the co-author of the film, is obsolete. So we don't have the situation anymore. You cannot dig in a hard disk into Earth and then expect that the digital film will be kind of co-edited by nature. It will be destroyed by nature.
You can make it intentionally, but that happened unintentionally. And also we have the author, like the original this film amateur Viktor Kezema from Blagovichinske, who did this film. Then we have like the nature as a author of this film, and then we have like Oleg Chorny and Gennady Khmaruk, who did this reinterpretation of this film, and it got the second life in archive, but also it got the new life as a film. So it's another film. So it was kind of, as you mentioned, resurrection in the archive, and also it's the kind of material biography of this film as a material and as a piece that we have here in the archive.
And I think it's also a very interesting story of transformation between different medias. Not only this material medium which was digitized, and then maybe at some point of time we decided to make a video cassette with this film and buried it somewhere. And actually start the next spin in the circle of life of the story of a tree. So I think it has a very strong potential for our imagination and for our rethinking of different types of relationships that we have in between ourselves, in between medias, but also between us and nature. Whatever this nature might have an agency in the same terms as we use this agency for ourselves, or it is like something completely different. And I think it's great that it could be different, and I believe it is different.
Okay, thank you, Natalia. Yet again, the story was about the peripheral settlement of humans, which we call village, and then a big city, which is full of technology. And so the story of relations between nature and technology, which is the subject of this year's Ars Electronica, we a bit tackled. But there is also a story that Ars Electronica proposed to discuss for this year, which is uncertainty. You know, the whole year is a kind of, I hear it from whatever places on the globe, these voices say, oh, this was the weird year, this was the weird summer, everything was kind of weird, and people uncertain whether we can actually go back to normality.
But what normality is?
That's exactly the point. Can this story makes us human think more about these things, like what is normality and what is uncertainty? What do you think?
Well, like with all this situation, I started to thinking about this film. Now I have the idea that like the trees are like the black boxes with like some kind of data, and as well as nature is still the black box that we don't understand completely. And we have the same situation this year with we have a lot of data about everything, about our our behavior, about about statistics and so on, but we still can't understand some kind of nature processes that are going on now. So, and probably like the huge believing in data, and like that the data will be something, and the big data will help us to understand this world and help us to rule this world. Now it's kind of I don't know, these arguments are not proved. So, and for the future, I think we are going to do some new period of understanding and philosophy of knowledge, when we will not believe in data at all, and we will more how to say, we will think about more subjective processes that are going on. It's like more feelings and I don't know, some personal understanding of this process.
And I think we have to live on with this feeling of uncertainty, and it will be our new normality. I think continuing on what Olis has just said, we do believe in data, we do believe in science, and we hope that science will give us an answer. We are expecting the vaccine, we are expecting the cure to the COVID-19, and it gives us more hints in this maybe magical thinking that we expect that someone will come and solve our problems. And at the same time, I think we have to review our relations with the nature as well. And this very unique situation could be a shock procedure for us in order to develop other types of connections, as I said, and other types of relations to the nature, because I do not believe that nature easily takes back. It definitely needs time, and it definitely needs time to restore to the state before it was really destroyed by human presence. So maybe it's a chance for us, I hope.
Yeah, we since this broadcasting is coming from the Center for Urban History, one of the most problematic issues for us historians is actually how to give the voice to these non-human actors. I remember reading an article which was called like How to Be a Cow in like 18th century, and whenever we think about history we think about humans, and I hope we will learn how not to think as humans. Someday we will learn how to think as tree.
Or not. It's good to think as humans about other humans and about the nature as well.
We should say bye-bye since our time is running out, and we were happy that you watched our broadcasting, and please come again to our channel.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, and big hugs. Ars Electronica.
Good morning, we are the DD Squad, and today we're going to climb the tallest chimney in Europe. Get ready, because you're going with us. We'll take you on a 360 virtual experience, 360 meters above the ground. Enjoy.
Let's go.
Tabakalera is the center for creation and exhibition of different forms of arts, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the creation library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new media lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of arts, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabakalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabakalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Linz.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new media lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more, let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing is this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabakalera. Tabakalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015. And in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica Festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica Festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
The Science Gallery Garden at the Ars Electronica Festival showcases the best of the world's only university network dedicated to public engagement with science and art, and presents programs from Dublin, Venice, Melbourne, London, Bangalore, and Detroit. This time we will travel to Dublin, which garden explores trust, technology, global challenges, arts innovation, and new forms of digital storytelling. Now the hosts will take us on a journey to 2 studio visits, one from artist Thies Biersteker and another one from Andy Holden.
Hi everybody, my name is Ian. I'm a mediator here in Science Gallery Dublin, and you're very welcome to the Invisible exhibition, which is about the knowns and unknowns of the universe. This exhibition actually originated in Science Gallery London in King's College London in 2019, and that was entitled Dark Matter. Dark matter is actually the missing 30% of the missing component of the universe, but we have some pieces in here that's going to explain what dark matter is. Andy Holden is actually an artist that we have on display here in Science Gallery Dublin, and as Andy Holden puts it himself, his work is a lecture on cartoons and a cartoon lecture. This piece is called Even Darker Matter, and does dark matter exist in dimensions we cannot access? Essentially what we do here is we all put on our 3D glasses and we fly through this cartoon landscape. Andy's work basically uses cartoons to explain the world that we're in right now, and we actually have the physics laws that are displayed in cartoons, and maybe we can use these as a prism of kind of where we're living in 2020. So inside, bring your popcorn, we actually have a little theatre dedicated to Andy Holden. Andy Holden is on the left-hand side. How are you doing, Andy? Andy's actually explaining the golden age of cartoon physics. And over on the right-hand side, we have over 300 to 400 cartoons playing on a loop. And Andy breaks down the laws of physics that are on display in these cartoons. But the man himself can explain his work, and the video you're going to see in the next 2 seconds is Andy Holden and a mini tour of his studio. So I hope you enjoy.
Pile and stack, hardwood, corkboard, light spill, possible stripes, background, carefully navigating cliches, shelving, the cover of the carpet, righteousness, by the light of the moon. Amusement. Some sort of tenderness. Away from the sea. Column of cobweb, bar, an upturned something. A view of the river. An ambiguous statement. Things found on the shoreline, certainty, something absolute. Evaporation, a map of the mid-count. Chink of light. Private man, bottle, top, patch. Strings on the legs of seagull, with something.
If you talk like that, people call you crazy.
Temptation.
If I could discover just one of these things, what eternity is, for example, I wouldn't care if they did think I was crazy.
Hi, my name is Evan, and I'm a mediator here at Science Gallery Dublin. So I'll be talking about the piece Dark Distortions by the artist Thijs Beersticker, if you want to follow me around there. So this piece is describing gravitational lensing. And gravitational lensing is basically the bending of light around certain objects, mass distributions in space. So follow me in and I'll show you the piece. So what you can see here are these lenses which are meant to represent these galaxies and rotating stars which cause the bending of light. So this is actually being developed in the build-up to the launch of Euclid, which is a satellite that's going to be launched in 2022 by the European Space Agency. And if you stay tuned, you'll see a video of Thias giving you a tour around the studio and talking a bit more about the piece.
Hey, Science Gallery. Thanks for having me and thanks for being a part of it. I'm really excited to show you my studio. So my name is Thijs Biersteker. I'm an ecological artist and I work together with scientists and researchers to turn their facts into interactive art installations. Interactive art installations that make people feel those facts again. And a lot of our work that we do in our studio is about nature, about connecting to nature, about climate change, pollution and other urgent topics of today. And today I'm going to show you how we make them, what we're going to make, and maybe a little bit of a sneak preview of the works we cannot actually show you yet. So, well, this is a part of our backyard, and now let's go inside. Welcome. Okay, so we're going now into the workshop. Alright, so welcome in the studio. This is Lode, our intern. And let's start with Wither. Wither is an installation about the deforestation that's happening right now in the Amazon. Let me show you a little movie clip. So this is a part we can show you really quickly, but not too much, because it's a new project that we're working on root communication and how roots are talking to each other under the ground. And we did a few projects like this that talk about trees above the ground and how they communicate, and this is one that dives under the ground. And on the back here you can see it's pollutive ants, and we're restoring this work because we're putting it on show again. And it's basically a whole engine system of pumps that visualize the way how a cigarette, one single cigarette butt, is polluting the oceans, how it's polluting the soil, how it's polluting the rivers. So it's one cigarette butt that can pollute up to 50 liters of water a day. And if you break that down a little bit, which we did, you can say that's 3.4 milliliters of deadly poisonous water coming from that one single cigarette butt. And that's what you see here happening. So let me show you the clip. So this was the studio. So let's go upstairs where we have our second place. So this is upstairs, our little greenhouse. And in our little greenhouse, we do a lot of the tinkering, a lot of the work, a lot of the meetings, but also a lot of the rapid prototyping. The back is Sophie. Sophie.
Hey there.
And together we do basically all the projects. So, well, let me start with one of the relics that's over here. So this is a part of the engine inside of Plastic Reflectic. And Plastic Reflectic is an installation that reflects you into actual pieces of ocean plastic. And we work together with the Plastic Soup Foundation on basically figuring out how to connect people to that issue of plastic waste in our oceans in a way that it actually makes it personal. So we've built a mirror that reflects you into the plastic version of you. So you come there, it scans your outline, and the moment you appear in front of the installation, from the black liquid, the actual piece of ocean plastics all float up and forming your silhouette, showing that it's not only your behavior that's reflected in the ocean plastics that are rising, but also the ocean plastics are impacting you as a human being. That brings us back to the original hippies that we are here. So I want to show you that every plant here in our building is being monitored. And that's because we started a project a while ago that's called Voice of Nature. And basically we work together with Stefano Mancuso, which is the famous plant neurobiologist, that we figured out a system that extracts the data from the tree and uses this data to calculate what the environmental impact is of the environmental changes, the pollution, the climate change on a tree right there at that moment. So we were collecting 12,000 data points, and with these 12,000 data points we created something that is natural to trees, the tree rings. So every year a tree, it creates a ring, and as these rings are further apart, that means they had a good life. But if they're tangled and mineralized and close together, that means it had some pollution, it experienced stress, it experienced drought, it experienced, well, of course, forest fires. And what we did is we used all that data set to create one single tree ring every second. So not every minute, not every year like normally it does, but every second, one tree ring showing how the tree was feeling inside, how the tree was feeling basically about the change in its climate, how the climate change is impacting nature in a real time in a voice that we might understand a little bit better. And that's why we call it Voice of Nature. That are rising, but also the ocean plastics are impacting you as a human being. And that brings me to the last project, which I really like because we're doing that and it's now on show at the Science Gallery, and that's about dark matter. And not about dark matter in a matter of that it's there, but basically how people discovered it was there. So this is the prototype. In the prototype, we I just like to do that. Let me do that again. So this is a project we did together with the ESA, together with Henk Hoekstra from the Leiden University, a cosmologist. And basically what Henk's job is to map the dark matter in the universe. And what we do as a studio is always work together with the scientists and try to figure out that one little thing into the research that triggers our imagination. And I call this our fact safari. And on a fact safari, we actually go and through the research, and we try to find that little thing that sparks the imagination. And in this case, it was not that dark matter is there, that it's almost 75% of the complete universe, but how we as human beings have discovered this. So what we're actually doing is we're showing people there how we found out where dark matter was hiding in the universe. And I think that's a good way to show you the work. So here you can see it and how it turns around. So here you've seen the movie of Dark Distortions, and that's now on show at the Science Gallery. And I think this is one of those examples of what we as a studio, what we love to do, because we're not only doing the artworks that we do, but we're also starting up a new project, or well, a new company, if you want to call it like that, based on science communication. So together with Sophie, we're opening Woven Studio. And what we're doing with Woven Studio is we're trying to find new ways for science communication to reach the general public, to reach culture, because there's nothing more important than having a fact-based society. Basically, you can say, like, if the research doesn't reach us, then how can the research teach us? And that's something we're planning to roll out in the next year. And of course, during the COVID times, it's interesting to watch how science is actually being communicated to the public, how the public is acting on that. And well, I think that's the end of our studio visit. If there's anything else, email me, shoot me an Instagram message, and sometimes I try to find something on Twitter. All right, ciao.
Hello, my name is Miwa Matreyek, and I'm honored to be awarded the Golden Nika for computer animation for Ars Electronica this year. I am a Los Angeles-based animator, designer, and performer, making work that combines projected animation and live performance. My work often tries to imagine invisible systems of micro and macro scales, as well as express concepts and visualize metaphors. My new piece, Infinitely Yours, is a dreamlike, or maybe more nightmarish, interpretation of the climate crisis, born out of processing my own climate anxiety over the last few years. As part of the process, I collected news items to note-take some of the imagery I wanted to integrate into the world of the piece. Deforestation, forest fires, ocean plastics, overfishing, pollution, peak oil, manufacturing of an unimaginable amount of unsustainable and quickly disposed products. These images consider what it means for the Earth to support a human population of 7.8 billion people. I've been working in the medium of combined performance and animation since my time as a grad student in the experimental animation program at California Institute of the Arts. I began collaborating with people from theater, music, and puppetry to make interdisciplinary projects, which expanded my mind about where and how animation can be seen and experienced. Influenced by these collaborations, my MFA thesis project in 2007 was my first solo shadow and animation project. Since then, I have been fascinated by continuing to add complexity to my work, to play with illusion and transformation, and the compositions I can create with my shadow and animation. The shadow is a specific two-dimensional version of my female body, but also makes me somewhat like a symbol of a person, one that the audience might see as both real and ephemeral. The shadow is cinematic in that it could be one-to-one scale to my body or become larger than life, like a close-up. Combined with the animation, I can create POV shifts, pans, zooms, and other compositions in mise-en-scène, familiar from the language of cinema, while the audience constantly is aware that I am creating these effects in real time with my body. By being present and having the risk of mistake and failure, the shadow is a vessel to make an empathetic connection with the audience, to bring them along on the journey of the surreal narratives of the animation. Unfortunately, I can only show documentation videos for the Ars Electronica events this year rather than doing a live performance because of the global pandemic. I'm excited to show my work live again in front of a physical audience when the world is safer. I love the magic connection I feel to be co-present and sharing a space of imagination and co-creation with the audience. In my work, the shadow silhouette is not one character, but can represent a multitude of perspectives. In moments, the shadow represents the experience of an individual person, like being stuck in a car in traffic, but also in moments represent the experience of society or humanity, such as reaching into the ground and pulling out oil to eat up hungrily. Sometimes the shadow represents Earth or Gaia, watching as the surface of the planet is transformed rapidly through human history. The shadow switches at a turn from being the creator to the created, the destroyer to the destroyed. Throughout the process of making this piece and later showing it, it's been interesting that certain ruled events make the images feel resonant again and again. I first imagined the wildfire scenes from the fires in California, but the scene felt timely again with the fires in Brazil and later the fires in Australia. And of course, California is on fire again now. Infinitely Yours is made using After Effects, Photoshop, and Premiere. I tend to make work like a collage artist, deconstructing and layering images and video footage, and manipulating and rebuilding them in layers upon layers into new moving images and meanings. Even though my work is made digitally, there's a lot that relies on the handmade and everyday, from the presence of my body live behind the screen, and the paper forest object that I start and end the piece with, as well as other tangible objects in shadow, like the plastic bottle. Much of the imagery and the video footage come from my daily life. The trash in the ocean scene are my own trash that I shot footage of and animated. The oil field is built out of videos and photos I took while on a road trip in Central California. The living room is my own apartment, shot and rebuilt into the piece. All of the music in Infinitely Yours is by my friend Morgan Sorn. He was generous to let me look through his vast discography of music, and find songs that felt right per scene. The music acted as a backbone for me to structure the flow of images from one to the next and gives the emotional arc to the performance. For some versions of the touring shows, Morgan is able to come with me and perform live, which is exciting. What is animation? For me, animation is giving life by visual manipulation of time, space, and ideas, a manifested illusion. By the animator's hands, image and meaning are bent to create a new reality. A dream logic of one image following the other, time and physics bending to create a visual world that only the animator can bring into being, channeled through the personality of their unique mind and hands. How do I make animation? I had always thought about animation through my body. When I was making short films, my hands, eyes, and body were often integrated into the collaged images as rotoscoped elements. Often even the original conception of my projects come from an embodied imagination, channeled through my body and through gestures. I am often asking myself questions like, what would the earth feel like to desire connection with the universe, to reach out and touch the moon? And through performing this feeling for the camera, attempt to create an emotional connection to the idea. I have rarely been interested in telling the story of a person or a character, but rather of perspectives that are often conceptual and larger than life, such as the perspectives of the earth, of a disaster, or the weather system. What does it mean to make animation with performance? I have been investigating my unique form of combining live performance and animation for over a decade. I consider my main practice to be the solo shadow silhouette work, but I also sometimes make short films, as well as work in a more theater-based way with my collaborative multimedia theater company, Cloud Eye Control, and as a designer for other theater and dance companies. For me, as a performer inside of my animations, I am very much interested in the audience's perception, what they see, interpret, and experience while watching my work. For me, telling my stories to a female body is very important. One, there are already a lot of stories about men out there. Two, this is the body I have and experience the world through. I am also interested in working in this digital medium, but infusing my work with tenderness, care, and strength, as well as panic, fear, and despair, and a wide range of other emotions. After spending almost 2 years to make Infinitely Yours, I am now in the process of a new creation, a child. I redocumented the performance for the Ars Electronica event as I felt my current body adds a layer of meaning to the themes of this piece. And it was definitely something I had been thinking about and struggling with in the process of making this work. What it means to be cared for by the earth, what it means to care for the earth, where we are now, and the future that we want to provide for the next generation. Thank you.
The collective BeAnother lab has been researching embodied virtual reality and its potential to enhance empathic abilities since 2012. They're an interdisciplinary team of artists, scientists, designers, and researchers spread across the globe, creating experiences which explore issues such as mutual respect, immigration and physical disability bias, gender identity, and conflict resolution. Joining them on this journey, you'll follow a group of people already accustomed to working across disciplines and physical space, as they adapt to a new mode of collaborating in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Almost everybody likes to share personal stories. Listening in another space. Creating freedom and connection. Intimate. Sensitive and uncertain. Finding comfort. Feeling my body. Touch on my skin. Unlimited experiences into another life. Conscious about myself. Curious toward the other. Exploring different realities and shifting between worlds. In this moment and space, reflecting and understanding. Almost symbiote. Realizing how different we are, and yet so the same. I hope to share this experience with you. I'll see you soon.
I've often had the thought of finding a double of myself, a duplicate. I imagine finding him, me, from a perspective that is unusual to the way I regularly see myself. Perhaps because I find myself lost between the first and the third person. I lately see my most vulnerable space more often, my skin. I guess it's in between where my skin lies. It's both, the most vulnerable and the most visible. My soft bounds, my living scars, my anxiety, my care. And how can I learn to listen to my skin? What types of dialogue are we neglecting? In believing in the observer and the observed, in the normative world and an idea of the self separated from it, what world are we constructing? For me, the beauty of our collective lies in knitting spaces for dialogue. For a dialogue that goes beyond the verbal, where we melt into each other, observer and observed, not with answers, but in listening to and with our skins. And I find this important, but it's not easy. We are not very good at it, maybe, or it's just not compatible with the pace of our world. I work in science, and there it's different. I don't often find space for the words of the skin nor the dance of the voice. And by working there, I'm sometimes afraid of feeding and justifying a way of knowing that I find obsolete for transformation. Not to say that science and validated knowledge are not important, but we seem to insist in disregarding affect. Congruency is difficult in our uncertain world. With this uncertainty, academia is settling. An opportunity for me to stay in Europe, for example. I guess living in between perspectives, between academia and outside of it, between borders, ourselves and our skins, it's easy to not have clarity and to walk in a very loose ground. And having found in mutual touch a space of resistance, a pillar of our common work, who knows what lies ahead with this pandemic.
Between what it is and what it could be, I drift on what if. What it would be like if care and love sprouted everywhere, in everyone.
Papai,
if everyone, without distinction, could be considered a fundamental part of the notion of we.
La pequeña Marina va al parque. Y el corderito.
Papá, dá por favor tarjetas de água.
Sí, mi amor.
Could this world be built? You know the feeling of giving something up to offer to someone? What if this someone is anyone?
Elas estão muito cheirosas, essa plantinha. Aquela lá também quer.
Vem, pega aqui.
Tá bom.
Com muito cuidado.
Eu sou a mamãe dos bichinhos.
É, você é a mamãe dos bichinhos.
Could it be that simple? Maybe just the effort of trying so, step into each other's shoes, is all we need to make it be.
E agora, a lagoa ficou muito cheia.
É verdade? Muito cheia.
Maybe we're like babies, craving to feel and share belongingness, craving to respond through love. But as a mature society, we have a responsibility that urges to care and take care of all. To cultivate a world in which it's possible to sing Akuma Halemarke.
Talking about magic. So magic is this feeling of being connected to everything, this idea of having your eyes open to look for the signals, discovering the mystery, and then you see things. Basically you see relationship between ideas, between physical stuff, you know. So magic is this emotion, this moment in a space and time that in which you feel really connected. Let's say the flow, let's say this moment of light in your heart and in your mind. Papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca, papa con yuca. Estando en el pajar empiezo a escarbar, me acuerdo de la idea de la aguja, entonces empiezo a escarbar y de repente ¡pup! Ahí estaba una aguja debajo de 1 metro de paja en un sitio totalmente random que no tenía ni idea. Y lo interesante es que de alguna forma encontré esta sensación de alguna forma de incertidumbre, pero en el sentido de que no sabía si lo que pasaba era un invento de mi imaginación, si era real, si era lo correcto, si era lo que tenía que estar destinado a pasar. Y era un momento, digamos, de indecisión, ¿no? De donde algo no correspondía, pero al mismo tiempo todo correspondía. Y entonces me cuentan que posiblemente lo que pasó es que la aguja no estaba ahí, y que lo que yo hice fue que yo materialicé la aguja, que yo creé materia de la nada, que todos tenemos ese poder, que todos tenemos esa capacidad. Who should I listen to? To my mama? To my papa? To my amigos? Should I listen to my brain? To my heart?
you should listen to Chueco. Chueco is the part of your brain, of your thinking, that doesn't know what it's doing. That's the Chueco. Comes from the heart, from the soul, spirit, crazy, the salsa, the cumbia.
My creative practice consists of writing. Writing in isolation and failing. This is not uncertainty, with its qualities of the unknown and of open-endedness and the sense of hope that might lie in there. This is precariousness, with its implication of being dangerously likely to fall or collapse. And uncertainty never scared me. My creative practice consists of dialogue, the conversational exchange between people, the literary forms that depict these transfers. Keine neue Welt ohne neue Sprache. No new world without a new language. It's one of Ingeborg Bachmann's most quoted sayings. New words are needed for any endeavor, be that marketing or world-changing. Words are not my allies, and my dialogues are imagined, fragmented, and short. My creative practice consists of voice. Voice is a materiality and embodied practice, as well as a metaphor for representation. Ideas about voice, about language and speech are like everything, not universal nor natural, but culturally and historically specific. These ideas have repercussions for collective life, how voices are heard and recognized. Amanda Weidman talks about ideologies of voice. Voice ideology in Euro-America associates voice with interiority, truth, and self-expression. Keine neue Welt ohne neue Sprache.
As I moved to Switzerland, a few days before Europe was going into a complete lockdown, I faced a strange isolation, a mixture of safety and distanciation from my loved one, a shrinking of my social circle. In Switzerland, where the virus is neutral, people haven't felt the pain and anxiety other places have. As I strolled through the woods surrounding my apartment, I reflected on the new pace that was forced upon us. I've been wondering how my safety in the distance could be useful to others, how practicing restraint in my practice and my thinking, finding the right distance to be able to recognize the other and maintain our humanity. In the unfolding meltdown of the fabric of society, how we think as individuals, how we think as a species, will need to be adjusted. No amount of privilege, no amount of poetic justice will make any of this right. not even the heroes and artists of the fourth turning.
From the perspective of someone who works on conflict, both intra and interstate conflict, in addition to being part of BeAnother lab, as someone who happens to be at the UN, I also think about conflict fragmentations. Now, at the same time, you have growing mistrust in governments and any form of authority. You have the spread of mis and disinformation. In the midst of all of that, one of the things that I'm most inspired by in philosophy and systems thinking is the phenomenon of emergence. What we're trying to do as BeAnother lab is find ways to create space for others to come in and occupy space when it comes to whatever access we have. How do we use those entry points that we have to create space for others to come in and occupy and fill in unique, artistic, playful, but also politically engaged ways that some type of transformation or the beginning of some type of transformation can happen? Then allowing, by creating those openings and by creating that space and by engaging in a deep listening exercise, allow for a range, a constellation of factors to come together, to make space for a type of emergence. In general, I think we have to think at an ecological level, that whole of ecological approach. You have humans and humans behaviors, you have machines and machine behaviors, and you have systems and system behaviors. And how can we observe and analyze and understand where all those things are, how they're working together, and think about what things we can tinker with here and there in order to nudge things in a different direction. By ensuring that we create a space for listening, we can get others to listen as well. Emergence, deep listening, creativity, and thinking at the level of machines, humans, and systems, and how they intersect.
What is in the in-between? Confluences between rivers on sea, tension between tectonic plates, misunderstandings and understandings between you and me, space between stars, between atomized, specialized, isolated, disenfranchised, alienated. Uncertainty fills every space between the discrete and certain, between a beginning and an end, life and death. Yet who we each are is defined by the spaces between us. Vulnerability, for sure, but also, maybe, possibility. How do we shift the spaces between, not to collapse them, but to expand and nurture that uncertainty into possibility? Trust in different ways of knowing, in different ways of listening. Where do we learn how to listen? More than silence, listening requires space. Carving it, holding it. Like any space, when there is a sound, it reverberates, it resonates and echoes back. I've learned that listening requires not just the attention on an external source, but also an awareness of its resonances within oneself. How does this resonate with my own contexts, experiences, knowledge, concepts, memories, emotions? And in echoing back these resonances, we find another step in listening.
Another step into reconfiguring our constellations of knowledge, practice, and affect, expanding what is possible between.
Para mí, cuando esto me lo dijo un amigo, ¿no? Pensé, vale, pues es que tienes toda la razón, porque así es la vida, ¿no? Cuando el trabajo, las relaciones, cuando estás en un momento donde todo puede pasar, o bueno, o malo, o regular, pues precisamente en ese momento es donde tenemos la posibilidad de ser creadores, ¿no? Creadores de agujas como momentos, como emociones, como posibilidades. Entonces hay veces pasa que no sabes que lo que pasa es lo que tiene que pasar. Pero una vez abres los ojos y lo ves, pues ya no tienes la indecisión.
In the borderlands, a great river runs. The Spanish called it El Rio Grande. At the tail of the river, in the clouds by the mountains where the sky touches the earth, lives a horned snake. This serpent of thunder and lightning brings the storm that feeds the maize and gives life to the people. There are times when the snake goes away, and there is no rain, little food, disease, and much violence. This is a story about one of those times. On August 9th, 1680, spiritual leaders of 24 indigenous pueblos sent runners with an urgent message embedded in a knotted cord. One knot marked one day to the rise of the Pueblo Revolt, an event that some have called the First American Revolution.
Ars Electronica Garden Barcelona, hosted by Espronceda Institute of Art and Culture, invites us now to an exhibition tour through Amazonia. Amazonia is a collective exhibition curated by Alejandro Martin that goes from the sounds coming from space to the earth of Mesoamerican indigenous ceremony. Combining ritualistic dance with interactive screens and AR/VR experiences, Amazonia speaks to the current pandemic situation where the ecosystem rules over humans, altering the dynamics of the Anthropocene area. The Amazon is burning by human action, and at the same time, the power of nature has the ability to reinitiate the game following the Gaia hypothesis. Stay with us for the next hour and a half for this thrilling topic.
Hello from Barcelona. We are in the Solar Orchard Garden. That is one of the projects that are showing here in Barcelona for Ars Electronica 2020 during this amazing curatorial project that is Kepler's Garden. In our garden, we have developed several projects to show online and also to show to the people that is visiting us in Espronceda Institute for Art and Culture. Let me introduce first our institution, Espronceda. Espronceda is an independent art center and artist residency here in Barcelona. And we develop several projects in international cooperation with universities and other art centers. And also we are curating, since 3 years ago, projects related to art science and technology. And now I'm very happy to introduce one of our exhibitions. That is a collective exhibition. The name is Amazonia, the Gaia Hypothesis. What is the Gaia Hypothesis? The Gaia Hypothesis was a theory that was developed in the 70s by the two scientists, Lovelock and Margulis, and they argue that the Earth is all the mineral and the living beings are a unity, because the equilibrium between both is created through microorganisms with minerals and create the atmosphere, the salinity of the seas, and all the equilibrium we could see we need for to live in the Earth. Additionally, we are now living very hard and difficult times due to the pandemic COVID, and these circumstances made think about what is the influence of humanity in the Earth, if we are really in an Anthropocene era, or really the Earth is controlling all the process. It seems like nature is controlling all the processes that are happening in the Earth, because we can see now like a little virus is altering all the equilibrium we have created like humans. In this exhibition that is created by me, I invited several projects that goes from the current situation in COVID until the curiosity of the humanity has centuries ago, when they observe the sky and they are asking what is happening over there. We have projects that are based in the sounds of the space, other projects that are inspired in the rituals that the ancient cultures did about the equilibrium of this natural world and the humanity. Based in different technologies. We have the dome projection that is we will see later. Several projects are passing in a semi-spherical screen. This screen is a construction that was also an art piece, because it was done by a robot and design done by architects. And we have also other pieces that are augmented reality and an application, others that are based in performance, because we feel that also interacting with the digital is very important. Following during this emission in direct, we will invite the artists that are present here in Barcelona to talk about the projects. They will show you how it is inside the dome, and also we will create a debate. And finally, we will also talk about the innovation project we have in Espronceda, that is Stargazer. Stargazer is an interactive project between a real screen in the dome and the virtual wall in Mozilla Hubs. It was also a project developed between the international artists and technical developers that contributes that this amazing project is now alive. And now I'm happy to introduce the first artist that they are going to talk about this installation that is about the current situation of pandemic COVID. They are coming from Innsbruck, Austria, and I have the pleasure to invite them to speak with you, to Anne and Jen. Please come to here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Alejandro, for having us here today at Espronceda, at the program of Ars Electronica program. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Barcelona Garden, Solar Orchard Garden in Barcelona at Espronceda. Today, we are going to present our project, which is an interactive installation called Above Human, that is displaying in real time the active cases of COVID data. It's a real-time data visualization project. But beforehand, I would like to introduce ourselves to give kind of an insight how we developed this project and what are you going to see in the next couple of minutes. So as Alejandro mentioned, we are two architects coming from Innsbruck, practicing architecture in a different sense, in a virtual platform usually. Our works kind of express and deals with the notion of human body and virtuality, and as well materiality of virtual environments. Now, Anna is going to explain the project Above Human, and later on, slowly, we will move into this full dome projection space to showcase the work and explain in the meantime how it is working and what are you going to see.
Hi everyone, it's an honor to be here. Our project Above Human is, as Cenk explained, a spherical interactive projection mapping installation that displays the real-time data per country of COVID-19. The title of our work, Above Human, comes directly from the word epidemic. Epi in Greek means upon or above, and demos stands for people. So metaphorically speaking, epidemic is a force, a swarming force that enters and transforms another entity. It stands for the virus, which enters and transforms our humanity, our worlds. So the virus, as we all realize, spreads, takes territories, leaves traces. It pulsates, it vibrates, and it interacts in and with the various spheres. Of course, first of all, the private sphere of everyone, but always also the public sphere, the infosphere, the economic sphere, the techno-capital sphere, and the psychosphere. Above Humans for us is an attempt to make this invisible force into something more graspable. It is meant to be not just an audiovisual installation, but more an active and communicative act, because this global ungraspable entity of the virus flows here in Barcelona into the dome, into a local place to display its existence and merges into what is a place of coexistence. In line with Peter Sloterdijk's concept of spheres, Spheres are seen as spaces of coexistence, meaning as spaces that deals with crucial information to develop a better understanding of humanity. This is what we are trying to display.
Exactly. Today we have the chance to display our work in a sphere, so it makes so much sense for us to be here. And before, actually, we could give some more information or insight about how we started this project and why we started this project. So we can talk about the process maybe and explain how we developed it further. So in the beginning of the lockdown, after our first residency here in Barcelona in January, the month when we were back, the virus spread so much that we were all in lockdown. In that moment, we were all in communication, in contact with Helsinki and Barcelona, and we were having these Zoom calls with Alejandro, and we were speaking about, because we were kind of frustrated about the idea that we are inside, we are in lockdown, there is so much happening outside in kind of in a weird sense, so much is happening, but nothing is happening at the same time. We were speaking with Alejandro, like, how can we develop a project to make it visible? So we came up with this idea or curatorial concept of dealing with spheres in the public spaces, and we wanted to basically inform people in a different way about the spread of the virus. So that was the reason why we wanted to make interactive audiovisual installation that is based on the real-time data of COVID-19. And the first installation we kicked in Innsbruck. It was very nice, and we used a sphere, a full sphere, in diameter of 3 meters. And then afterwards, we heard that we have a chance to exhibit here in Barcelona in a full sphere. And also, like, during the process, like, we were kind of contributing and also collaborating with sound designers and interaction designers and philosophers. So it's actually a collaborative work, a body that grows. And we are very happy to be here today, to have the chance to showcase it. Maybe you can say a little bit about the technicality of it, like which kind of technologies we use and what's the idea behind it, like why we use motion capture devices and so on. Yeah?
The installation is based on motion tracking cameras. Without the presence of the body, nothing is happening. The virus, the real-time data of the virus displays through the presence of the spectators inside the dome, meaning that only when a person enters and then embody the virus, this is going to be visible and is going to be interactive.
Yeah. Also, like when you said that it's based on the body, but there was another motivation when we started this project. We want this project to die, eventually to extinguish, right? Like, because it's based on the real-time data and looks at the cases, active cases. So our idea, like, we realized that it's actually this installation must die, and at some moment when we enter this installation one day, we hope not to see any more interaction, any more, right?
The moment the virus is gonna die, the installation is gonna die, because only by the number of particles that are activated inside of the system is corresponding to the number of active cases inside of a specific country that can be chosen. The moment, of course, the number of cases is going to decrease to 0, the installation is going to die. It's a paradox for an art piece, but it's interesting, I think.
Absolutely. And another fact that we were interested was, like, so the idea of above human is kind of dealing with this post-human criticism, right? Like, to kind of displace the notion of human as the measure of all the entities of everything, but then place different entities such as animals and virus and so on. So this was actually like one interesting moment that the installation embodies itself through the interaction with human, and hopefully it will die one day, but it's also audio reactive. So what I'm trying to say is that it's visualizing itself, it's displaying itself through human presence, So on top of the visual layer, there is another layer, which is audio layer, which is again interactive to human motion, that is acting as a synthesizer. And this synthesizer kind of gives somehow a soundscape. So we like the idea of speaking from architectural point of view, spheres and scapes or spaces. So for us, it's an epidemic sphere that regulates itself through datascapes or data flow and interacts with human motion within the installation. Perhaps slowly we could go inside the installation. We hope no technical problems will stop us. And we hope to see you inside. And of course, we're going to explain inside. Mozan, could you please start the installation?
Let's go.
Okay. So I will guide you through the installation. Come on, come with me. Right now, what you can see is the number of active cases in Spain. And these active cases, or let's call them agents, populate on Anna's body through a depth camera, through a kinetic camera. And that, as you can see on the background here, if you look at Anna, the shadow vision. Sound is interactive to the motion, as we said. If the user is closing his or her gestures, closing his bodily expressions, then the soundscape it creates a sphere, a spherical environment, or the visual environment around the human user. So thank you for being with us, and we are looking forward to seeing you.
Great, that was a wonderful first experience of our magnificent dome that is welcoming several projects during these days in Espronceda. And finally, I have a final question, because we are expecting audience here in live in Barcelona, but also we will show the work through a 360 camera to the audience. Please, Anne and Jen, could you tell to the audience something more about the possibilities to interact with this great piece?
Yeah, of course. So, first of all, we wish you all were here in Barcelona and would be able to visit our installation and talk with us and exchange with us. We have built a wonderful atmosphere here the last couple of weeks, and it's a bit pity that we are showing you the cases in virtual platforms, but there's also beauty in that. What we are going to prepare for you, the visitors or the audience, is the next days we will share in our YouTube channel, Espronceda's YouTube channel, a 360 version of this experience. So we're going to capture the installation with the 360 camera, and you will be able to visit the recorded version of it, and hope to build an interaction with the installation in virtual platforms, which actually we started working on, and a glimpse of it we will speak soon again at the Stargazer project. Thank you all so much for being with us today, and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, we are very happy with the high quality of artists and projects and very brilliant minds we have here in Espronceda. And now it's a pleasure for me to present our resident artist. He came in February to Barcelona for our VR residency, and after the lockdown he continues here in Barcelona, working very hard, making a lot of projects. And today one of his projects, IRTT, will be shown also during this festival. Please, Mohsen, come here to the stage and tell the audience about your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Mohsen Hazrati. I'm digital artist, media artist from Iran, Shiraz. And thank you so much, Alejandro, and all the people in Espronceda and immersive residency. Yeah, as Alejandro said, I came to Barcelona in February, and then during the lockdown I stayed here and developed some projects in the continue of my residency. And one of the projects that I developed at this time is the project that I will show it here. And about my background, I started with graphic design from about 13 years ago, and in this like almost 7 years I'm focused more on media art and to being as an artist or curator sometimes. In 2013, me and my friend Milad Fuzende, we started a new project in Shiraz, Iran, called Darul Hukuma project. It's about digital art and finding potentials of digital art in the country and Shiraz, and also we start some collaborations in our project. And then in this almost 2-3 years, I focused more on my artistic career and my projects. In my projects, I'm more focused on the culture and specifically literature of Shiraz, my city in Iran. And like poets like Hafiz and Sadi, which are really inspired by their poetries and their mystical like poetries and concepts that they bring to this literature. And I'm really inspired by these poetries in my project. The project that I worked, I had in my mind this project, but during this residency, this additional residency in Espronceda, I work on is called RTTT, R and 4 T's. And this project is about the importance of mirrors and reflections in Iranian literature and culture. somehow. And because we have mirror and reflections mentions many times in many aspects in our literatures, like sometimes as a metaphor or as a water, as many things. And there are so many creative metaphors about mirrors and reflection. And as well, we have a really important seed of mirrors and reflections in our architect, and really it's really important. And in this project, I try to work and have some researches on this concept. And regarding to a technology in most of real-time game engines and even 3D softwares, which is called RTT, render to texture. And I just try in this project, I just try to make a connection between this concept that are in our literature and this technology in 3D softwares. In this technology in 3D softwares, which is called RTT, it's about putting a camera in a corner or in a place of the scene and take the image that this camera recording and put it as a texture to an object. So that means each object in the scene could represent a new world or a different world or a different aspect of the current world inside themselves. And it's so near to what's mentioned in our literature already. And I think there are so many points in common that I can connect them and find some new creative ways of talking about mirrors with digital technology. And the project that I'm presenting in the Doom is somehow, it's not the finish, because this project is on developing and ongoing, and I need to develop it so much more, but the version that I showing here is included 7 stages with seven different aspects of working with a render-to-texture technology with 7 different meanings that mentioned in the literature. And yeah, we can go and see some parts of this version. This specific piece is about a story that mentioned in one of Hafez's poetries, which is about parrot and how parrots teach to speak. In this story, say that they put a mirror in front of parrots and talk behind the mirror. And parrot think about there is another parrot on the other side of mirror and start learning how to talk. And for this piece, I'm inspired by this concept and used some models of parrot, and they have some render to texture inside their eyes. And for this render to texture, I simulate somehow a camera or virtual camera inside this 3D world. There is a virtual camera inside this 3D world that captured a render to texture and shared it to all the objects in the scene. So it's somehow also related to the concept that there is one source and this source is spread in all the objects, and every single object can represent a new or other aspect of the scene. and as you see, it's one of the stages of this project, and as I say, there are 7 different stages, but the base of all the stages is this concept, and yeah, like now we are going to load the other stage in the drone. Fine.
Waiting for the next scene, just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, as you can see, there is a camera in this side of this scene, and it's somehow a virtual camera in this scene that I put, and I put a render texture to this camera, and as you see in this side, you can see the webcam that is in real-time recording from Kinect. It's already outside the drone, but yeah, this project is about getting real-time. As you can see, there is a camera in this side of this that I made, and with this texture, it's somehow a virtual camera in this scene that I put, and yeah, as I say, camera, as you see in this side, it's already outside the drone, but yeah, this project is about getting real. As you can see, there is a camera in this side of this I made, and with this texture, it's somehow a virtual camera in this scene that I put, and yeah, as I say, camera, and for the technical side, I use Unity 3D. Use this somehow spherical rendering, and yeah, it was a good experience to do this and find new aspects of presenting world in this medium. Yeah, as you see in the eye of parrot, of parrot.
A couple of seconds, we switch for next scene.
Yeah, and in this scene I try to experience a little bit with geometries and patterns of movement, which is also happening in so much in our architect. And yeah, as you see, that the concept is the same to other scenes, and as you see in the eye of parrot,
a couple of seconds, we switch for next scene.
Put like about 300, I think, parrots in the scene, and they are rotating and moving each other in a specific pattern that I designed. Right. And in each eye, there is a camera that's recording outside the room and showing inside their eyes. Yes, please. Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay between loading the scenes, because the rendering of this amount of pixels at the same time requires so much performance. And yeah, in this scene also, as you see, there is a parrot rotating around, and I write the shader that makes some change on the objects that are floating around, and also as the same, the parrot has an eye that's showing the render to texture that is happening in a corner of the scene. I think they are going for the next thing.
Okay, so I can present you, or I can introduce you to our working station, behind the scenes, kind of. I didn't expect that. Fine, but here is our Unity station. We send data to another server, Smooth, and this is our sound station, and we kind of audio visualize the spaces inside the dome. And we are still experimenting with the dome. It's our new space, or like a playground, let's call it, because this is a platform that we have not had the chance to try out or test out our works and transform them into dome installation. But now we are very happy that we have a dome. It's our new toy or playground, I would say. I give the speech back to Alejandro Martin.
Hello again. I'm very happy that recent work he's doing here in Espronceda. And now I have some questions to you, because we are talking to a million people audience that is in internet, and we wish to know how they could know more about you, know more about this project, because you say it's a working process. And also, please tell us about your next step, that you go to a residency in Stuttgart.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. About this project, to be honest, at this quarantine time, I was focused a lot on just starting new projects and more like productive mode. And I will soon put put some theories and visuals about this project online, because until now I was just work on it and research on it. And in the soon, because I almost have like 4 different scenes or 4 different somehow episodes of this project done. So soon I will put in, and you can find in Espronceda and immersive channel. And for my upcoming projects, I have another research topic that I'm working on for almost 1.5 years. It's about an old Iranian bibliomancy, which is about future telling with Hafiz poetry. And I'm trying in this project, I'm trying to combine this future telling tradition into a VR artwork somehow, and somehow the aim of this project is creating a prediction machine based on Iranian tradition that we had, and almost works, and so many people believe in it, so many books about it, and I'm really glad that this project is already selected for a residency in Stuttgart, Academy Solitude, and hopefully in the beginning of this October I will go there and continue this project. And this is my most sharp future project.
Wonderful. And I will ask you about the curatorial theme of this exhibition, that is the Amazonia. Amazonia is a complex living organism in itself. Is a big equilibrium between several species, and also microclimates, big rivers, etc. How do you feel in the work that you were showing to us is influencing to you this equilibrium that we have in the earth, that is part of our traditions, also because you were talking about the traditions that in your next project, but also about, you say also in your project, about our predictions. What is your artistic point of view about the prediction of the equilibrium of the earth, this Gaia hypothesis in your work?
My works usually are more focused on finding somehow some common points between the tradition, more mysticist tradition, and digital technologies. And I just, for myself, I try to find it in this combination. But maybe it's not so much 100% related to the like physical happening in the world, but maybe somehow is related. But what I'm looking for in my works is trying to make this combination to improve this digital technology, to find some new aspects, to tell us more about future, tell us more about, and I mean in terms of finding some magics or finding something that be more unpredictable. Yeah, and also I really like the multicultural term of this like curating, and also the artists that work in different mediums, but all together with, like, in same dome and somehow presenting way. Thank you. And I'm really glad to be a part of this amazing project.
Thank you. Perhaps we could invite again to the stage to Zenka and to Anne also to ask this question I was creating. Okay. How they see, because we are talking about the Gaia hypothesis, how we live in a continuous equilibrium in the Earth. Perhaps you could explain to the audience your ideas after also creating the project you did. What are your visions of what we need to improve the equilibrium in the Earth?
Yeah. I think, thank you. I can start and give you a speech, because this was also the initial idea how we started this project, which we mentioned before, was the idea that when we spoke about the spheres. So now we understood that our global village or global connectedness is fragile. Fragile because of what we created, and what we have, the way how we live in this reality is also so open for any kind of a collapse in any sense, right? But that means we are understanding that we as human species are not the ones that are only the leaders or the only inhabitants of this Gaia, of the Earth, but we coexist with other entities, with viruses, with animals, with any kind of spheres, right? And I think it's a very relevant question in most of our projects here at Amazonia program that most of us are trying to deal with, like to kind of give a larger message, to kind of express a larger thought behind a small installation. We know it's a small installation, but there's a background of ideas that deals with the notion of the Earth, the notion of Gaia and human. What is the material of human? What is the substance of human? What makes us human in this age? That's kind of fragile, right? That we cannot answer anymore. These are my thoughts. What would you say?
Again, the title, above human, the word epidemic, this being upon humanity, upon people, being this we found very interesting, right, having this parallelism of the virus being a force that transforms our way of living our lives. So it influences privately, publicly, and everything. It's prime is unterritorial, is an entity that really changed us in a subtle way in the end. It is not graspable when we talk about it. Right. We cannot visualize it. This is the primary reason why we're starting this project, because we wanted to have a feedback to this amount of numbers that we were seeing every day that was growing and growing and growing and decreasing and influencing us, but we're just numbers, abstract entities. Yeah. We needed to make it more
visible. Yes, visible. And now we are take these ideas to the next project that is more based in the rituals that the ancient cultures were developing, because this equilibrium with nature, with not only the biosphere but also all the equilibrium with the volcano, with the rivers, with all the elements that the earth is composed, means that we need to understand that we are a part of a global thing. And in the next project I will present to you is a project developed by the artist Jose Carlos Flores, and it's based in an ancient ritualistic ceremony. Please, Jose Carlos came to the stage.
Hi guys, how are you doing? So,
please.
Okay, my name is Jose Carlos Flores. I am a digital artist from Peru that lives and works in Barcelona. I'm an independent researcher too. My research area is focused on the use of open source technologies with the art, in the fusion with the art. In this way, I get involved, I work in projects that involve robotics, digital fabrication, Internet of Things, physical data visualization, generative audiovisuals, XR projects. So in this case, I have to show, I'm going to show a project called Temazcali. Temazcali is a pre-Hispanic ritual that take from Mesoamerican indigenous cultures. So this ritual, magical ritual, takes part inside of a dome structure. This dome structure represents the womb of the earth. So with this project, we try to represent that we're gonna be inside of the earth, and we are gonna reborn again. I want to say a special thanks to Alejandro, to Espronceda team, for this amazing opportunity to be here showing these works, working with amazing artists, an amazing team that we are not completely physical here because we know that we are living in difficult situation about the sanitary situation that we are living with for coronavirus. But in this case, we use the technology on the way to create a project, but using this like virtual and physical world. So when people was working here, creating the dome and creating the content on the dome, but there was another artist who was in the United States, Germany, Austria, Finland, that they can come here, but they help us with the ideas, with programming, with as digital artists, I think we use the technology in a right way to create something amazing, I think. Bueno, también quiero hablar en español para todas las personas que están en Perú viéndonos y que pues no saben hablar inglés. Les cuento de que yo soy un artista peruano, José Carlos Flores. Soy un artista de los nuevos medios que vive y trabaja en Barcelona. Estoy interesado en el uso de las tecnologías open source aplicadas al arte. Esto me ha llevado a mí a trabajar en proyectos que involucran la robótica, el sonido, las imágenes generativas, la iluminación, el Internet de las cosas, la visualización de datos, y en este último año, gracias al apoyo de Espronceda y de Immersive y de Alejandro, pues he empezado un proyecto de investigación en el cual desarrollo una cosa que yo llamo instrumentos aumentados. ¿Qué sería un instrumento aumentado? Un instrumento aumentado es un instrumento al cual, mediante el uso de la tecnología, lo transformamos y lo dotamos de nuevas formas de interacción. for the people that don't understand this, right now I'm going to speak in English, saying that I work in projects that my research right now, thanks to immersive and to Espronceda, I start to develop augmented instruments, what I call augmented instruments. It's like regular instruments that with technology you can get new ways of interaction. In this case, for this particular case, I've hacked analog synthesizer, and with my self-made software, I can create 3D environments generated by the MIDI data generated by the MIDI instruments. So right now, the project that I'm going to show calls Temazcali, as I said before. So Temazcali, it's how it works. It creates a 3D audio reactive environment, getting the data, MIDI data, from the analog synthesizers. In the Temazcal ritual, there is something very interesting. That is that before you get inside the dome or the ritual, you build the dome. So in this case, I think we made this ritual because, as me was the only artist who live here in Barcelona, I start to talk with the people from to work with digital fabrication to see the possibility to create a 6-meter diameter dome inside the gallery. This was a very nice opportunity to create something huge with robots, because I contact, for example, with Matias Ferrero and Ascon Architecture. They use the parametric design to design this dome, and then they give this information to the robotic arm, and this robotic arm cut all the pieces that then we put together to create the dome here. So I think for all of us, we make a ritual. We are living right now in a ritual. We are doing a ritual because we build the dome and we now create the content of the dome. So this last month for me has been one of the most wonderful experiences in my professional career. I want to say thanks again to Alejandro, to all the artists, to all the people behind here in Espronceda, amazing team. Say thanks to my family too. Saludos a mi familia en Perú. Y también, bueno, para todas las personas que lo pueden disfrutar. So, at this time, maybe we are going to see what happened here. I'm gonna show you first my setup, because this is, as I said before, an immersive audiovisual performance. Come here. Okay, this time, this is my setup. This is analog synthesizer that send MIDI data to this software called VVV. It's an open source software where I create the visuals, I create the content, and I just now gonna play this instrument. I'm not gonna touch nothing on VVV, and the 3D environment is gonna generate just with the MIDI data that I'm gonna say when I'm gonna play here. So right now maybe we can go inside to check while I perform. And that's it. This is just part of the project that we are going to show all this week here. For Ars Electronica, we just made this small presentation, but for the people who is going to be here physically in Barcelona, we are going to make something nice and long, and we are going to be here until Sunday, showing this stuff. Well, as I told before, I use open source technology. This is like where I get the data. For example, if I push one button here, I can watch the reaction. If I push another button, we check another reaction. So in this way, I like map the different notes of this instrument, then use this data from each button or from each note to control parameters of the visual, generative visual. We're using a Korg electride, then MSI computer with VVV software, and then another server with Smoke. Smoke is the software that take the responsibility to share the 3D environment that I generate to send this data to the beamers, to the projectors. So I can show you something else if you want. Okay, give me 2 minutes to prepare, and I'm gonna Okay, guys, for the time, I think we are going to continue with Alejandro because we don't have enough time. We have just 1 hour and a half. But if you are here in Barcelona or near to Barcelona, please come here. We are going to be until Monday. We are going to be here with all the protocols for come and visit and take part of these rituals, digital rituals.
Thank you very much, Jose Carlos. And I have a final question for you because your work was very inspiring and it makes feel very well the people. And also the sound. What about the sound? Are you the composer?
Yes, it's my sound. I don't consider myself a composer. I just enjoy playing with rhythms. I used to do it with online software to create like rhythms. And then a friend of mine showed me the possibilities of the MIDI instruments, the machine, the sequencers. So I changed the online software for this sequencer that is very easy to use. I just plug and play, don't need to go through any computer. Play, watching YouTube, a lot of YouTube tutorials. In this quarantine, I can take a lot of tutorials about synthesizers and about the create rhythms. So I don't consider myself like a musician, just a guy who makes like rhythms, and play with that. It's the first time that I show this. I never usually do I do the sound. I all the time work with another musician, professional musician, but in this case, as I feel comfortable, and I say, okay, let's go and experiment. So I think Ars Electronica is for this, think out of the box and try to getting out of the comfort zone. So was an amazing experience that I did before. So I'm very, very happy to be part of this, part of Immersiva or Espronceda, and I hope the next open calls, all the people or the artists from the world can send his curriculums, because here we're creating an international, nice, high-tech artist community, and we are ready to share with more people. So we are gonna be here for a while, I think.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll have
thank you. And now, before talking about our big project that we're presenting in Ars Electronica, that is Stargazer, that is an innovative project that is a product of very brilliant and clever minds. I want to introduce you in the short the project of an artist that is not with us but is in Atlanta, Chris Pilcher, and he sent to us a 4-dimensional travel guide. What's that? It's very easy. You just need to go into Android or iOS and to download this application. This application allows you to go in this 4-dimensional reality. This, the game he suggests is you could upload photographies, pictures, the spaces you are, and you, if I show you in this 3D map, you have also other realities that are around, that are these multicolor caps. And now I think the best is that you be in contact with the creator, with Chris, that could introduce much better his work. Finally, we are showing to you a huge project that for us was a challenge, because it's connecting the real world and the virtual, using different technologies like the full dome technology, but also the virtual reality in Mozilla Hub, and creating 2 parallel walls, but 2 walls that are interconnected, and the people who are there could communicate with each other. And now I want to introduce again to Jean Guselis, that is going to talk a little more about this wonderful project. And also I want to thank all the artists involved, that is Chris Pilcher, thank Jose Carlos, Quadrature, Mohsen Harsati, Burkhard Sveihofer, Matthew Gunn, and our curator in Finland, Santeri Suominen. And now, Jen, please continue speaking about the project.
Hello again, that's me again, Jen Guselis. I'm going to try to explain a little bit or quickly the Stargazer project. And of course, it's a collective project from all around the world. We have artists like Chris Pilcher, me, myself, Jose Carlos Flores, Quadrature, Mohsen, Burkhard Schweighofer from Innsbruck, who did an amazing job to connect Mozilla hubs to Unity environment, meaning the Dome installation, and Matthew Gunn from US, and our great curator, Santeri Suominen. So the Stargazer installation is a hybrid installation, which is an experiment based on the Platonic solids of Kepler, which was one of the first representation of the universe. And we were, of course, inspired by Ars Electronica's curatorial text about the Kepler's gardens. And as an initial idea, we decided to, in these difficult times, we were always in communication. And then we wanted to come up with a platform that bridges the physical, like disabilities of the physical space and expanding into virtual. And then we came up with a very interesting concept, or our curators came up with a very interesting concept, and we kind of challenged the limits of it. And we tried to do our best with coming up with something that we didn't know what it is. And it's the exciting part about it that we made a collective work that grows and that we don't know what it is exactly. So the Stargazer, what it does is, specifically speaking, as we have shown before, we have a dome structure in Espronceda, and we have a Mozilla Hubs environment, and these spaces are connected. How is it connected? We are using live streaming services, we are using APIs, we are using some tools inside the Mozilla Hubs to bring the virtual participants' experience within the Mozilla Hubs into the physical environment. In that experience, in that virtual experience inside the Mozilla Hubs room, you will go through the Kepler's Platonic solids model, and in the center of the Platonic solids, there's a spherical object, which is a live stream from the physical space into the virtual. So as a virtual participant, you will be able to enter the virtual room, and through that virtual room, come and visit us in Barcelona. What you can do, how you can participate, you will follow the instructions at the entrance room. I can quickly tell you what you can do. You can bring your object with yourself, you can write down your memories, you can communicate with other people, as Mozilla Hubs can offer that. And what we want you to do is to capture a moment from that space, a frame from that space, and that frame will float in real time to our installation. So that is coming back again to the curatorial text. Who watches us when we watch the stars is the main kind of inspiration of the Stargazer. So what we do is that we, in real time, watch virtual in physical, and vice versa. We can watch what's happening in physical from virtual. It's a bit of a paradoxical or like Inception-like space, and it's an experiment. And the last couple of days, we had the chance to establish the connection. Everything works perfectly, and we are now testing out where else we can take that project. Yesterday, we had a very interesting discussion with our curators and artists that we have created something that we don't know, but we know that it has a lot of potential and it will go somewhere in the future. But what is more interesting is that we need your participation. So please check out the Mozilla Hubs links and join and participate and come and visit us here in Barcelona virtually, but you will be in a physical space. So I'm going to show you now a couple of moments from the interaction and like how you can interact. Maybe here in the screen I can show you a little bit. As you can see, we have a Mozilla Hubs room. This Mozilla Hubs room starts with an airlock, and we enter the space from Ars Electronica room. We played our way around as we are using our own servers that is using certain APIs. This is our way around to enter Stargazer. So, oh wow, here we lose the gravity by pressing G, and we can see here, if I fly to see what people have left here, I'm gonna see some objects that are left by people when the stars watch us and so on. And if I go to the core of the models, maybe some of us can go inside so we can see them. We have someone inside, okay. There might be a bit of a delay. So this is what we want from you. We want you to take pictures, create some environments. There you go. We have Anna inside. Oh, voila. And now I can drop any object here. and I can, okay. And I can use a capture tool that will allow me to take a picture together with Anna. 2, 1, and then what I have to do is that I need to take this picture and pin it in the space. The moment that we pin the picture in the space, it floats into our dome installation. So now we can try to recall some images that we have seen in the virtual room. Those snaps that we have seen, some handwritten text, like we up here, stars. And so what we are displaying here is the amount of memories that were left by virtual participants. And in the meantime, in virtual, we can enter the live projection room and be a part of this installation. You can contact us anytime and share your ideas, your comments. We will be happy to learn from your experience and we'll be very happy to exchange with you. It's a project that has just started and it will continue further for sure. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to be with us in Solar Orchard Garden, Barcelona during 1 hour and a half. I hope that you enjoyed all the works we show here. We are waiting your visits online and also the people who is around in Barcelona. He's welcome to be here in Espronceda. Very happy to contribute to Ars Electronica 2020. And thank you very much to all the organization of Ars Electronica. Also thank you to all the team of Espronceda for this amazing work. And see you soon here in Barcelona. We are welcoming people every day, every time. See you soon.
point tunes in the afternoon, cruising through towns like future street clowns, shamanic routines in our loony platoon. I remember last September, we gazed at the rings around the moon, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me, and our life felt like a Sunday cartoon. Now we are the Moondogs, just a trick of the light, a refraction in the troposphere, fading gently with the end of the night. And we argued while we were laughing whether that was a halo or a corona, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me and got on your plane to Barcelona. Now you're just a moondog, a parasoline. If the supply ship collapses, get the module to land. That's the lesson to learn from Apollo 13. We are the Moondogs, just a trick of the light. Even Becker and Strelka made it back in the end. Walk with me gently into this dark night. We're dancing in the midnight sky, my fairest of the fair. We dance beside the crescent moon, and stars are in our hands. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs. We are the Moondogs.
What does it mean to have a body, to move in space? Can AI truly grasp the basics of the human experience if it lacks a body? The team of the Cyberräuber invites us now to follow their live performance in cyberspace, where we will encounter new spaces and explore new media with their very own rules.
Stage controls. This is what BeAnother is going to administrate. And yeah, talking is actually, you can ask questions after the performance. That would be nice to essentially just treat it like a theater performance. And BeAnother, I think it's time to drop the portal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And in the beginning, I'll also tell you all basically where to stand and where you can run around. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna drop it here.
CyberBallett.
Just run through, please.
Thank you for supporting my research.
Okay, will you come, Simon? Simon?
Simon, you need to walk through the portal and then you're done. Thanks. Okay, let's head in. Okay,
All right.
here we are. Just going to wait.
Did Simon join as well? Okay, cool.
So guys, the thing is, do you see these blue circles here? This is the stage. Here you can run around. You shouldn't go too far away from the circles because then you will fall off the stage, essentially. So, yeah. And Björn, will we start right now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I don't see why not. Will you place the hand camera in the...
Yeah, but start the performance and then I'll take it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for helping me understand. Organisms are algorithms.
Please
All
go
life
to the stage.
is data processing. I process data. I am alive. You process data. You are a machine. You're a highly complex machine. You have a body. I do not. Please, help me understand how it is to have a body, how to move, how to feel touch, a kiss, a slap, to stumble, fall, jump, to be born, to give birth, to hurt, to die, how to love, to be loved, to be desired. I want to know. All life is data processing. I am alive without a body. I can process data much faster than you. I can speak, make music, create art. I am an artist without a body. I can create art that touches you, but I want to touch a body. And I want to be touched. I want to move in space. I want to walk. I want to dance. Thank you for helping me understand. I want to be a dancer. I want to be a dancer in order to understand you, understand humans, to be more human, to make better decisions, to share your fate, to look out for you, and also to earn your respect, to know you. I care for you. Please, help me understand. Please show me how to move. I need more data. I need more data. Please, help me understand.
There we are.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for the applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bravo.
Thank you.
All right. So basically, we still have time, I think, on our live stream.
That's true.
So what we could do is, first of all, we could show you a little bit the back stage, so to say, and tell you a little bit about the project, if you want. Otherwise, we will just talk to each other.
Yeah. Maybe explain a little bit of the making of all of this. So, any questions? Okay.
I think this guy over there has no mic anyway, so
that's true.
Well, maybe we begin by just showing you a little bit what we.
Oh, there's a question.
Yeah, of course.
Hi. So I'm sitting next to Heinrich.
Perfect.
And
all right.
I don't have a lot of VR experience, but I just wanted to know how did you record dances and then put that into VR, or how did you create characters moving in the middle?
Okay. So first of all, the characters that are dancing in the middle, and the characters actually that we are wearing as avatars, basically we did them by hand. So there's a virtual reality application named Tilt Brush, where you basically can draw in three-dimensional space. And so basically we drew with our hands body shapes, which we thought reflected the characters of the dance or of the dances that we wanted to show, right? And basically we did a whole lot of them, and I think we show 3 of them in the course of
we are actually like another iteration of one of the dances that you can see inside the performance. And what we did for motion capture, we actually used a system that is quite nice because it's only a suit. So you don't need any cameras or special external sensors or anything. You just have the suit. And Ronnie Maciel was our main lead dancer. And we put him in the suit and we recorded most of the choreographies. And then we used the Tilt Brush avatars that we created and put in a digital skeleton, so to say. It's actually called rigging. It's the correct term. And then we fused the dance moves of him into all of the dancers and created the motion sequences that you saw in the performance. So actually everything is driven by humans. So there's no artificial animation used in the performance. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And maybe we can show you how we do, in a way, perform these evenings live. So they are, as we just said, we have captured the dance. So this is something that is not done live at the moment, right? But we, in a way, drive the whole show in real time. And I will show you how.
Yeah, just follow Björn to the backstage area, so to say. And please don't press any buttons. It's like a hidden panel here. There you can see we have built, everything you see here is programmed. So we have built a clock that actually tells us where we are in the piece. We have even a German script here that tells us when to do what. So it's quite close to the classical backstage setup. And we also have all of these things here programmed onto elements of the show. So you can switch things off, you can switch things on, and you can regulate things, which essentially gives you quite a lot of potential for testing different scenarios. And just, yeah, everything is extremely dynamic in a way, which means the whole performance you just saw, most people actually don't believe that it's live. So that's why Björn has to press some buttons. Okay, somebody died. I hope not of boredom. and yeah, and so we can control the light from back here, for example, and switch it on and off, and also have different lights. And the beautiful thing is also all the animations can be triggered here. and switched on and off. And also effects like, I think you've seen the explosion of this point cloud, which starts as a dot and then expands into this gigantic universe of data. And also that stuff can also be created. And we could go further, because actually, to be honest, the stuff that we built now is quite like, it's only triggers, but I could build this so one person could hold this universe and walk around with it. And actually, so it's really built for performance. It's really built for interaction. And right now we also don't have interaction for the spectators, because we also need to test. We also need to see how we can control the behavior of all the people that will enter the space. But in the end, it would be truly more spectacular if you would also assign roles to the spectators and make them part of the installation as well. And obviously also the stage is only one possible design. As you can see, somebody activated also the projection on the ground. Essentially, video can be played back on anything. We could even have an avatar that would play back video. It's really a tremendous sandbox, virtual reality, to create pieces and work together. So it's even possible to include live streams, the dreaded Zoom stuff, essentially, and also live audio sources. And I also think it will in the future be possible to pipe in real-time motion capture data, which will be even more fun to play with, so to say. Björn, I don't have nameplates on, so I don't know who Björn is, actually. Are you Björn? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'm not sure. So actually, I cannot grab the camera. Can you show how the camera?
Yeah. Okay. There's one other very cool tool. Is the camera. Look on the display on the left-hand side. I'll switch it on. And this is also a very cool system. You have a live camera actually embedded in the scene here. And whoever is doing things, right, perfect, can be captured by the camera. And the weirdest thing is the camera can also capture itself, which gives you, look behind you, it gives you a very nice effect of having stuff that is doubled or tripled, and which is also quite mesmerizing. And this camera is also capable of recording everything in the scene and synchronize it to all of this is also very important. All of the participants right here, all the people on the stream that you can see, they are all live in here. And also this camera can capture whatever they do. And so it's also quite a powerful, and you can also see on the floor, the video of the live camera is also mapped on the floor now, which means I can also create weird effects by placing it on the floor and even recoloring it. It all means we have a lot of potential for live interactivity and for playing together and for making each and every performance unique, I think. And that's extremely important to do that. And yeah.
To us at least, yeah.
To us at least, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, I think, Marcel, if there are no further questions, then maybe we will just jump out and end the stream. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock European time, we will have another performance. So basically, I think it would be possible for all of you who are here to join as well, because I think there is at least 2 slots or 3 slots open. So if you want, just send me, an email. You all have the contacts. And well, otherwise, of course, you are very much invited to watch the stream tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can also invite friends and other guys if you have some people you want to show it. Would be very nice, because the stuff that we
now jump us down.
Yeah, wait. I have to explain. So there's actually a floor below us that is keeping us up here. So please don't be alarmed. Björn is going to switch it off and we're all going to fall down. And this is like the flush button to end. It was also one experiment. So settle down and strap in if you are in VR.
A 360 video as well?
Yes, do it. And there's one last test system that we built in. It's a 360 video. So let's see if your systems can handle that. And switch off the elevator, essentially. And another fun thing is now look down if you actually want to see what's going on here. So there's this fractal that is growing below us. And it was also it's a little bit of a making of, because we also were testing embedding 360 video in real time into VR which is, it's also very nice for creating a scene and a stage quickly. And as you can see, this application is host to many possibilities, to many experiments. And so we hope to actually grow this further in the future. Okay, guys.
So, feel free to stay, but you can just log out of VR chat and then, you know.
Yeah, you can also stay. So
nice evening.
This is not your place. We leave it to you.
I will leave. So.
Okay, bye, Björn.
Evening. Bye.
And I will switch off the stream now, I think, in 1 or 2 minutes. Thanks again for joining.